Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror search for Huru for a special edition of the 2024 election coverage situation. I will put the link in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. In 15, well, actually, like in 9 minutes, I have to step away for like 5 minutes, but we'll still be here. We'll still be live. I'm going to pull up the live election results from the AP. Let me pull that up right now. AP, close that out. Bam, bam, bam. And so as of right now, I wish there was a way you could zoom into this, but there should be another map. Kentucky and Indiana have been reporting results, and those are going to be a big win for Trump anyway. So the states that we're going to be looking at, again, the states we're going to be looking at: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If Trump could pull off Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, it's pretty much a win for Trump. All right. But also he's favored in Arizona and Nevada. But it's going to be an interesting night. Again, it's going to be a very interesting night. And guys, if you want to add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo as well. Link it to the chat room. It's still early. It's still relatively early, but like I said, the only results we have so far are from Indiana and Kentucky. Let's see here. So they've been saying that the black turnout was not as strong this election like it was in 2020 for Joe Biden. Also, they were saying that this is the first election as well where Hispanics have outvoted Black folks. So that's interesting as well. Also, if you guys don't know, there's been some bomb threats here in DeKalb County, DeKalb County polling places, DeKalb County, and a couple in Fulton and Gwinnett. So those bomb threats were to be false, and we'll see how that plays out. But I know. Hold on, guys, give me a second. Who? I don't know. Shout out to Brandon Bucci Badass is here. Who? Do me a favor. Turn on your camera so I can make sure you're not a troll before I let you on. And then you can turn your camera back off. HU, turn on your camera so I can make sure you're not a troll because I don't know who you are. And then once you get on, once I verify you're not a troll, I'll let you on to the panel. But then, but I'm not gonna let you on until you turn the camera on so I can see who you are first. Then you can turn it back off once I verify who you are before you come on the poll. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, well, you're kind of crackling, so I know you're on your Getro, but go ahead.
I'm not on my Getro. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure the audio is good.
It's crackling a little bit.
Okay. I'm changing it right now. Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfect. That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so Dynas, the whole thing is this. Black people are being phased out politically by Hispanics. This is exactly what we knew was coming. We did nothing about it. We still are voting for nothing in return. And the black people who got sense, who are abandoning Joe Biden, Kamala, and the Democrats, we are now splintering away from the large mass of black people to vote for what's in our own best interest. These people are so drunk off of Democrat loyalty, right? Biden delivered black people absolutely nothing. And their first mind is to say, well, what did Trump deliver? When they already know what Trump delivered. We've reiterated this millions of times, but they're going to keep on saying, well, I'm going to keep doing the same thing because I don't really know what the other person is going to do. They know exactly what's going to happen. The Hispanics, Trump has 56% of the Hispanic vote right now. 56.
Brandon, let me ask you this. Do you think the Puerto Rican comments helped hurt him at all?
No one cares about that. Do you think, Dinus, if you call a Mexican a beaner, will he still sell you a taco?
Yeah.
Will he still sell you a burrito? He might spit in it, but he's still going to sell it to you.
Uh-huh.
He going to smile at you because those people understand what's important. Black people are so collectively immature. We are literally searching for racism, so we have an excuse to go against our own best interest. Understand that. We scared of racism so much, and I was telling Ryan about this earlier. I said we went to a restaurant to eat breakfast. I said, look at all these niggas up in here. It's in a white neighborhood. Oh, sorry, I can't say the N-word. Sorry, Diners. I said, look at all these black folks up in here. They so scared of white people, and white people are so racist. We will squeeze our 300-pound butts in these seats up. We will squeeze ourselves in between a damn butt cheeks just to sit up in a restaurant and eat shoulder to shoulder with them. Then go outside and get on the internet and pretend like we live next door to the damn KKK Grand Dragon. It's the hypocrisy of black people is catching up with them. And we think that someone else is going to be hurt by us being hypocritical. We're only hurting ourselves. When I got these women, oh, Kamala Harris, reproductive rights. Did you even take 10 seconds to do research on what's going on with reproductive rights? No. I just heard I had to curse out an Asian lady yesterday in a furniture store.
Why you gotta cuss out the Asian lady at the furniture store?
Because she was dumb as hell. Trump dictator. No, girl, you're Cambodian. Pol Pot is a dictator. The guy who killed millions and millions of those Cambodians over there to where you had to leave your rice paddy and come to America on a damn a Goodyear tire wrap. That's a dictator. I asked the lady, Dinus, I said, so Kamala's good, right? She said, yeah. I said, name one policy. She asked, well, I can't name policy. I said, Trump's bad, right? Yeah. I said, name one bad thing Trump does. Well, I can't name it. I can't name it. This is where black people, most minorities supporting Kamala are. They don't care enough to do any research, but they go vote for somebody who has been, in my opinion, the worst candidate I've ever seen in my life run for president. I mean, this lady is the absolute worst. I am 100% confident my 15-year-old daughter could do a better job running for president than Kamala Harris. The woman can't even speak. And it's not that she's like retarded, it's that she's a liar. And people who lie a lot, when they choose not to answer questions, it's because they don't really remember what lies they told you previously, and they don't want you to.
Brandon, guys, I'm gonna put this on pause. Brandon, give me like 5 minutes. I got to take care of something real quick. Then I'm gonna bring you back on, guys. I'm gonna go dark for a second, but we're still gonna be live. Okay, so give me 5 minutes. All right, Brandon, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so even if you look at what we've been watching, Dinus, for the past few minutes, they're trying to mess around with the numbers to make it look like the race is competitive. Kamala Harris is getting blown out in Indiana right now, which we know that. She's getting blown out in Kentucky.
Well, yeah, well, those are going to go red anyway.
But what I want to point out is this: they'll put up the total votes, right? And then they'll try to put up this graph of like one little blue area where it looks like her and Trump are close. Like they did that with the graph for Kentucky, right? Lexington is the only place where it's going to be close. They're doing that to play a mind game with people. They want to make it look like this woman is comparable to Trump. See, like right now, she's getting blown out in Florida, but they're going to Osceola County and they're trying to show, oh, she's 43 and Trump has 57 or whatever like that.
Hey, Brandon, real quick. Somebody just texted me. CNN just said exit polls for black voters in Georgia were 86% Harris to 12% Trump. What are your thoughts on that?
It doesn't mean anything. She needs at least 90% of the black vote to win. 86% of people who voted, Dinus. So that doesn't tell you how many people voted. And if you look at the amount of people who are registered and the amount of people who are likely to vote, Harris is at a historic low for black voters in Georgia. She's not taking Georgia. There's way too many white people in Georgia, and there's a lot of people who live outside of the Atlanta area who have been mobilized to vote. A lot of these people, even in the Rust Belt states, when they look at what happened in North Carolina, they look at that situation and say, damn, that could have been me who was flooded out like that. And Kamala Harris don't even want to help me. At the end of the day, Americans are looking at this like they're trying to give people who aren't even citizens more than they're willing to give us. And that's a powerful motivator. The idea that the person who wants to lead you cares more about other groups of people outside this country than they care about you. And I think at the end of the day, that is going to be the deciding factor in this election. Can I trust Kamala Harris to prioritize me and my children? She just has a lot of things stacked against her that people care about more than reproductive rights.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. I mean, like I said, we got to find out what happens with these swing states. Georgia, North Carolina. Go ahead.
Trump is winning in a landslide. I don't think Kamala Harris will take a single swing state. Biden was barely able. Biden was barely able to.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
No, but you're right, because those swing states were pretty close with Biden.
Biden was barely able to take those states with COVID staring down everybody's back, with Biden lying, saying he was going to cure the C-19 virus. Now they don't have that threat. They see what Biden did. And Kamala Harris, at the end of the day, she said she wouldn't have done anything different from what Joe Biden did. So the people who are actually paying attention, they are not messing with her because they are broke right now. They're scared of illegal immigration and all the rapists and the leaders who came across that border. And they're not going to take a seat. Black folk, Dinus, we have been trained and groomed to be self-destructive. So when we hear about an illegal criminal alien migrant coming across the border who's been convicted of murder in his state, we're okay with that. Because even in our own communities, we give grace to murderers, killers, and degenerates. So it's no coincidence, or it's no amazing thing that we just look at the murderous, criminal, illegal alien migrants. We look at them like it's no big deal, right? Because we like that. That's exciting to us. You know what I'm saying? We looking at it like, oh, I wonder what the black gang's gonna do against the Venezuelan gangs. We have no intention of being prosperous as a group. We have no intention of economic uplift as a group. The only thing we intend to do
Hold on, one
Is
second,
be
one second, man. Sorry to cut you off. William, you're more than welcome to click on the link and add to the conversation, William. Link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room, William Webbs. You're more than welcome to click on that link and add your perspective. Go ahead, Brandon.
Diners, if they played baddies tonight on TV, 99% of the black women saying they supporting Harris wouldn't even be watching the election results. That's where we're at. So if you got a group of people who doesn't give a damn about economic uplift as a community, they're not worried about anything, but it's all about the entertainment value. Do you know how many black people just said they're supporting Kamala Harris so they could gaslight people? Do you know how many black people said they're supporting Trump just to gaslight people? When you look at the TV, Kamala Harris's support comes from degenerates, either elderly people on a fixed income, young people who are not even going to show up to no polls, or people who just have a degenerate, entitled mindset. Kamala Harris voters have already voted. The ones who could vote with mail-in ballots from their Section 8 apartments in Atlanta, they've already voted. They're not about the herd. The herd of big bats is not about to go stand in line for 2-3 hours to support Kamala. She's not an exciting candidate. She doesn't motivate people to do anything. She's running a "you should vote for me because I'm black and I'm a woman" campaign. Sorry, that historically has never worked. Do you notice that?
Brandon, one second. Let me share this with you. Fox is saying exit polls show Trump got 25% of black men vote in Georgia. What are your thoughts on that? After you finish your thought,
he's gonna get. Oh, look, he's gonna get more than that, Dynas, because I feel like men have a common understanding that this is our last stand against the woke mind virus and the toxic feminism that has become pervasive in our society. You can say what you want to, but a bunch of dudes telling people they want their women to be more submissive, men are looking for a way to stick it to women the way women have stuck it to men for all these years.
Brandon, you're breaking up. You in the matrix. Brandon, you're breaking up. Brandon, you're breaking up. You're in the matrix. You're breaking up. You're on your Getro.
I think that's you because you're in the matrix.
Hello, guys. Brandon, you're breaking up.
No, I think that might be you though.
No, you're good now. No, don't try to pin that on me, Brandon. I'm on that good Xfinity Wi-Fi at the house. You're on your Metro PCS phone, your burner phone.
I saw your screen. I saw your computer screen buffering. So I think that was you, because even when you were talking, you were sounding like you were in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Xfinity that failed you today. It should have been Infinity. It used to be Infinity. It used to be. It used to be Infinite. Xfinity. But yeah, Dynas. But I feel like Kamala's gonna lose in a landslide. She does. To me, she just doesn't have qualifiers, and I think the women who aren't brainwashed on propaganda, they just see nothing in this woman that makes them want to go out and vote. They're like, I gotta fix dinner for the kids. I gotta do this. I gotta try to survive in this horrible economy that Biden and Harris have created. I don't got time. I mean,
yeah, that can't be me, Brandon. That can't be me. Guys, press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me, guys. Press
that was
1.
you. You're acting. I'm telling you, that's you.
Yeah, see, everybody saying Brandon, that's you. Brandon, that's your Getro, Brandon.
All right, I'm ghetto. All right, I'll come back on my other plan.
Okay, yeah. All right, guys, link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. Indiana has already been called for Trump, but that's expected. That's a red state. So Indiana is expected to go to Trump, and Kentucky as well. I think it's been called for Trump. So yeah, man. So a lot of these polls are closing at 7:30 at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we got another like couple of hours, and then we'll we'll be very clear on how this is going to play out. We'll be very clear on how this is going to play out. But guys, links in the chat room. Call in, add to the conversation. Fox is saying exit poll showed Trump got 25% of black men vote in Georgia. If that's true, that's a win for Trump. I wonder what let's see what it was in 2020. Hold on, let's see what it was in 2020. I wish I could find it. Let's see here. It's a Trump black man vote 2020 Georgia results. Let's see what this was in 2020. You know, in Biden only won by like 12,000 votes. And like I said, the reason why Biden won in 2020 is because of COVID and George Floyd. There's no COVID, there's no George Floyd. So let's see here. What can I wish there was a way I could see. Let's see here. I wonder if there's a way I could voter demographics. Here we go. Race, black. Let's just show gender, race. Here we go. Black men. He got 16%. So Trump in 2020 got 16% of black men, and he's already up to 25%. So that's a win for Trump. Biden didn't win no Georgia by 7 million votes. Stop. So guys, links in the chat room. You're more than welcome to add to the convo. And let's keep the party going. Let's see what they're talking about here on NBC.
And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on election day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering, when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to?
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, how's my connection now?
We're going to work with it. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, I tried to switch the service to my other service, so hey, it is what it is. But yeah, man, you're gonna hear as this vote goes on, you're gonna hear people come out with the outlandish claims and the things they believe, because you got to understand that the Negro, he's gonna tell you you don't know what you're talking about, so he can feel better about not knowing what he's talking about. Dinus, Biden won Georgia by 7 million votes. What person who seriously follows politics?
He said he misunderstood. He said he misunderstood.
Man, he didn't miss Dinus. He made an assertion. He said Biden won Georgia by 7 million votes.
Hey, we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say he misunderstood. He misunderstood.
Okay, we're gonna pretend like he misunderstood. That's
Yeah,
cool.
let me give him the
But
benefit
when
of
I'm
the doubt.
telling black people, number one response to you saying something that they don't want to hear is you don't know what you're talking about. That's what my mom and my grandma used to say when they were wrong as two left shoes, and I was telling them right, but I was a grown man and they couldn't slap me or hit me to shut me up. And they, they just like, damn, he's over here, telling the truth, and I don't like the truth, right? The black court, they didn't like that, right? So this is how black people are. Shahrazad Ali said this the other day on a show. She said most black folks, she said black women, but I would just go as far as saying most black folks. Most black folks operate like teenagers, 15-year-old, 14-year-old kids. They don't give a damn about the truth. They just care about how they feel.
Hey, Brandon, so when you say this is going to be a landslide, what does the landslide look like to you? No, he's
A landslide. No, I'm just trying to communicate some common sense to somebody.
mhm.
The landslide is Trump winning the popular vote. Thank you. The Trump winning the popular vote is going to be the landslide, Dynasty. That's what I believe. I don't see anybody well, there's some crazy people in the Rust Belt states, right? But I don't see any informed person in the Rust Belt states supporting Kamala because why are we supporting her? We're doing bad economically, and no administration with approval ratings this bad has ever won the White House a second time. That's what people don't understand. No administration with approval ratings this low has ever returned to the White House.
Mm.
See, these are the historic things that the mainstream media doesn't bring up because people don't realize the mainstream media has to make it exciting so you will watch it. So if it's not even close, they're going to start skewing the numbers. It's like saying this: 1 in 12 babies prefers Huggies, but then Pampers comes and says, well, 1 in 12 babies with a birthmark on their left shoulder prefer Pampers. Well, now you're skewing the numbers because you're being more specific. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing for the past several months with Kamala. See, Joe Biden and Trump were going head to head because Biden has a loyal base of supporters, people who are going to vote for him no matter what. Kamala has no base.
Yeah,
Remember when she ran?
Brandon. So you said that a landslide is him winning the popular vote, but it's the Electoral College that he needs.
If Trump wins the popular vote, he's automatically going to win the Electoral College.
Okay, I can see that. Okay.
Traditionally, Republicans do not win the popular vote. A Republican hasn't won the popular vote since Bush versus Kerry in 2004. So let that sink in.
Mm-hmm.
These Republicans never win the popular vote because when you're talking about fiscal responsibility and not giving handouts, that's not popular in America because everybody in America, well, many people in America want something free. At this point in America, it's the people who want to work and bet on themselves versus the people who want the government to hand everything to them, right?
Right.
And the people don't know, like you're a homeowner, Dinus. I'm a homeowner. We worked for what we got. We worked very hard to get those things. I'm the one who took a chance in 2009 when all my friends was traveling and doing all this stuff and went to Century 21 and applied for a home loan. I'm the one who did that. I'm the one who found a short sale for 307,000 when everybody else was getting money because was coming out when everybody else was trying to run scams and do everything else. I was the one who took that risk, making like $21 an hour way back then. See, people like us, we bet on ourselves, Dinus. We know we're going to come out on top because we're willing to put the work in. There's so many people who are our age and younger who have adopted this mindset like the government's not going to let me starve. They're not going to let it get too bad for me. Eventually, they're going to step in, right, and make everything better. But the government is looking at the administration you're voting for is making it clear to you. We care more about migrants, the new workforce, than we care
All right,
about
guys.
you.
So West Virginia has been projected for Donald Trump, which is a given. But go ahead. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, we know that. We know that, Diane. The thing you're looking at now is you're looking at the margins, right? You have to understand something. Biden, though he lost these states, he still got a significant number of votes. Kamala hasn't even cracked 1 million votes in any state right now. If you're looking at the numbers, look at where Kamala is right now in Georgia.
8% is in, and Trump is up in Georgia. But again, it's still early. 8% is in. Go ahead.
Still early, but Trump is up 100,000 votes with 8%.
They just flipped the seat in West Virginia for the Senate to a Republican. Go ahead, Brandon.
Now look, exactly. Listen, look at where Trump is. He's double what she's getting. And mind you, remember, they were saying that the Republican dominance in the early voting was just people who were going to vote on election day who voted early. Well, we dominated them in early voting. Now we're up by double in the voting today. People are showing up. And what nobody ever considers is this: how many people gave Biden a chance? Biden screwed everybody over, and now they're like, I'm never voting Democrat again. That is a huge segment of voters. There's a huge segment of Democrats who are not willing to hand the country over to a Democrat administration again because they don't feel confident in the Democrat leadership. The news will never talk about that group of people. I was watching a thing earlier. There was a guy, he's in Pennsylvania. He's a car salesman. The guy said, look, I voted for Biden in 2020. He said, but after 4 years of this, I can't take it anymore. He was like, it's one thing after another, and they seem like they just don't care about working Americans. People are not stupid, Dinus. If you burn me for 4 years, I'm not going to vote for you. And the only person who will vote for this is a welfare recipient, a Section 8 housing queen or king who says, look, no matter who's president, I'm still going to get my Section 8 money, right? I'm still going to get a 29% interest rate on my auto loan because I got horrible credit.
Brandon. So in North Carolina, exit polls, 25%. Well, they're saying Trump got more non-white voters in North Carolina. They're saying, they're saying like 25% with the Trump, 75 for Kamala, but Trump is still up more. And then white voters, Trump got 61% and Kamala got 39%. Now, hold on, Brandon. Let me go. Let me wait for him to go to the next graph. So Democratic support among white voters went up in North Carolina.
That's okay. That's not Democrat support. That is Democrat people who are registered. That's all that means. But people did that for the midterm. A lot of people
Brandon, like somebody in the chat room said it. They just said that mic popping is killing me. Like your mic keeps popping, Brandon. I just been ignoring it because I want to hear you. But somebody said it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I either gotta switch to a different audio source.
Yeah, man, you on your Getro.
Man, look, I don't know what be going on.
All right, so Florida statewide, Trump is up in Miami. Well, of course he's gonna win Miami-Dade now. But yeah, but Brandon, do me a favor, just call in on a better device or when you getting home. All right, can you talk directly on the
in
phone?
a minute? How's this sounding?
It's still popping.
How's it sounding? Oh yeah, I don't know. All right, I'll call in. You know what? Let me see, because I might just have too many windows open on my phone. I don't know.
Yeah. Questions to ponder. Go ahead. Questions to ponder. Go ahead.
How are you, Dinus?
I'm good. How
Dinus,
you doing? Yeah, I'm
doing
good.
very well. Good evening. I do wonder about the undecided. There is a significant margin of undecideds, the
Okay.
undeciders. So, as we pull in, especially for Georgia, maybe what's going to occur? I think you called North Carolina. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No. But let's see here. So Douglas County, Harris is up in Douglas County. Harris is up in Gwinnett County. Oh, but Harry, of course, Harris is up in dude. Harris is killing it in these. Harris is killing it in Georgia right now. But it's only 74% in some of these counties. So Georgia's going to be close.
Georgia's going okay. So regarding Georgia, North Georgia,
Uh-huh.
they went hard, Dynast. I
Right.
cannot tell you the text messages, all of the mail, all of the billboards that were electronic, hardcore. I will say this in Forsyth. So that will be very interesting. Look,
Hardcore for who?
Harris.
Okay.
The Democrats did a lot of campaigning, Forsyth County. Forsyth, Dawsonville, Hall, that's North Georgia. And I mean, you know better than than anybody
Right.
that particular area. But the Democrats felt very, very comfortable, and they did have like a little spot, like somewhere like in downtown Gainesville. So like they put an effort here. They put an effort in North Georgia. I can definitely say that.
All right. Well, he's killing it in Florida. Trump is. But like I said, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are the states that are going to be very interesting.
Remember Dynas? I know you remember 2000, and look what happened.
Not necessarily. I like the first election I participated in was 2008 with Obama.
Okay, so 2000, that whole situation, Florida purple.
Right, with Al Gore, right? That the Al Gore election.
Al Gore and Bush. That it's so my long story short, the fact that Trump was able to pull Florida, I know why, but he was able to turn a state that was a toss-up, because I don't believe Florida was not Obama. I think it may have been, but it is purple. Well, it was. Now it's solidly Trump. In 2020, Florida was called to Trump, I think, first at like 10 p.m. So he flipped a swing state. So the question is, can he do it again? And I don't know. That's a question I wondered to you. Do you consider Georgia? Because I do remember you did say that Georgia was red on like maybe like a month and a half.
Well, so in 2020 it was blue.
For
2022 it flipped back red, and it's always pretty much been red. So
it's been red, but then Stacey Abrams brought in her arsenal and then turned it blue.
Right. But see, the thing is, so what makes 2000, so Biden only won about 11,000 votes in Georgia in 2020. And the main reason because of that was COVID. Because people were upset about COVID, and it was George Floyd. That's why. That's the only reason why it flipped in 2020. But 2022 went right back red. Stacey Abrams got blown out. And remember, Herschel Walker went to a runoff with Raphael Warnock.
And Herschel has money left. Herschel can still run. He has money.
Right.
He has some money, and he enrolled in Georgia Georgia Tech.
Harris did not. Yeah, Harris Vermont. Yeah, Harris went Vermont.
So there's a ground game.
No, he went to Georgia, UGL. Oh, don't.
Georgia State. Please.
He went to University of Georgia, where I went to.
But he's also re-enrolled recently. He's still is active. He has money, and he's keeping a Republican base in Georgia. Like, it's really, really tight. But the Democrats invested in Georgia in areas that traditionally would be red. I don't know if it's a Hispanic population. I'm not too sure, but Harris is campaigning in areas where she's trying to make herself competitive, where I don't know, I'm assuming traditionally was not. But they've been spending money here, though. They've been in Forsyth. That's what I'm in Forsyth. They're spending money, like a lot of money. And everyone's getting text messages, newsletter, all this stuff, but an area that I don't see how it's going to flip red. But there's something that's telling them, there's some data that they are receiving, maybe because there's so many Hispanics. I don't know, like new voters, new voter rolls, especially past or post COVID, who's eligible and who has registered to vote in Georgia. But I just don't know where they're pulling this from and how Georgia's even competitive. Because you're saying, because what you've been saying is what I've been hearing.
What's that?
Oh, that Stacey Abrams, like, just kind of pulled out. Like, there's no, like, that base.
Yeah, when she got blown out in 2022, it's done. It was over.
I'm just wondering, where are they getting this from? Where are they, like, the chutzpah, this thought that they're going to win, like, outside of, like, Atlanta, outside of Fulton?
Well,
Like,
so you have Fulton County, you
right,
have DeKalb County, you have Rockdale County, you have Douglas County. Well, Douglas County is kind of mixed, like red. The same thing with Rockdale County. Then you have Bibb County, which is Macon, but everything else is pretty much red.
exactly.
And then down by Savannah, I forgot what county's down. I forgot what county's down by Savannah. Well, Savannah, what county that is?
Savannah would be red.
Oh well, the county, right. So it's interesting. Like I said, Biden only won by 11,000 votes.
Right.
So I'm trying to see how that Chatham County. That's right. I'm trying to see how 11th how he.
But also,
I don't see
what
that.
about the lawsuits though? You, Dynast Live Chat, what are these lawsuits in Georgia? Because everybody knows it's going to be tight in Georgia. What is the concern that there was?
I think there was like a lawsuit if like a mail-in ballot comes in late or something. I forgot what it is. All right, so 10%. Okay, well, here we go. 10% of the vote is in Georgia, and Trump is up by like over 100,000 votes. He's up by like 130,000 votes. So we'll see. So the Georgia is so it's Trump is up right now, but only 10% is in. But like I said, once they start dumping like Fulton County and DeKalb County, that's when we'll know. That's when it'll get interesting.
And you're not sure who's completed, which counties in Georgia have finished up and closed down. You said 10%.
I need to look. Hold on, let me see if I can look it up by county. Hold on a second.
Because that would definitely let you know.
Right. Let me pull it up real quick. Here we go. Interactive county map. Here we go.
Because honestly, Dynast, I think is Georgia and PA.
What about
them? That's the two decide.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we'll
if one gets the other, it's gonna get crazy.
Here we go. So that's Jasper County. Yeah. So I don't think they've gotten.
Trump gets both. He won the election.
Well, yeah, of course.
Trump gets Georgia and PA. He's done. He won. That's it.
But I think there's gonna be like a what's the word I want to use? Like kind of like a sleeper county. Like state that he gets that people are like, oh my God, he got that. And some people are saying it's New Jersey.
That'd be crazy. Dynast, I do want to also say to you in your live chat, I have been hearing that they're already saying that we're not going to know, even up until like tomorrow morning, that we're not going to know. But they're going, I'm telling you, I'm just taking the past 2 weeks. They've been kind of pouring that out there.
Mm-hmm.
That no, be prepared. There's a very good possibility. You never know. So just tell everybody, it's kind of giving. I don't want to say anything on your live chat to.
No, say what you got to say. It's okay.
Like, just shenanigans. I'll just say that.
Yeah, but what they're saying. So the Secretary of State or whoever handles the election here in Georgia, he's saying the results he's saying his results going to be out tonight. Like, so we ain't got to worry about that. But they're already saying like in Pennsylvania and Michigan, they're trying to pull that. We don't. Yeah, Fulton County hasn't reported yet, so Fulton County is going to be interesting.
Okay, there we go. So Fulton County, that's definitely, as you said, interesting. And also Dynas, they're going to hold out PA because if since we know, as you said, Georgia is going to be decided tonight. If they hold out PA, they're going to hold out the election. Watch it be like 2020. They're going to do something again because PA is going to decide.
Yeah, so this is it's going to be interesting. But yeah, but Trump is up in Georgia right now, but it's still early. Still very early. So, guys, links in the chat room. If you're going to call in and add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and you know, give your opinion. North Carolina looks like it's going to be interesting. Oh, here's T. Khalid. Go ahead, T.
Hey man, I just want to ask you a question because you're from Georgia, right?
Right.
On the ground
Well, I
in
live
Georgia,
here, yeah.
man. Yeah, do you get a sense that a lot more people is voting for Trump than 2020? Does it? Can you kind of
Absolutely.
feel that in the air?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
You got to understand, Trump, I mean, Biden only won by 11,000 votes. And like I said, that's because of COVID. But then you see what happened in 2022 when the gubernatorial race, Stacey Abrams got blown out. So I'm just like,
Okay.
and Trump is up in Georgia right now. So he's
Yeah.
up by
Also
you
take
know,
into account,
like I said,
well,
they still haven't counted Fulton County, which is like the big county. But Trump is up in
Is
Georgia.
that liberal? Is Fulton County liberal?
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
Trump is only 3% is reported. I mean, Fulton County is Fannie Willis's county, if you know Fannie
Okay,
County.
yeah, got you. Yeah, he ain't gonna win that one. Okay.
Well,
And man,
but if he keeps it closer, you know, then
and when you went to the polls, did you see a lot of young black men there, or did you see a lot of more women, or how did it look?
It was predominantly middle-aged old people.
Oh, that's not a good sign, bro. But we'll see, man. Because it was like that at my polling station.
It is because like Democrats need black turnout. So if they don't have black turnout, then that's going to hurt Democrats.
Yeah, and you know what, man? My polling station. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like it was a bunch of women there, man. I was like, I'm hoping the men are turning out to vote, man. I saw a bunch of old women. I seen black women with their face mask on still. I'm like, oh Lord, man, y'all still with But I'm in Texas, so the good thing is I think Texas is still gonna go red. My girlfriend said when she voted, she saw a lot of young black men in their 30s, a lot. And I said, okay, that's good. Because I think a lot of young black men, I think they are pushed towards more Trump than Kamala. Especially, bro, you got to understand the social media dynamics when it's affecting young men. Young men are the ones who's usually watching YouTube and on social media. So just imagine if young men are listening to Kevin Samuels, especially, if they're having let's take, for example, they're having hard times in dating. They're listening to Kevin Samuels or Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate. These guys are conservative. You know what I'm saying? They're like, if you're a beta male, you're gonna vote Democrat. So they put a lot of these red pill platforms push the conservative ideology hard, and they blame liberalism, which is attached to feminism, as the problem for their dating woes. So I'm hoping that a lot of these young men, even though I don't watch those platforms, but I'm hoping a lot of these young black men and men in general who are young are listening to that and wanting to take heed and going to the polls and voting, man, because like I said, my poll
Somebody
says
in the
too many
chat room
women.
said last time in Georgia, Trump was winning until after midnight. Exactly. And then the water main broke. So remember the water main break in at the Georgia Dome at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And then all of a sudden the next day, Biden is up. They found 11,000 votes or whatever. I don't know. So
Well, Trump, what I am hearing from the Republicans is, especially in battleground states, they got a lot of attorneys, lawyers, and people there. They're not playing this game, so they are watching the polls closely, man. They're trying to make sure no foul play, no cheating. Cause like I said before, it's so crazy. If there's any cheating going on, any illegals going on, just any foul play, I promise you, it's all gonna go in Kamala's favor. You
Right.
know, the system doesn't want Trump to win. They want Kamala Harris to win, man. You
That's
know, they want the status quo. They want these wars, open borders. They want men and women to hate each other. Just think about this, Dinus. This is the first election where it seems like men and women are like voting differently from each other. Like it's at odds. And then you got the Democrat Party telling their women, well, Michelle Obama telling wives, don't vote with your husbands. Like it's so divisive. Like these people are divisive. You know, and they are doing this intentionally for power, man. This is why it's so many people out here voting, man. You know, and you know, a lot of women are probably listening to this and they're saying, "Oh my God, my freedoms is going to be taken away," which is abortion. But you know, they say women's rights, and they're getting duped into voting for Democrat. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, man. You know, Pennsylvania polls are about to close. You know, they counting the votes. It's gonna be interesting.
Bro, could you imagine, bro? If Trump takes this, man, I think I'm gonna get a cable subscription and watch CNN, bro. I've
Yeah, because
got to
every
see the
day it's gonna be
meltdown, bro.
nonstop. It's gonna be
Bro,
nonstop. Trump, 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 Trump.
bro, you're gonna see a lot of grown liberal black men crying, bro.
Hmm.
We already know Van Jones is crying. I think DL Hughley may start crying on TV. Roland Martin may start crying. Like, bro, it's gonna be a meltdown. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Y'all need to be careful, man, because I honestly believe, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, if Trump wins, liberals may go crazy. There may be some fighting outside, some shooting, some crazy, dangerous things going on like it was in 2016. But this time, it will probably be a lot worse due to all the stakes involved. You know, so y'all be careful out there, man. Seriously, if Trump wins, I don't think it's going to be a quiet win. I think it's going to be some rioting and looting going on.
Hmm.
But yeah, man, shoot, I'm probably gonna call back in about an hour, man. Like
Yeah.
I
You can call
can't,
back in if you want to.
I
But see, I'm gonna
can't, man.
see.
Yeah,
So they were saying that exit polls show so far that 25% of black men in Georgia voted for Trump.
that's good, man. Damn, that's good. 25% of brothers,
That's what it says.
bro. I got such a glorified.
China won the election. If anything, if there's any chaos, there okay, then just like T. Khalik just said, that's how they're going to do what maybe they did in 2020 to put a bridge or a gap so they can do whatever shenanigans they're up to. There's going to be a plan B. If 25% of black men in Georgia voted for Trump, he won the election. There's inertia, there's political inertia. If that's the case in Georgia, why would that not be the case in Pittsburgh? Why would that not be the case in greater PA? It's not just going to be isolated in Georgia.
Well, that's what somebody put. I haven't confirmed that, but somebody put that in the chat.
Also,
So,
Dynasty was high.
Yeah, we need a link for that, bro.
all
Is there
right,
like a
so
link for that?
19, almost 20% of the vote is in Georgia, and Trump is up by, but again, it's still early.
Also, how was early voting in Georgia? I think was the most in Georgia's history.
Yeah.
And I believe it favored Trump, if I'm correct.
Man, this is good. And you know, the thing is for women, they have to understand, like, usually you don't want men to be the bottom rungs of society. Because the problem is if you elevate women over men and like men are being ignored, they're not getting no jobs, you don't want men to start committing crimes. You don't want them to start being lazy, not being productive, because that does is that brings down the quality of society. When you have a society with a bunch of successful men, what does that mean for women? How does that translate for the women? You get more eligible husbands, you get more caretakers, you get more providers. But if you have men they don't have any work, they are being emasculated, they are told to mimic women. They are told that their masculine nature to want to protect, lead, and provide is nothing short of a patriarchal nonsense. That's dangerous to women. You're gonna get insecure men. You're gonna probably get like a man who wants to beat on you. a man who wants to live up underneath you. These things aren't good. And the Democrats know this. This is why they keep slamming black men and uplifting black women. And the gender divide is there because the more you keep the black man down, the worse the black communities are going to be, and the more dysfunctional it is. So if men win, usually when men make a lot of money, who do they trick it off on? They're not tricking it off on other men. They get them nice cars and they're picking up women and they tricking off on women. And I just see that as a win-win for women if men can, especially black men can become more economically sound. This is another good reason why we should have Trump in office and we should push masculinity and we should bring jobs home so that men can afford to support their families.
Yeah, Fayette County in Georgia is not going blue. Okay, he said his data is outdated. Yeah, Fayette County in Georgia is definitely not going blue. Trust me. Damn near everything south of Clayton County is going red.
Bro, I'm believing in Georgia, bro. Man, I hope y'all don't let us down. I don't know what happened in 2020. You right, Donis. It could have been COVID, man.
It was COVID.
COVID.
It was COVID in George
Yeah.
Floyd. That's what it was. But there's no COVID. There's no George Floyd. So yeah.
You know what, man? It's crazy that the Democrats didn't, create a George Floyd with the media. I'm pretty sure unfortunately, some black folks died by the police, but they didn't highlight that. It's so crazy. I think they saw it that this was the Democrat Party and they don't want them to look bad, so they don't highlight it. But yeah, I mean, if you're not reminding black folks of quote unquote racism from the right, they may not be enthusiastic to vote for you. But yeah, bro, like if we win, man, I got such a good status to make for black men. I want to celebrate black men. That's why I'm hoping Trump wins this, man. Because if 25% for Trump, bro, that's crazy. God.
But again, can somebody post the person that put that in the chat room that said Fox News exit polls for black men in Atlanta was 25% for Trump. If somebody could post that link in the chat room.
Yeah, bro, that's insane, man. That is like wow,
and that's the
man.
thing. When you guys post stuff, put it in the put the links in the chat room.
But they did say overall, like I guess they polled overall. There's 25% of black men will be voting because understand, Donis, we went from 90%. Black men was at 90 to 92% for Obama. And then when it came to Hillary, what it was like 70, maybe like high 70 to 80% Hillary. And then now when it came to Biden, it went down to like in the 60, low 70s to high 60 range. It's getting lower every 4 years, bro. It's getting lower every 4 years. And even people like Tariq Nasheed, who I thought was a great thing for a long time, you're getting these pro-blackity blacks like Tariq Nasheed and Jason Black. They're all like, don't vote Democrat. We don't care who wins. Don't vote Democrat. And this is good, bro, because now you're getting these black folks who talk about white supremacy a lot to be like, okay, we not rocking with Kamala Harris, which is good, bro. I think this is going to translate to potential Democrat voters.
So 24% of the vote is in Georgia, and Trump is up by a decent margin. But like I said, Fulton County is that's the county. But go ahead, T. Khalid.
Okay. Just based on what you see, because I'm not from Georgia, based on what you're seeing, can Kamala still catch up? Like you're saying, Fulton County big?
I don't see it just on the streets. And so basically, what I did. So a lot of especially black men who I knew, said they were voting for Trump in Georgia in 2024. They didn't vote in 2020, or they voted Democrat.
Yeah. Okay. Good, bro.
So it's so.
Hey, Darnaz, do you want me to give you the information from Fox News?
I'm actually going to put it on Fox News. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Fox News states what we know about Georgia's 4 million votes already cast ahead of Election Day. More than 55% of Georgia's active voters have already cast ballots. So I'll put this link in the private chat real quick right now for you. And there's some information regarding Georgia's ballots. It does state that only 26% of eligible black men to vote voted. I did read that. So go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, so if that's the case, I guess that would be a win for the for Republicans, because the majority of the black men are still going to vote for Harris. So,
However, 58% majority of Georgia's early voters were white.
right.
That was followed by Black voters with 26.4% of the early vote. Hispanic and Asian combined were 6% of the early vote population.
All right, so the projected winner for Florida is going to be Trump, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, projected winner for Massachusetts is going to be Kamala. Tennessee, Trump.
Yeah, these are red states,
Yeah, these
man.
are red
Yeah.
states, yeah.
Texas, Trump probably.
Maryland, Kamala, of course.
So keep in mind, Georgia early vote
California.
for Trump. Dinah.
Missouri, Trump. Huh? Say that again.
Georgia early vote already for Trump. Also, 5 polls yesterday already got Trump. So the aggregate has already been for Trump since early vote in Georgia. So just to go ahead and let you know right now. So the trajectory in Georgia is Trump. That's where the inertia is.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think Trump is going to take Arizona? Because Arizona
Yeah, I
seems to be
think so.
going liberal.
I think so. From what I've been seeing, he's going to take Arizona.
This is right next to California, bro. And Arizona got those John McCain Republicans, the Never Trump Republicans. Because I heard Carrie Lake is not doing good in her Senate race. But then that could be the media, man. I'm hearing she's down like 10, 15 points from the Democrat senator in Arizona. So I don't know, man.
I like Carrie Lake. I don't know why she's.
Me too.
I like Carrie Lake.
Bro, I think Arizona gives us very bad Republicans, bro. They gave us Jeff Flake, who was this beta male conservative who hated Donald Trump. They also gave us John McCain, another one who hated better. Like, we have not got a good conservative Republican who liked Donald Trump out of the state of Arizona. And then you got John McCain's daughter, crapping on Donald Trump. And
Whoa, hold on. One second. Prince William County, 75% of the vote in. Dude, Trump is doing good in Virginia.
Oh man, this is good.
Well, dude, Trump is. Hold on. Let me turn this on. Hold on one second.
And we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade. And every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity, and geographically.
Oh,
So it looks like
oh, oh,
that Donald
oh,
Trump's going to be
Willie,
stronger in the
what's going on with
Southeast.
Texas?
Why?
What's going
Because
on
he
with
is
Texas?
doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other.
What's going on in Texas, Willie? Texas got flooded with illegal immigrants. So what you saying?
Yeah, yeah, man. Hey, man, Texas, but I think Texas is going to go red, man. Well, you already know Texas is going to go red, man.
Texas will never be blue.
Yeah.
Texas
We
will
got
never
some
be
rural
blue.
areas here, man.
If you are not familiar with Texas legislature, they will never allow that state to be blue. There are precautions in place. Gerrymandering is in place. It is legal. They know what to do. It will never occur. University of Texas in Austin, they actually have a group that's paid by a PAC that actually tracks and works on this. I assure you that state will never turn blue. They work with the universities. This is like a long-term effort that's been going on since Karl Rove with Bush in the early 90s. What they did, Dynas, that's a whole other life. That state will turn red, especially what happened with Florida. When you have these 4 states, New York, California, they can't risk what happened in Florida in 2000 again. A state that was solidly red, then turned blue in 10 years. So Dynas, they're not going to let that happen to Texas for what happened in Florida in 2000 and what happened in California in the late 80s. When they put that amnesty under Reagan in California, think about it, Dynas. California is the state of Reagan. This was a solidly red state. They had amnesty. Now it will forever be blue. Imagine California red. You don't even know that, Dynas. You weren't even alive back then. Actually, you were. You were a kid. That was Reagan. Once they had amnesty, California turned blue forever. That was late 80s. Look what happened in Florida. The reason why Florida even turned blue in 2000 was because of the hurricane in 92, Dynas. If you remember when you were a kid, that 1992 Hurricane Andrew, all the old white people cashed out their insurance money and left Florida, leaving Florida open to the Cubanos. They bought up all that property. Look what they did. From there, it slowly, surely started turning blue. Amnesty, Cubans. Now it's back to red. Who turned Florida back red? Trump. Mar-a-Lago. He's a big-time employer there. Now look what he did. They have Florida back. They're not going to just go through this stress again. So now you have the 4 major states are 2 red, 2 blue, and then everybody else is toss-up.
All right, guys, listen, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, click on the link. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, click on the link. Link is in the chat room. Again, link is in the chat room. If you want to call in, click on that link, and you're more than welcome to add to the conversation. Let me turn the volume back on. Guys, give me
as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country. And we now have fewer people identifying with the 2 major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the 2 major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the 2 major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. But we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour
You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls
A lot of people are saying that
reflect accurately
Virginia
what will
was in
happen with
play, and also
independent
some people
voters.
saying New Jersey's
I'm
in
not saying
play.
she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well,
probably, right?
listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me perhaps that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game, when we're talking about it.
So if you listen to what she said, questions to ponder. He's running a point ahead in Georgia, so he should win Georgia then, but it's going to be close than he did in 2020.
Okay, great.
Yeah, because he only lost by 11,000 points. So if he's running a point ahead, he should be fine in Georgia.
Yeah, then he has Georgia. Then I think next up will be right where we were discussing, which would be PA.
Yeah, but we got to see. So he's running a point behind in North Carolina. How much did he win North Carolina by last year? I think it was 2 points, maybe, or 3 points. Let's see here.
Trump 2020, North Carolina.
Yeah. Let's see here. He only won by like a little over a point. So North Carolina's going to be close. North Carolina's going to be close. He did win on North Carolina in 2020. It's going to be close.
Good. Then he'll probably win again this cycle.
Yeah,
Also,
but it's going to be close.
Diness, I did put that fake news link for you in the live chat. That's a joke regarding Texas.
I didn't even look at it. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at it yet. My bad. Hold on.
So just to go ahead and let you know, it's fake news. Just an FYI.
Okay. This ain't CNN, guys. This is NBC, which is. But I mean, but as far as with the elections, I mean, you can't really. I mean, the votes are the votes that come in. So. Yeah, of course. So of course Trump's going to win South Carolina. But I see people nervous about Virginia.
Diness, they've called Georgia, but they've called Georgia for Trump. Did
No,
they?
haven't. No, they haven't yet. No.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Hey guys, go black to Africa. He, he's been offline for some months now. He has a video coming out saying he got some kind of disease in Africa, or he got some kind of disease. So I don't, whatever. I don't know. That's gonna be interesting. I kind of want to let me put on we'll switch between here and People's Pundit as well. Let's do this.
Dinah,
Trump,
it doesn't look like any of the swing states have called.
Trump is only down by 3% in Virginia. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, Dinah. Excuse me. I was just saying it doesn't appear that any of the swing states have called yet.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, Mark Robinson. See, and that's what people were saying. People were saying that Mark Robinson was gonna mess up
Trump.
Yeah, because you know that whole black Nazi, that alleged black Nazi stuff came out. But that's what they were saying. They were saying that Mark Robinson was gonna mess up Trump in North Carolina. That's why North Carolina was gonna be so close. Well, no, actually, what Go Black to Africa said, I misquoted him. He said something that he got a disease, but did he get it in Africa? That's what he said. I'm sorry. That's what he said. In fact, let me read it word for word because I don't want to misinterpret anybody. Let me see here. Let's see here. Live.
Your live chat is stating that Trump could win Gwinnett.
I think so. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Go Black to Africa. Did I get this disease in Africa? My story, and will I be back? So that's interesting. Hopefully the brother's okay. So
wow, Trump winning Gwinnett.
Georgia, Trump is up 44% in. I'm just like I said, I'm Fulton County. Fulton County is the county,
But we already know Fulton County is going to be blue.
But by how much is the question?
But if Trump is turning, okay, Gwinnett is even in play, that is crazy, Dynast. And that's black middle class Georgia. DeKalb, again, these are homes, a lot of people paying very expensive property taxes. If they're voting Trump, this is black people with money. Fulton County is Atlanta. But if black homeowners are voting Trump, that says a lot, Dynast. That means
somebody said
that means black households are voting Trump.
North Carolina does not need another leftist governor. What the hell is wrong with the NC GOP? I hate to say it, but Mark Robinson was kind of a clown. I mean, I hate to say it. The governor, the Republican that was running for governor, and well, let me take that back. I'm sorry to call him out of his name. That was wrong. Mark Robinson was not a clown. That whole black Nazi stuff, online stuff, that's what hurt him, and it just, it's kind of hard to refute that. But that was the problem. That's what hurt him. That whole he's a black Nazi or whatever. Something he did, which was idiotic. So. Yeah, Trump is up in Georgia by like 12%, so it's gonna be interesting. 44% in. Okay, but the Fulton County votes are coming in. So the votes around Metro Atlanta are coming in. If Trump can hold off the Metro Atlanta dump, Trump will win Georgia.
That's it, Dynast, right there. What you said.
That's the thing. If Trump could withhold
the Fulton County blue wave,
he'll be fine. Yeah, that
the Fulton blue dump. Fulton County, 53% in, Dynast.
Yeah, but she's doing worse than Fulton County. and she's doing worse in Gwinnett County. But she's doing better in Henry. Oh, but only 1% is in Henry County.
Okay.
He's doing worse. Trump is doing worse in Rockdale County.
Who's in Rockdale?
Rockdale is kind. But she's this is Georgia's still going to be interesting.
It looks like they're clearing out North Georgia, except here, Daughtry.
Yeah, it's still, like I said, if he could survive that.
Fulton.
Yeah, no, just Metro Atlanta, period. If he could survive that, specifically Fulton County as well, he'll be fine. So. Oh, he called himself Black Klansman? Yeah, that's what he called himself. Something crazy. Oh, so who did you vote for, AA? Our question upon who did you vote for?
I don't want to tell you. You'll be mad at me.
I mean, if you vote for Kamala, whatever. I don't care. You vote for whoever you want to.
No, it's not Kamala.
Oh, we voted Jill Stein? I mean, it's fine. Listen, I don't do the vote shaming. You can vote for whoever you want to. That's your right. You want to vote for the couch, Kamala, Trump, Jill Stein. It's fully up to you. That's your choice.
How is Pennsylvania?
It just started. They just started counting votes in Pennsylvania. Somebody said I look nervous. Nah, the election is, every 4 years, like the Olympics, man. It's, it's interesting. Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, link is in the chat room. Again, if you want to call in, add to the conversation, link is in the chat room.
Interesting question, Dinah. How do you think the markets will play tomorrow morning?
Trump wins. Well, I'm more into crypto. Trump wins, crypto's going crazy.
What do you think about Harris?
I don't know. But Trump wins, crypto's going crazy.
And what do you think what is he going to do in Trump's administration?
I think it's be like over Department of Government Oversight or something like that.
So let's do that. Vivek, Tulsi, RFK, where will they be in Trump's administration?
I think RFK Jr. is over nutrition or something. I don't know about Tulsi.
Because they do say that if Trump does not win, that he's basically, I don't know if this is true, Dinah, but they're saying that if Trump does not win, he's going to prison.
He's not.
I just don't see how a former United States president would be
involved. With everything that's going on with these cases, especially the one here in Georgia with Fannie Willis dropped the ball on that. He ain't going to prison.
But didn't they re-indict him again?
Not in Georgia. That was
there's another federal case.
That's the insurrection case. The Georgia case is pretty much dead.
That's what I heard. But what about
the Georgia case is pretty okay. So Trump is up by 300,000 votes in Georgia with 55% in. So it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's just that Fulton, that Metro Atlanta. If he could withstand Metro Atlanta, Trump will win Georgia.
So do you think there would have to be equal to greater than 300,000 votes at least? Is that even in Fulton County? Or just Metro ATL?
Well, Metro Atlanta is big, so
1 million plus.
Yeah, but I think Trump. I mean, with 55% in, Trump might be good in Georgia. But like I said, last year he was like I said, but again, last year he was up. Then a water main break, and then here comes truckloads of ballots, and Biden wins by 11,000 votes. So
they're going to do something in Fulton, Dinest. Like,
oh, somebody said Fulton is already like 80% in, and the blue zombie way. Oh shoot! If Fulton is 80% in, hold on. Where can I go to see the actual live map? Well, I think the AP. I think it's the AP. Hold on. I think it's the AP where I could go and see like the live map. Oh no, or maybe AJC Georgia live election. Okay, here we go.
Georgia too close.
But it's see there is at 55%, but it's showing 40 AP showing 47%. Where's I know the okay, here we go. Georgia elections, and here we go. Interactive by county. Here we go. Okay. What county is this? Barrow County, Gwinnett, Lawton. Okay. Guys, find me a good live map for Forsyth, Hall, Fulton County. Cobb County. So Trump, Douglas County. Dude, Trump, it's looking like Trump's gonna win Georgia. It's looking like Trump's gonna use. It's looking like Trump might win Georgia. New York Times, okay, CNN. Can't stand CNN, but let's see. But I mean, hey, but it's still early. It's still early. All right, here we go. Over 50% of the votes are in. And you're right. Like, where is she going to get over 300,000 votes?
Right. As you're saying, Dinas, it would only come from one particular area, Metro ATL.
Right. And so Trump is doing good in Cobb.
You know what I mean? Like, because there's over 1 million people in Metro Atlanta, but they're not all adults over the age of 18. And those are eligible to vote.
Right. So 72% of the vote is in the Fulton County. Kamala's up by like 100 and we'll just say 178. I'm sorry. No. She's up by 178,000 votes in Fulton County with 72% in. If he could withstand Fulton County, I think Trump will be fine in Georgia. And 72% of the vote is in overall. I'm sorry, no, 55% of the vote is in overall. Like I said, if he can withstand Fulton County, he should be good.
Dinas, you just said that 78% of Fulton County is
72%,
and she's only up by 178,000 votes.
Right.
Okay. Dinas, you just called it. He has Georgia.
I think he's going to win Georgia.
He has Georgia.
So he gets Georgia. He gets North Carolina. North Carolina is going to be close. They're counting DeKalb and Gwinnett, but I think Gwinnett is going to be close. Like Trump should do fine in Gwinnett. DeKalb, that's going Democrat. But again, it's 300,000 votes. I don't think Kamala's going to close that gap.
And we still have other counties in Georgia.
And then other red counties. So I think Trump has Georgia. Yeah, DeKalb is less votes than, like I said, Once Fulton County is all accounted for, then we can say, and then we can really see if Trump got Georgia, because Fulton County is just maybe on some shenanigans. Like after 2020, they was on some shenanigans in 2020.
Because that blue is like a blue circle of ATL and outside of ATL to a point, like you mentioned, Macon.
Well, yeah. So it's
everything else is red.
But even then, Bibb County, which is Macon, is still kind of red. So yeah, Bibb. So basically, with Metro Atlanta, the blue counties, DeKalb and Fulton, and Clayton. But like Willie said, they already accounted for 70% of the vote. So Trump should be okay in Georgia. He wins Georgia, he gets North Carolina. All he needs is Pennsylvania. And I see there's gonna be a surprise that he might pick off like Virginia or New Jersey or something, but it's looking good.
Cobb County is blue though, right?
It was, but it's gonna be Cobb County it might be 50-50.
Where's Marietta? Is Marietta?
Marietta's in Cobb County.
Okay.
But but it's not gonna be like I said, the blue counties are Clayton, Fulton, and DeKalb. Those are the blue, like, well, really Fulton and DeKalb are blue. Clayton is blue too, but Fulton, like I said, he wins Fulton. I mean, he takes care. He handles the Fulton onslaught. He wins Georgia. Yeah, and them cases ain't going nowhere. And look at Virginia, 39% in, and Trump is only down by like 40,000 votes. Guys, this is going to be interesting. Hold on, let me turn the volume on this.
Earlier tonight, but we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in. And I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4, but there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it, 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30 on the East Coast. Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a little through everyone here, there's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things? I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m.
Hey guys, so 40% of the vote is in Virginia, and Kamala Harris is only up by 20,000 votes. That's not good for Kamala. It's still early, but that's not good. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna call Kala real quick. What's Go Black saying?
Through all of that, the big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds? And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat, but maybe hadn't voted in past elections? The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching that.
She walks right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
these
at
are
work.
the heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia,
JC, don't call in, JC. I know you're in New Jersey.
John Clark. Face death threats, face severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
true. Hug an election worker if they consent.
Yeah. And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because
they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
We talk about the gender gap as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking, like, the sheriff's come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Sarah, I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And there was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously.
So Kamala Harris, 42% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is only up by 6,000 votes in Virginia. Y'all, if Trump takes Virginia,
wow.
I'm just gonna say but again, it's still early. It's still early. It's still early. But if Trump takes Virginia, the election might be over. Again, if he takes Virginia.
Dinah, I think you need to reassess your sleeper state. Like it really, Dinah, think about it. Like this really could happen. What you just hypothesized, like there's a possibility of like a flip state out of nowhere. Maybe Jersey.
It's gonna be New Jersey. From what I've been hearing on the ground, it's going to be New Jersey, Virginia, or New Hampshire. But everybody I know in New Jersey say New Jersey's flipping. But we'll find out. But if he flips New Jersey or Virginia, I think the election is over.
In actuality, Dynast, you need to add Virginia onto your sleeper list because
if I say Virginia,
like you're saying, it's over. Like that's going to come out of nowhere because political inertia states that Virginia is blue. That's where it's been basically since Obama. Obama flipped Virginia. So if Trump can do it, but these are the two on your list right now that basically would decide the election.
That'd be crazy. Somebody said go to Fox News. I need somebody send me because I can't find Fox News on. Hold on. Here we go. I was trying to look for it on YouTube, but I couldn't find it. Let me see. Okay, here we go. We'll switch to Fox News. Hold on.
So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out the Pete State. Go ahead and clear this and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically, in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your three main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rose, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten to be pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. And they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothes.
Y'all, hold on, announcement.
But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel.
Trump is up in Virginia. Trump's up in Virginia. This is going to be interesting.
To the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests, that's what she was suggesting. It could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. as we think about these numbers here over the next few
It'll be
hours.
interesting. It might be a shorter night.
Yeah.
Or shorter if,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
these
if it's
surprises
Virginia,
happen.
so we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in someplace like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah.
Coming up.
In minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor.
Now, like I said, if Trump wins Virginia,
Stop.
boy.
This is Simply Safe.
Whoa, I didn't even see those guys. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
I joined the Army in 2004. The later part of my military service, I operated as a civil affairs team leader within special
It's
operations.
gonna be interesting.
Our job was to effect change with the mission of defeating ISIS. We were doing a routine combat patrol where we were at.
Hey guys, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room if you want to call in. You can add the
They were getting ready to
conversation.
return home. ISIS saw that they were losing control, losing their grip on the people, that they targeted my team for like an assassination. An ISIS suicide bomber had squeezed his way into my team and detonated a suicide vest. It was a bad day. I had a total of 22 life-saving surgeries over 2 years that I spent in the hospital. We were worried. We didn't know how we were going to be able to pay for the house, how we were going to continue to pay our mortgage. That's when the Tunnel to Towers Foundation stepped in and said, we have a solution for your problem. We don't have to worry about packing up and moving somewhere else because Tunnel to Towers Foundation is going to help us make this a forever home.
I was very emotional and heartwarming to see Jonathan and his family come into their new home because they're going to be spending so many happy moments here in this beautiful home.
Tunnel to Towers Foundation didn't just provide me with a way to be independent in my own place, but they gave me hope. Hope for the future, knowledge that I can overcome these things, but I don't have to do it alone. Hello, I'm Major Jonathan Turnbull, United States Army retired. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation built me a smart home that will give me more independence and a better quality of life. I am asking you to donate.
Okay, Trump's in North
$11 a
Carolina.
month so that T2T.
I think Trump's up in
can
North
help
Carolina.
others that were injured.
I think
while
that's what I just
protecting
saw.
our
Let me go over here real quick.
Please visit t2t.org or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
Our God calls us.
Let me go to North Carolina real quick. I think Trump's up in North Carolina. Yeah, Trump is up in North Carolina, but it's still early. It's still early. Still early.
We are getting a lot of new numbers in here, and we are about to see a close in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes away. So meanwhile, let's check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is speaking with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices, and I'm Harris Faulkner. Here with me, polling expert Lee Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in the race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class. And I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy. And they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah. All right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Eris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
It sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming into, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. To me, it's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris. Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good job analyzing numbers, I think. Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay. The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on
Guys, I
young
think,
men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are
I'm looking at the
listening to.
I'm thinking the
Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because
I'm
they're
looking at the
low,
results in
doesn't mean this
Georgia.
time around
I
that
think
they're
he
necessarily
withstood it.
voting the way we think college students
We
would.
also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy.
I think he
Kayleigh,
withstood
the
it.
interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida.
Yeah, I think he withstood it.
The former
I
president,
think
but
I
inside
think they're gonna
those
call Georgia
numbers,
for Trump soon.
there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout
Yes.
in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote.
Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, click on the link. If you want to call in, click on the link.
With a massive Puerto Rican turnout.
I think Trump's gonna
things 1-to-1, but it is interesting to look
I
at.
think Trump is gonna win
Osceola
it.
County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah, thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away.
Trump, it's looking good for Trump in Georgia.
New York, Colorado.
It's looking good for Trump in Georgia.
Plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is.
Yeah, it's looking like Trump's going to win Georgia again. Unless there's a water main break.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states.
Unless there's a water main break. At the Georgia Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
One of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where.
Well, the thing is, it's too big to rig. Again, it's too big to rig. If Trump is up, like right now, Trump is up by like 200,000 points, over 200,000 votes.
As the polls are.
He's up 221. He's up over 221,000 votes.
Will win Texas.
Again, too big to rig.
His column. Former president also has.
And there's some more states that haven't, more counties in Georgia that haven't reported that are going to be red. Like I said, if Trump could withstand the metro Atlanta area, he's good.
Up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win.
Yeah, like I said, without COVID, without George Floyd.
Suburban 2nd District, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota. And now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of.
Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, click on the link.
Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, or 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, two-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where
Well, it's
Senator
not
Ralph
over in
Heinrich
Virginia yet.
defeats Republican
And, again, it's still close in Georgia.
Senator Domenici. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to
Yes,
gel. And we start to
exactly.
get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters
I
in
know what
urban
you're
and
looking at.
suburban
I'm
areas.
just
Yeah.
joking.
Texas just got called to Texas just got called for Republicans.
Michigan. We'll be in Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bob.
Trump is up
Just wanna show you
in
this.
North Carolina.
This
It's
is
still
really- This has got to
close.
be your target right now.
Trump
Yeah,
is
Fulton
up
County,
in
heavily
Virginia,
populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay?
which
It
is
hasn't really
close.
moved, so the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county. Okay. Question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing in this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I showed
Now,
you
this is gonna be
the map.
interesting.
Okay, this is rural, and it's also African American. 47% African Americans. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning. Okay. What's that mean? Okay. This is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay. Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory. All right, 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend. And do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
Bill, I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something.
Yeah, so in Georgia, 68% of the votes are in, and Trump is up. Trump is still up.
10% in. All right. Look at this.
Like I said, this blue shit.
Can make a difference in Michigan. He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot.
Like once Fulton County is done and out the way, then we'll know what's going on in Georgia.
Something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far.
So
Harold, that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here.
Yes.
Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries
Harold Alex, be
to
quiet.
prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these
Y'all, Trump is
that are voting for
y'all,
someone?
man, listen, if Trump wins Virginia, if Trump is up in Virginia,
don't vote for
with
him.
more than half the vote in.
Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the
It's close to New Hampshire, too.
and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy.
Y'all,
and
Trump
Roe.
is up by 20,000 votes in Virginia. Oh boy.
I know nobody wants to hear that.
Oh,
but
boy.
There is a scenario under which there will
Any
be
other
a
topic for discussion tonight?
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be
Boy.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce.
And Trump
around that.
wins Virginia.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it
Willie,
affect it
hold
that,
on.
You know, it's the
Let me
first
mute this,
year
Willie.
that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States because there's a lot of people.
Well, if Trump wins Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, he's good. He's good.
Watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know, there about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus,
Virginia.
I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again.
Trump's expanded
when
his
she
state
knew
of
that
Virginia.
he was incapable,
Oh,
but they were
boy.
still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough
Trump's
time. Apparently, that's another complaint
I
that they
think
have,
they're going to call Georgia
to
soon.
introduce herself, even though they
They're
have
gonna call
over $1
Georgia
billion
soon.
dollars to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and
Man,
she
Trump
passed
might
up
win
a lot of
Virginia,
opportunities
y'all.
early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not.
Because
No, we're
our
not.
numbers-
I was just
So-
playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. Interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought because she did well there that she would want to go and do more of them. But
More interviews?
more interviews to sit down
After
and
the
talk.
one with Brett?
After the one with
When
Brett.
she booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I,
Biden?
thought, well, I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
She was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
Brett, I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure
the way,
you would have.
but the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room, it could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country
But the
doesn't need
House
this
does
division.
the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay. Suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women, Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical, the margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on. Really tight.
Yeah.
Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that's a lot of ground to make up.
They need to call, not yet. They don't need to call Georgia
What
yet.
they're saying. They believe,
but it is
this
definitely
is
at
be a
that
tortoise hair kind of night for them in Pennsylvania.
They don't need to call Georgia yet, but it's definitely at that too big to rig number. Again, it's definitely at that too big to rig number. Let's go to Georgia. So Trump is up by 240. He's up by 244,000 votes, and 70% of the votes are in. So again, it's at that too big to rig number. So yeah, it's just like, again, so with Fulton County, Hold on. See, it's all about Fulton County. Hold on. Okay, so Fulton County, 78% of the vote is already in. Kamala's up, which is expected. But if he can get through Fulton, if he can withstand Fulton County, Trump.
I feel like you're speaking the future.
Yeah, but again, you gotta understand what happened.
Saying they know he has to beat this blue wave. He has to beat out Fulton County. That's why they're holding everything up. Like what you know, they know.
Mm-hmm.
So watch a water main break.
but not. It's a water main break isn't going to work this time because he's up by too many votes. In Fulton County, I mean, like almost 80%. Yeah, 80% of the vote is in the Fulton County. So water main break ain't gonna work. Once Fulton County's done, if he's still up by this number, it's they need to call Georgia.
Maybe the shenanigan is the fact that they refuse to call. It's like they want to like a battery. We'll just stay at 70%. We won't let you charge. It's you've been saying this for like half an hour now.
Because of what happened in 2020.
So we're just gonna. I mean, you've been at 70%. I mean, I'm just saying you've been saying 70%.
No. They're that. Yeah, it's at 70%. But again, Fulton County is at 80%. And what I'm saying is, with the majority of the vote in Fulton County, once Fulton County is done, and Trump withstands that with all the rest of the outstanding votes, Trump wins Georgia. It's going to be called tonight. That's what I'm saying. But again, it's Georgia. You know, water main breaks, all that bullshit. Let's take a look at Virginia. Trump is still up in Virginia with 55% of the vote in. Virginia's going to be close.
Dinah, that's the sleeper state. That's the thief. And they're holding, like they're not. Okay, Dinah, they're not reporting.
Hold on. Somebody says no way Trump. Yeah, at this point, Trump has Georgia. Yeah, no way he will pull it off like Obama. Well, no, I don't think Obama ever won Georgia. I don't think Obama
had. No, he had Virginia. Obama flipped Virginia. That's
Obama never won Georgia. Yeah. Fulton County's at 80%. DeKalb's at 64%. And Clayton is at. Hold on, guys. Let me take this call. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call. Sorry about that. I had to take that call.
Subscriptions you have and how much.
Guys, just look at
What is that
this.
called?
Look.
Rocket Money.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo
Y'all,
on all your devices today.
So in Virginia,
everyone's forgotten who
56% of the vote is in. He's still up, but it's still close. And you still got like Fairfax and Arlington, and
will ruin this family's
you
name.
know, yeah, you
destroy me.
It's still close. It's still close.
I took
It's still close.
all the risk, and I took it for you.
Errol, I know. Listen, guys, if you're into, let me mute this real quick.
Watch on Paramount.
If you're into crypto, this is not financial advice. Do your own research. But if you're into crypto, Trump wins, shit is gonna go crazy with crypto. If you're into crypto, Trump wins, shit is gonna go crazy with crypto. But yeah, this is interesting. I really got my eye on Virginia.
He's a good candidate.
Absolutely, good debater.
Minus being in Texas, I mean, he was really a really good Democratic candidate. As you look at the balance of power, 47 to 37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race, as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind the scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville. Of
course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in a
Pete?
second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick. They're coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just
Hello.
stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the
Pete?
mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth at the honky
Willie, it's
tonk
not
show.
over yet, man. Hold on.
Can you
Willie. Like, Willie, you be jumping the gun too much. You was talking about Texas turning blue. You was talking about another state turning blue. Willie, it's still early, Willie. You need to Willie, calm down, Willie. Calm down, man. Just calm down. Let it play out. Really, you over here panicking.
On Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job. Pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election, could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having a
lot.
pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And
y'all, it's looking good for Trump in Virginia. It's close. I mean, it's still too early.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here, is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line. And that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross.
Hey guys,
the
call
other way
in if
for
you want to
Joe
call in
Biden,
after the
okay?
convo.
So with
Again, if you guys want to call in and add to the conversation, click on a link and call in. Go ahead and call in.
together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin. 202,000 raw votes.
Too big to rig.
So 4 years ago with Joe Biden,
they're going to call.
He won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points. 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia.
I live in Georgia. I'm on here, but if you live in Georgia, call in.
Okay,
Guys, just
again,
call in. Links in the
we've
chat.
taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
big the rig.
But the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in
Like I
vote,
said,
and
guys,
that was
like I
not the
said.
same early vote for Republicans.
Like I said, guys, it's just there's no COVID. There's no George Floyd. Like I don't. Like I said, I've been saying this. I don't see Kamala doing better than Hillary Clinton. I just don't see it. There's no COVID. Kamala has Jersey, okay, but Virginia is interesting. Let's get back to it.
Everywhere. It's a great question.
But we gotta let it play
just
out.
Anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races,
Montana.
still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this,
Great
Trey,
point.
that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers, people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
Hey guys, link to the chat room, man. If you want to call in,
Yes.
click on the link. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in, click on the link.
Repent.
Again, link.
Come and be baptized in the River
Link
Jordan.
is still early in New Mexico. The link's in the chat room, guys. If you want to call in, click on the link.
I speak in the name of the one.
Yeah, Trump's expanding his lead in North Carolina. Trump
Good
still
Ranchers
ahead
is
in
delivering
Virginia,
American-sourced
but it's
proteins the way it
very,
used to
very
be,
fucking-
from
very
farm
close.
to family.
Over 30% of the food sold in grocery
Yeah,
stores
that
goes to waste.
Arlington,
And many of us
Alexandria
don't give
area.
it a second thought.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned and vacuum sealed, locking in freshness and flavor.
Allowing you to feed your family with what you need while reducing waste.
Visit goodranchers.com and discover.
I don't know,
American
Shima.
meat delivered.
It's like I said, we get Georgia,
Starting
North
at 5
Carolina.
a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day.
Somebody
on
said
a
Trump won
special
North Carolina.
Fox
They
and
haven't called it
Friends
yet. Have they called
tomorrow.
North Carolina?
Hi,
Guys,
Grandma.
do me a favor.
I played
Do me a
baseball
favor.
today. Oh, that's great.
Hey guys, do me a favor. When you guys say like Trump won North Carolina or Kamala won this, Kamala won that, put the link in the chat room so we could go to it. Because sometimes y'all just be yelling stuff out.
Dynast, I'm working on that right now, but these states are not calling. They're holding.
On a phone, like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is.
Yeah, because Georgia and North Carolina should be called for Trump soon.
Okay, but I'm checking right now, and I will put a link in the chat like I did
Yeah,
before.
but the thing is, like
They're holding it though, Dynast. The
Georgia, they
water
are.
main is going to break. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the water main break is about to happen.
Dynast.
Give your
Ugh.
loved ones the independence and connection.
Someone's gonna. Dynast. I need an Uber. The water main broke again. I'm telling you.
The water main break is about to happen.
Something, or we're going to ATL, Mercedes Benz. There was a fire. Everybody, run quick! They're going to do something. These numbers have not changed. They have not reported anything new, Dynast, in like an hour and a half. And remember when you said the 80%? That has not changed. It's still 80%.
But if it's 80% at the number that Trump is ahead by, it's too big to rig. That's the thing. Like, what can they do?
Dinus, remember what you just said. It was either you or someone else on your live. Chaos is in their favor. All they need is chaos. They don't need numbers. They need chaos.
We're watching Virginia, and we're
If that water main or a fire or a big front of deer or a bear or something in Fulton County, they need just a break long enough that Kemp has no choice but to halt. Because remember, I'm just saying, you're making sense, Dynas, but these people like to interfere when people make
so we're waiting
sense.
for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania, and what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a
Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine State. And when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Brady, thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts, but
I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
You know, I tell you what, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect.
Hey guys, you want to call in? Links in the chat room. If you want to call in, link is in the chat room. You just grab some water.
University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know? And you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference down in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years, in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than 8 points. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because
Man, Trump won Florida by 14%. Shit.
Dynast. These Hispanics never listen to when they complain about white people. Never. Never. La Mejor Raza, that's not culture. That is policy.
Right.
That is policy. Trump is everything they expect in a white man. Don't ever listen to them. You think they care? Highland Court, please. That's a whole other lie. I knew that.
God damn, Trump won, but hold on, Trump won Florida by almost 14%. Shit.
Exactly. And where was all this talk about Puerto Ricos? Where was all this talk about Mexico don't bring their best? Notice how he speaks to them. Look how they respond. Never listen to Hispanic people and when they get angry at white people. Never. Never. Their goal is Trump. Trump is their daddy. Trump is Cortez.
Shit. Again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Kenosha? Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections with Governor Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 50.
But remember, like last election, they were saying Florida was in play and all this other stuff.
Now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So
Florida's done. It's back home. It's like Texas. It's red. He's okay, Delroy. I shall yield. Thank you, Dynast.
No problem. Go ahead, Delroy.
Hey, what's up? What's up? I just finished eating, so I could talk a little bit.
Yeah. It's Washington. I mean, it's looking good for Trump.
Let's see what we're doing right now.
It's looking good for Trump right now.
Okay, like I said, I ain't saying nothing until a week from now. I'm not eating I'm not eating ice cream, no popcorn, nothing. I'm gonna wait.
Well, I mean, it's looking good for him in Georgia. It's looking good for. Oh, it's definitely looking good for him in North Carolina. It's
looking.
Let me ask something. How did the vote go in the black vote go in Chicago? Did people did they
Oh,
kept their word?
if they were just talking shit or not. Yeah, we gonna turn Chicago,
Mhm.
Illinois. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. She's up. She's up. I mean, yeah, she's up. She's up in Illinois.
yeah,
But we'll see. We'll see how it
yeah.
plays out.
I know she's up, but I want to see. Yeah, I guess tomorrow we'll find out how much black vote. How much did she get in Chicago? I want to see if these people kept their word. Were they mad enough?
Right. We'll see. We'll see. But
You know.
yeah, it's
But
looking.
Dennis, I just want
Good.
it's not only about whether you like Trump, love Trump, or hate it. It's none of that. We have something more important that could devastate this world. You see, if we don't get these two wars stopped,
Mhm.
nothing else would matter because
Right.
we both nuke. Okay, that's more important than any other thing, right? And these goddamn Democrats are hell bent on keeping these two wars going and expanding it. Okay,
Right.
and at any time, if you listen to somebody like Scott Ritter, who's a war veteran, weapons inspector, he'll tell
Right.
you he's telling himself, listen, we don't have that to him. According to him, we don't have great choices. But if you're gonna vote for somebody, vote for Trump because we may live. He put it bluntly. That's more
But
important than any other thing right now in this world.
Delroy, Trump is up in Virginia.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still close. It's still close. But Trump is up in freaking Virginia. It's still, but it's still
in
close. It's
Virginia,
still
that
in Virginia, not West Virginia, Virginia.
Virginia.
Trump is up in Virginia. It's
Well,
still close.
yeah. How
You
much?
know,
How much? What about electoral votes? Well, how are you saying on that?
he's at 188, and I mean, he's up on that. But I mean, like I said, I'm looking at Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, three states is
She
over.
won Pennsylvania.
It's not over yet. Pennsylvania ain't over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh,
But she's leading in Pennsylvania.
yeah, but it's still early.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brandon.
Did they say it's too close to call?
Yeah, it's too close to call. It's not over yet. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah,
Is my audio good?
he's still popping, but we're gonna work with it, man. You just, you're on your Getro, man. Go ahead.
I don't know how I'm still popping.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
All right, am I popping now?
You still popping. Go ahead.
I don't know. All right, man. But
You're not popping
basically,
now. Go ahead.
I'm still calling it for Trump. I think that the votes are not all counted. Obviously, they're talking about 50%, 40%, whatever. Obviously, there you got to think they already counted a lot of mail-in ballots. So that's right now what they're counting mostly. We haven't even got to the point even where they're counting the votes that were cast today, right?
It depends on the state. I just know right now in Georgia and North Carolina is looking very good for Trump right now because the majority of the vote they've counted like over 80%. Over like 80% of the vote in Georgia they counted, he's up. And in North Carolina, they counted like 70% of the vote, and he's up by, again, it's too big to rig. But go ahead, Brandon.
Well, the thing is, we assumed that Trump was going to take North Carolina and Georgia. The polling was accurate if he takes it. The things we got to worry about is the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those states together carry a lot of electoral votes. Right now, we also got to think about New Mexico. They haven't even said anything about that. But they also haven't said anything about Nevada and Arizona. And so always remember, it's the first to 270. The first one who reaches 270. So if Trump keeps this momentum, but we got to remember, he had a lot of momentum against Biden as well. Remember? He was
and then listen, the water main break happened in Georgia. And then the next day, all these mail-in ballots came in Georgia. So yeah, I know.
See, so they got Virginia going for, no, that's Vermont. She has some states, but her big hitters haven't even been counted yet. New York has been counted. Is California counted? Because I noticed they're not putting that in.
Not yet, but I mean, it's still looking good for Trump.
It's looking great for Trump, but we just got to remember they have some big states in the chamber, and we really don't know what they're going to do in Michigan. We don't know what they're going to do in Wisconsin, and we don't know what they're going to do. Iowa seems to be one where she has an early lead.
Yeah, I was going red. Don't believe that.
But you're right. No. I'm because they like to focus on the major cities first, right? That's where they got a lot of votes. The counties, the rural counties, those counties come in at different times because they're smaller populations and there's more of them, around. So they're not all going to turn in their stuff at the same time. So this is all based on the urban centers. If Trump is right here in Georgia, there's no chance. Biden only won that by like 12,000 votes.
Right.
And the momentum is shifting in Trump's favor. It's like 75% counted.
It's up to about 80% now.
Yeah.
So are there even enough votes left for her to
And that's what I'm
catch up?
saying. That's why I'm surprised. They'll be calling North Carolina and Georgia for Trump soon.
Right.
Hey, Brandon, let me ask you a question. You talking on your S24, right?
Yeah.
Are you using your Bluetooth or are you using the speaker?
Let me see.
Speakerphone.
Let me
See, that's
change
what
it.
it is, because I had the same problem too. I tried it with the
just changed
Bluetooth.
to the speaker.
Change it to your speakerphone. Just talk on your speakerphone and the popping will go away.
It's on the speaker right now.
It's still
See, you
popping.
good now.
It's still go ahead, Brandon. It's still kind of popping. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on with this situation with this phone.
No,
All I
it's
know.
100% clear now.
Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, Ohio is a big one because they say whichever way Ohio goes, Trump just went up in
See, sometimes
electoral.
y'all need to listen to Hustle, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead, bro.
called it for Trump. I already screenshotted my predicted map already. I believe Trump's going to take Wisconsin.
I think he's going to take Michigan.
I think he might take Michigan and Wisconsin because that stuff with the automakers, them dudes ain't gonna play. They could talk all they want to on TV, but at the end of the day, them dudes are feeding their families with them jobs. And Biden and Harris have ultimately given them no plan of action to stop Chinese-made imports from flooding the market. I mean, at that, like if Kamala takes Michigan and Wisconsin, you just gotta accept that America,
Hey, real quick, Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania too. So go ahead.
yeah. If she takes those Rust Belt states where them people they got 1 to 2 major industries, if they are dumb enough to allow Kamala Harris to gut their economies, I'm talking about mass exodus, Dinus. If those factories shut down over there, those people are leaving those states and they're heading out west. So I don't even see how these governors and stuff are supporting Kamala Harris when they know she is weak as hell. And pretty much whatever George Soros tells her to do, she gonna do it. Like, I want everybody to understand something. I never trust nobody who says they don't vote. I don't care if they're black. I'll trust a white man over you if you tell me you don't vote because you're not even in the game. Secondly, I don't trust people who see that someone is going to gut their economy and still votes for them. At that point, I just look at you as a mooch and a scam artist, right? You're not worried about it because you're a rat. A rat will do anything to survive, right? So you're not serious. And these are the people voting for Kamala Harris. People who are not serious about anything. They getting EBT, welfare, they cheating their job by getting disability every 6 months, right? And they just feel like the gravy train's gonna keep rolling. You look at Illinois, those black people in Illinois. Illinois is done. They don't want anything. So we don't got to talk about them no more about how the migrants are replacing them. You know what I'm saying? Because look at what they did. They got in there and they got down for Harris after she basically said she wouldn't do anything different from what Biden did. For me, that was the deciding moment of the election right there, because This woman, you've been through 4 years of hell, and she telling you she wouldn't change nothing. That's people think that this woman is going to become someone she's not if she gets elected. She's just not telling you who she really is, because if she did, she knows she would lose in a landslide. So people can say what they want to say, but if you go to a job to work at McDonald's and they ask you questions and you flat out refuse to answer, they're not going to hire you. So how are the American people like, yeah, we want to know a lot about you. We don't know you. We know you we know you're funded by George Soros, Bill Gates, and every other warmonger and agent of chaos, but we think that you're going to be different. That's what they said about Biden. They remember that, Dynas? Well, maybe he's changed. He got in that White House and ain't changed a lick from who he's always been. So at this point, these people, they want to, they want to go down, in flames. And I'll let them. We gonna be up in Africa trying to get something. But I'll tell you, if she does get elected, we got about a hot
Brandon, what do you think about those Republicans that like Bolton that endorse Kamala?
What about them?
They're warmongers. They're people.
They're
Listen,
warmongers.
I'm asking what that's exactly my point, and I was trying to get across. People and listening to me.
Well,
it's an
black people,
agenda why the Cheneys, and people like Bolton is endorsing Kamala. What you got to think? You think they like black people?
Listen, at the end of the day, we can
People not
minimize it to
thinking
be
critical.
we could minimize it to be about black people, but at the end of the day, these people are putting their own personal financial gain in front of the best interest of the country, right? Black people is irrelevant, because if you're telling black people to vote based on who likes black people fought and died for a bunch of white people who couldn't stand them, who hung them by their neck from a tree and burnt their body up. They fought and died just to be able to go in the same restaurant as these people. So when it comes to black people, it ain't about like or dislike. It's all about acceptance. It's all about trendy. What's trendy? That's what black people are interested in. What is the trend saying? Right now, the trend in certain circles is like, yeah, Kamala is all that. Black people are going to fall in line with that, because that's what we are, just some trendy Negroes.
Well, let me
at the end of
ask
the day.
something. Do you hold on a second? Did you see and the result start coming in yet of how black people has been voting as far as the percentage wise?
You talking about this election? You talking about this election?
This election.
Yeah. So that's
Any numbers coming out yet?
I've
You see
been
anything?
watching it. I've been watching that. The North Carolina, clearly, North Carolina and Mississippi is the smartest black people. You get what I'm saying? Because North Carolina dropped down, they went up to 25%. It's just the dumb people in my city, in Atlanta, that's still at 86%. Because listen, Del Ray, I understand you don't like the doom and gloom with black people. I understand that. But when you got black people that was saying that even if Joe Biden was still in the race, they would have still voted for him, Del Ray. How can you take a group of people serious like that, where you had black women on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok saying you could have put a celery up there and we would have voted for him other than Trump? They ain't talking about. Listen, my daughter's in college. I took her and her friends out, you know what I'm saying, because they was into politics. And I said, look, we have a conversation. I like no drinking, as long as we don't do no virtue signal and no gaslight, I pay for everybody's food. They was all happy. You get what I'm saying? So, it's Taco City down there in Carrollton, Georgia. So, but the thing of it is that black women, these are college girls, college black women, that say only thing they was caring about was can they get abortion, Del Ray? That was the only thing they were concerned about. So I asked each one of them, I said, is your gas high? They said yes. They like, is your food high? Yes. I said, but you rather talking about reproductive rights. And I said, that's just a buzzword for laying on that steel table or putting your legs up like you're in the buck and let somebody snatch a baby at you. Like I said, don't let them disguise killing a baby and putting another word for it as reproductive right. Because that's all it is. That's what they're fighting for. You get what I'm saying? Now, the only difference than these girls, they kept it more real. They was like, well, shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I can go down to Miami for the summer, every summer, spring break, if I can go, if females can go overseas to get a BBL, then why can't they travel 3-4 hours to another city or another state to get an abortion? You get what I'm saying? If that's what they want to do. So these girls in college, after you lay it all out to them, they understand the points. But when you throwing Meg the Stallion up there, you know what I'm saying, looking like a horse, you know what I'm saying, and her blue thought leggings, and you got Gorilla up there looking like Jiminy Cricket, you know what I'm saying, with some false teeth in her mouth. You get what I'm saying? When you got Tyler Perry's sister ass up there, when you got DL Hughley out there, you got all of these entertainers that black people look up to, black people idolize. These smart college girls getting confused by social media. And I stand on this. Instagram is the worst thing to ever happen to black people. The shade room is the worst thing to ever happen to black people because they have critical thinking if you can get them alone, if you can talk to them alone, but that's not what they're.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interject, brother. Can we get back on the election?
Oh, y'all finna get. Oh, we on it.
Yeah, man. I just let's get on the election.
We on the election. That's what you think we're talking about.
I heard Megan, your sister.
Nah, we talk about the election. Now you must have went and got you. You must went and got you a sandwich or something. We talking about the election. So what I'm saying is their vote. Their vote is to vote for their Trump now. You get what I'm saying? But before I had that conversation with them, they was gonna vote for Kamala because that's what everybody was telling them to do. That was everybody was telling them in the church. That was everybody was telling them.
You did your job.
But that's just six. That's just 6 girls. That's just 6 girls that was allowed to speak. Most black women don't want to even sit down and have that conversation. Of course, you know, I had to coerce them with free tacos, you know what I'm saying, free churros, you know what I'm saying, and some guacamole.
Good, bro.
But when we get to the point of Mississippi has went Republican, and Mississippi is majority black. A lot of people don't know that Mississippi is majority black, and those people fell in line and going for that.
True.
So you got a city just only last state is.
So we getting someplace.
We definitely get.
So we getting someplace as a smart, right? And that's what counts.
City, but hold on for a second, there, right? We ain't getting nowhere because Mississippi black people don't run nothing. They were just smart enough not to vote against their demise. See, the Mississippi is not letting.
It's a start.
No, listen what I'm saying, there, right? The Latinos are not coming to Mississippi, so they don't have anything to worry about. But the Latinos are coming to Georgia, they coming to Chicago, they coming to North Carolina, and they're coming to Florida. So what I'm saying is that in the city that we're in, we're ground zero. We're just not a sanctuary city by title, Dynas. But Georgia is a sanctuary city, regardless, because you got different areas in Atlanta where you got the Latinos. They don't took over Forest Park. They out there in Gwinnett County. You get what I'm saying? And now they out there in Lawrenceville now. Mr. Del Rey. So
his name is Delroy.
Delroy. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Delroy. I'm sorry, Delroy. You know what I always thinking about? One of the best times.
He's from the South. I forgive him.
One of the best times I ever had was in Delray, Florida. I'm telling you, it's one of the best times I ever had in my life. And I don't want to, but let me call you by your correct name. I apologize for that, calling that. But you can hear the passion, so you can tell I'm not doing it on purpose. So when we come into the vote in Virginia, what's happening in Virginia, Diners, is what's going on is that finally men are raising their voice. We were speaking on this platform about men not having their voice and just been sitting back quiet. You get what I'm saying? Just been taking the onslaught of black women, white women, everything. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of men just don't have the good talk game, can go back and forth. And then if you go back and forth with a black female, they try to call you a name for standing up for yourself. It's almost like you got to sit there and take whatever they do, and then that's cool. That's being a man. To do whatever, to let them talk to you any type of way, and you sit there.
What, Mike? Raina, you're more than welcome to call in. People are like, if somebody else talk, you're more than welcome to call in. Go ahead,
Yeah, we just filling up time.
Yeah.
We just filling up time. But what I'm saying, Diners, have you ever noticed that when I start speaking the truth, people don't never attack the message. They always attack the messenger. You get what I'm saying? I would love for somebody to come up and prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? To say what I'm saying is not what it is. You know for a fact, Diners, you've been doing this YouTube for a while. You know it's been an onslaught of negative against women to men. And now men are picking up their boots, tied up their boots, and they're voting. You get what I'm saying? So they're not gonna, and it has nothing to do with male chauvinists. You get what I'm saying? It's just to stand on principle, that the point that even the men that don't like Donald Trump is gonna vote for him if they've been feeling oppressed or their voice been oppressed. You get what I'm saying? Now you got these sugar boys, you know what I'm saying? They just sit out there, they worse than black women that sit up there talking about how the hell a black man is sitting there worrying about a chick's toto? Why would a black man be worried about that, Diners? He don't even have
Also smart. A lot of white women voted for Kamala, bro. A lot of white women voted for Kamala.
Of course.
Also.
That's the good thing about it. That's the good thing about all the other races, Delroy, is that they always split. They don't deal with identity politics. Because if they deal with, if white people act the way that black people act, then Obama would have never been president. But we sit up here and talk identity politics. We gonna vote for her just because she a woman. We gonna vote for her just because we put the quote hands up, Delroy. Put the quote unquote hands up. The quote unquote that she's black. You get what I'm saying? Like we're openly saying that, and think that we're being smart.
Well,
think that we standing on business.
She said she wasn't black, bro. I don't know why she said that, but she said she wasn't black.
I got you, but
Kamala said she wasn't black.
But what I'm saying is that's not what black people are saying. Black women have on her. She went to a black college. She went to Howard University, where my baby mama goes. She was just there for homecoming. My baby mama probably there now. My son probably at home right now by himself. You know, she probably at the cause they watching it at her parties at Howard University right now. My son at home right now by herself. She out there with commandment. But what I'm saying is they have said it was black women that said she was black. And black women told black men that she black and that black men need to follow. And then you got the entertainers that told you need to follow.
Smart. I think
then you got the preachers that tell you to follow.
I think. But hold on, let me say something. Though. I think you're gonna be surprised in about a week from now. You're gonna see that a lot of black women did vote for Trump. You're gonna see.
I do know that, but I'm still saying though for Atlanta, because you got DeKalb County, you got Clayton County, and those two are they range between 300 and 400,000. These are the original people from Atlanta. You get what I'm saying? Clayco, and DeKalb County, and Fulton.
Hold on 1 second. McKinley, we're talking about the election, but you're more than welcome to call in. And then question to ponder, you can add to the conversation too, because she's a woman on the panel.
Dynas, they still are refusing to call Georgia. Trump currently is at 205. They still are not calling Georgia.
They need to call Georgia. Georgia and North Carolina.
Letting you know that. And keep in mind, Trump right now, without Georgia, he's at 205.
But do y'all know why they're not calling Georgia right now?
Why?
Because of the absentee ballots, and on top of that, with the bomb threat that happened, that pushed the
those polls are closed now. I mean, but
they are closed. But what I'm saying is they had to redo the count of the machine. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
this is what I'm saying. I'm just telling you. Because I listened to right before I came on. I listened to the Roethlisberger, whatever his name is, Secretary of whatever he is. And he said that they're running he said just for the fact of that happening, and people had to step out. They said they're running the 30,000 ballots. The early vote ballots. That's the only thing that's holding it up. And the machine, it takes them a little while to count the 30. So they said it might be midnight to 2 a.m. I'm just telling you, that's the last word that he said before I came on.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but I still think the amount of the percentage of votes that are in and how much that Trump is up by. I just, unless they got
you got to think about it this, Dinah. The reason why they can't do it, even though he's up 200,000, you're still talking about Fulton County, Clayco County. You get what I'm saying?
Fulton County is 80% already, like 85% already in. Like
that's true. But what I'm saying, you got Fulton County, Clayco County, and DeKalb County, and you got those absentee ballots. I'm with you. I'm saying that he's
Newsmax is 226, 108. Just to let you know.
Yeah. But Fulton County already has 84% of the vote counted.
True.
Like, they ain't printing 200,000 votes.
That is true. That is true. That is true. But and they waiting for Cobb County. Now that's the thing that they're shot.
Cobb County. Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. Cobb County's already in 85%. Like
that's the thing. That's the nail in the coffin, Dinah. That's the nail in the coffin. They was expecting for college graduate white women in Cobb County to vote for Kamala like they did last year. That's how Joe Biden won last time. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Donna, what do you think about the tech bros? You already went ahead and called crypto. How do you feel about Tesla, Nvidia, CrowdStrike?
Oh man, if you in crypto, Trump wins. That crypto's already going crazy because they're already expecting Trump to win. Like crypto's fucking excuse my language, y'all. Crypto's about to go crazy.
What about the
but let me ask you a question.
About the other indices and some of the other assets? Like how are you feeling? I mean,
I'm not into
to be out tomorrow, 1 week.
I'm not into traditional stocks. I'm into crypto. I know crypto's gonna go crazy. I'm not into traditional stocks, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but the Toto Kissa.
Yes, sir.
When Trump wins, it's looking again. It's not over yet, but it's looking that way.
Mm-hmm.
The mental breakdowns that are going to happen.
It's what it is that of course black women are going to blame black men. You're going to have the churches that are going to blame black men. You're going to have all these supersized simps on these radio stations, D.L. Hughley, Ricky Smiley, Grandmama Arlene, whatever the fuck, whoever you dress like or whatever. It always remind me that with Cat Williams always said that him and Tyler Perry can play a woman better than they can play a man. You get what I'm saying? It always brings me back to that. But the mental breakdown is going to be so strong, Dinah, because of the social media of the hype. You even had Delroy. You remember when we first talked about it? You was talking about the hype. You was like, man, I don't know, it's going to be close. I said, no, it's not going to be close. It's just the hype. that they pulled out that media blitz so hype and so strong for her that 95% of all media outlets was for her. She couldn't do no wrong. She couldn't say no. Diners, they propped her up so high that all she had to do is go out there and say the same speech for 4 weeks straight. You could have asked her. You could have asked her. Is it November? It's Thanksgiving in November. She would have been like, first of all, I grew up in a small middle class. You know what I'm saying? I worked at McDonald's. They like, yeah, but you know what type of food you gonna have for Thanksgiving? Well, you know, Donald Trump. You know, Project 2025. You get what I'm saying? That's all she had to do was stick to the script. That's all she had to do. The machine was behind her and it was hyping her up. She was on everybody's, she was on all the media. They raised $1 billion. Think about that. They raised $1 billion to prep her up. And I'm telling y'all mark my word, when
That's
she
exactly
lose
my
this.
point. That's why I said that.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm
exactly
saying
my
though.
point, Joseph Smart.
I guess because I have my ear to the street so hard, and I go out there in these real. I don't know what part of you drive in, Delroy, but I drive all over. I know that when you get 40 or 50 miles out of any major city, you see Trump signs, you see Trump flags, you see Trump those like look like big billboards on the side of people's houses. You see that all. I'm talking about even. Go ahead, sir.
Yes,
I'm
Trump
in Forest
leading Maine.
City, North Carolina, right?
Trump leading
No.
Maine, 8% reporting, but it's Maine, and you know Maine.
Man, yeah, that's only about three. That's only about 3 electoral votes.
That's not the point, though. It's the fact that he's even winning Maine. The fact that you would have these traditional liberal states in a very traditional liberal area of the country that Trump would be flipping. Dinah, this kind of goes back to the sleeper state when we were discussing Jersey and Virginia.
Well, he lost. Well, he lost Jersey. Yeah, he lost Jersey.
Oh, whereabouts for Virginia?
For Virginia, he's down, but hold on, let me see something. Yeah, Jersey's done, but Virginia, he's still within. He's only down. Hold on, what am I doing? Oh, my Lord. All right, Virginia, he's down 40,000 votes with 70% in. So if Trump can make it through to Arlington and so they're already pretty much done with Fairfax. If he can make it through Arlington, which is 70% in, and not be down by like 100,000 votes or something, he still has a shot in Virginia.
But see, that's what I'm telling you. Those other votes are coming in. Those absentee voters. Some of them the inner city, and then those are like Fairfax is everybody out in Fairfax making like 300,000-400,000 a year. You get what I'm saying? Those that hire those the PhDs and masters people that stay in Fairfax. You get what I'm saying? So when that came through, you know, I knew it was going to swing that way because that's just that whole county is Democratic.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting.
Well, I'm still going to be like, I am not saying nothing yet. I'm still sticking with that. I'm serious. I know how this United States work, bro.
That's
These
true.
people don't play.
But just like he lost Nevada the last time, but it looked like he's gonna pick up Nevada and Arizona. So even if he lose, Pennsylvania and Virginia, let's say he lose Virginia, the fact that he wins North Carolina and Georgia, that substitute for Pennsylvania 19. Do you get what I'm saying? With those two elections, you get what I'm saying, Diners?
Yeah.
So that right there is skewed. So he didn't have to win that, but by him picking up Nevada and Arizona, that's gonna push him over. He already got Ohio. He already got Florida. He already got Louisiana. He already got Mississippi. He already got Alabama. I already got Tennessee. I already got South Carolina. It's just North Carolina and Georgia. They using that. Now I agree with you and her. They using that. They leaving that for suspense. Because I think that they want to call both of them at the same time for a suspense factor. But watch when they call it, they're gonna say, okay, he lost that, but he won Georgia, which Biden carried last time, in North Carolina. So those two electoral votes total cancels out the Pennsylvania loss if he lose Pennsylvania. But it definitely cancels out Virginia if he don't carry it. Because they wasn't even counting on Virginia anyway for his path to 270. But it shows that Virginia is in play for 2028. That's what it shows. Because they got a Republican governor now. See what I'm saying? And the people like Youngkin. So therefore, if he browbeats the state like Kemp did, just 2016 when 2020 happened, I mean, it was just the all the media cycles was against Trump. You get what I'm saying? So it was just one of those things with the pandemic and everything happened. It was a trifecta going on.
Yeah, so Trump is so here in Georgia, because that's where we're at. Trump is up by like 150,000 votes, and 88% of the votes have been called, like been counted. Like okay, well, we'll see how it plays out, but
It's for dramatic effect. Because where does North Carolina sitting at?
Why is Kamala winning so big in Philadelphia?
He's up huge in North Carolina.
Okay, yeah. But they just holding it.
Where's Trump in PA?
Trump is up in PA right now.
He's up in PA. Kamala was up at 70% because what they did in PA, they counted all the inner city first, Delroy. So it made her look like she was up 79.
Okay.
But then all the other counties came back home. You get what I'm saying? All the other counties that voted for Joe Biden came back home. So now they
out Wisconsin.
Trump is up in Wisconsin. Guys, again, I'm like Delroy until the motherfucker, excuse my language, until
you crying for Christ tonight, ain't you?
Yeah, I don't, I be trying not to cuss too much, but until we see that 270, but he's doing what he needs to do. Like,
right.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Unmute yourself, Brandon. Unmute yourself, Brandon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so everybody has to understand something. When they were doing all the polling and everything like that, the polling was pretty close. We're really not going to know what's going on until 100% of the vote is turned in, and they also got to count it, right? We knew the race was going to be close. They said that.
But Brandon, they're gonna start calling like North Carolina and Georgia. They're gonna be they'll be called tonight by it's 10:32. They're gonna be called by midnight for Trump.
No, I understand that, but what I'm just saying is like, look, the polls, the most accurate polls. This is shaping up to be just like they said, right? Mm-hmm. Different counties are turning in things at different times. What I understand is the counties that are going to turn in first, most likely, are going to be the more rural counties. And then some of the urban centers, people are, they've been voting since early, right? Trump has people inside the urban centers who support him, right? So even though you see like, oh, this is a blue county, this is whatever, it's more about how much support Trump has been able to garner within those counties, right? Because it's still a person for person vote on this level. If Trump is getting like 20% of the black vote, 20% of the Latino vote, that's all he needs to get over the top. That's why he's leading in a lot of places early, and they save it for last for the suspense of everything. But at my opinion, Kamala's getting the votes she's supposed to get. I believe that the votes are going to dry up for her because all those people, they've counted up a lot of votes, but the places that Trump is, he has a certain amount of votes he garnered even against Biden, right? As long as what Trump garnered against Biden stays intact, he's beating Kamala. I don't think there are too many people converted from voting for Trump over to voting for Kamala. So I just think it's all about suspense. That's why every network you go to, they got different numbers up right now, and they're just trying to make it interesting so you'll watch it. But Georgia, North Carolina, I'm sure they're going to Trump. I believe Arizona's going to go for Trump, and I believe Nevada's going to go.
Did they just call Georgia for Trump? Hold on. Did they call Georgia for Trump? Hold on. Let's see. Yeah,
See, Brandon, we speaking the same lingually. Before you jumped on, I said exactly what you just said. He's gonna win Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona, which he did. That was the reason why he lost last time. But he picked those two states. He picked those two. He picked up 3 states, and then on top of that, the Senate flipped. The Senate picked up 1 vote.
Right.
So that means that not only do they got 51 in the seat, also they got the tie breaking, which is going to be the vice president. You see what I'm saying?
And one second, guys. When you say they called this, guys, listen. These are the House rules.
You can't be listening to black folks, man.
Yeah, well, this is the House rules for this election special. If you claim that something was called, you need to put the link in the chat room, or at least tell me where to go find it. All right, period. Point blank. All right, because y'all just be like, like Willie Fungo was all over the place.
Yeah, he need to clean his glasses.
Yeah, exactly. Clean his glasses. So again, if you guys say Trump won Georgia or Trump won North Carolina, they call Pennsylvania, just put the link in the chat room or this source so we can go find it. All right, go ahead.
Y'all
But hold on though, Brandon.
Okay,
Hold on, Brandon. What you think?
88% for Georgia, just to let you know.
Yeah, they got to call Georgia.
But Brandon, what you think about the House seats that they picked up? So it's gonna be what do you think about at this point again now that if when Trump wins, he's gonna have the Senate and the House?
I mean, it's good. If he has the Senate and the House, he still needs to have a super majority.
That's true.
I'm not putting the cart before the horse. Let's just get through this election and see what happens, because we were confident last election and we kind of jumped the gun, as did Trump, and then they started rigging. I don't think there's going to be as much rigging here, but I look at things in the long term. I'm still concerned about America in general, because for someone like Kamala Harris to be able to even get this many votes is disturbing, right? Imagine if she had the brain cells of a caterpillar. She could be winning in a landslide if she actually answers some questions. This is not good for America in long term, because you can't have these people who are totally incompetent having access to your White House. It's not good.
But the thing about it is, though, you know what the greatest Jedi mind trick that the Democrat Party did, Dinus, is that the Democratic Party is a cult, but they try to say that people that think for themselves, that want smaller government, that they're the cult, and the Democrat Party is the cult. That's why if you just think back to anybody that came on your platform that voted for Democrats, they just came up there and said,
hold on, Jonathan. Again, guys, if Trump won something, post where your source. That's it. That's all. Or don't post it at all. Go ahead.
So what it is that if the people that vote Democrat, they voting for the machine. They voting for the Democratic Party. They're not voting for the person, because that's why you can get every last one of them up there. Like, let's take Brandon for example. Me and him ain't talked about that. He has no idea what I'm finna say right now. But I was listening to Brandon one day, and he said, yeah, I'm a Republican, but if Nikki Haley was the front runner, he wouldn't vote for her. He wouldn't vote for her to be president. But you go to somebody in the Democratic Party, it didn't matter who they put up there, they was gonna vote for them. You don't have guys that come up here on your platform and say, well, I represent the Democratic Party, and I represent whoever they nominee is, no matter what. You get what I'm saying? Because the Democrat Party is like a syndicate. It's no free thinking. So you either got a high mentality or they eat you. That's another thing that I 100% agree with Brandon on. The Democrats will always eat their own. They will eat their own. They will leave you out to dry. What you think happened to the other the members of the squad? They left them hanging when they started repping for Palestine. It wasn't talking about, you know what I'm saying, Israel got the right to defend themselves. They left them two black people, them same two shoe shining black people that was up there, Democrat, Jamal, whatever his name was, they left him to dry.
Let me stop you. So Iowa just was called for Trump. Remember that lady had the poll that she put out there on over the weekend saying that
Dinus, they call her the gold star standard. That's how they label her. They call her the gold star standard of posters. They had Van Jones crying this ass up there. They had David Alceroy coming up there. They had Megan Haberman up there with her stale face ass talking about she's the gold star. But this is what they do. That's one thing that the Democrat Party do. They come up there and tell you what to be scared of. I was listening to Bakari Sellers. Now Bakari Sellers don't start crying. Talking about him and his wife got into an argument and he called Kamala and she answered the phone. And he was just crying. So you got Van Jones crying ass, you got Bakari Sellers crying ass, and you got Jim Claiborne that cried for Biden in front of his wife. I'm talking about lips trembling like friend Steven from Django. On stage with lights on him in front of a microphone, crying. Now, don't get me wrong. If I voted, I would vote for Trump, but you would never see me cry for him because I'm not voting for the man. I'm voting for the policy. Me and Delroy both into transportation, and I can tell you 1,000% the gas was cheaper.
Yeah.
The gas was cheaper. To get the bunding for your freight was cheaper. It was less red tape. I didn't even have to do a background for certain equipment that was getting shipped overseas that I could touch, Diners. I couldn't go on a military base, but I could touch military equipment if it was strapped down.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see what they're talking about, Georgia. Hold on.
There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte, Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There was a lot of outstanding votes. So you have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's #1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing half a point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You wanted Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right. So while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at,
Tight
Charlie?
squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanized.
All right, go ahead, D. Toto Kisser, go ahead.
Well, first, what we was talking about was the Democratic bootleg mail vote. You get what I'm saying? So these are the guys that the Democrat Party bring out to cry and shame black people. So you had Van Jones on there today, and he was sitting up there talking about what you should be scared of, what you should be fearful of. Like, still to this day, he is sticking by the same script. He want to tell you who to be scared of, who you should be afraid of. And they all know somebody, or somebody came and talked to them and told them they gonna be scared tonight. They gonna be scared when they get in their bed. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world. That's their politics. Their politics is fear mongering. You know what I'm saying? Their politics is shame, to shame you, and their code is to silence you. Where do you think the Me Too movement came from? Why do you think the feminist movement got pushed to? All of that's Democratic. All of it. So therefore, if you don't go with what they going for, then they're using the laws against you. And that's where I blame men from, where they bring these laws up to try to appease these Democratic leaders, put these laws up in these Democratic states, and women smart enough to use it against them. Bring their whole operation down. Can you imagine, Diners? You don't build your touring business from the ground up. You go out there, you got to smell all these people's breath. You got to laugh at all their jokes. You got to smell their feet. You got to do all this stuff out there. Answer all they stupid ass questions with a smile on your face while you 90% butt naked holding the tray of fries. You know what I'm saying? Chips. You know what I'm saying? You got to do all this shit in the sand with your feet in the sand. And then some female come around 10 years later, sitting up there saying something that happened in 1954. And your business is destroyed based on the law, based on public perception. These are the same women that they trying to teach y'all to prep up. And that's the crazy thing. So that's why I call it, believe me, I have respect for all women, but I don't put nothing past one of them. You get what I'm saying? Now, with the same way, I don't put nothing past, same way when a dude get too close to me, I'm looking at my shoulder, I'm making sure I'm ready to knock him out. That's the same way I look at a female. The same way. You get what I'm saying? Because if you prep her up, all you doing is put a band-aid over the snake until the snake get well. And that snake turn around because you don't let your guard down. If they see you got more than them, they can try to attack you and try to sue you. It ain't, Diners, don't you see the game today is not to put a man in jail, just to sue him. And if your business is all you got, Diners, if your business is based on public perception, you'll settle out, take that loss for your business to grow. And she don't walk away with 30, 40,000 of her, but not count what the lawyer get. They're gonna get about 100, 150 out you, 175 out you. And that's on the low end, Diners.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're saying about propping up women that's trying to separate from black men. Any of y'all black men that think that black women ain't trying to separate from you, y'all have lost y'all mind. They want a pie for themselves. The difference between a black woman and a black man, if a black man get on his feet, he's trying to find out, hey, you know what I'm saying? We need to get some women up in here. You get what I'm saying? But when a woman gets on her feet, she gets with other women. Hell, she'll damn near turn gay. They'll have a gay, just like Black Lives Matter crew, just to keep men out of it.
Hey, okay, let me pass it. Go, question to ponder. Go ahead.
Actually, that's not true. The minute
Hey,
women,
yeah, but let's get back on the election. Go ahead, question to ponder.
What's not true?
if I may just
No, we moving. Go ahead, question to ponder. Go ahead.
great, Dynast. I went ahead and put in the link for you, Dynast. Detroit, 1% reported already for Trump. I put that link in there
Well,
for
that's
you.
only 1%. It's still early.
But it's interesting though. Wayne County, Detroit, they initially get started reporting, and it's already for Trump. Detroit, Dynast. That's interesting. Would you suspect Detroit, of all places, to be going for Trump?
Well, this is Michigan, so Detroit will probably be blue, but Trump will cut into the lead.
And just to go ahead and let you know, they did report Flint. Flint went to Trump. It's in the link as well.
Flint, Michigan.
Yeah, it's in the link. I made sure I provided my sources.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in Chicago. All that we gonna turn red in the end. I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, but if I may ask, Dynast, the people who were speaking about turning red in Chicago, are they actual homeowners though?
I don't know.
See, that's if you're not a homeowner, you're not invested. So everybody else, they're just transients.
Most black people in Chicago don't own, because Chicago has one of the highest property taxes, and they're raising it up again. Diana, you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
So if you're not making in the $400,000 range in Chicago, you can't afford a house. So most black people rent. That's why the schools is shitty. That's that one simple thing right there, that what black people don't understand, the difference between a school in a white neighborhood that get this extra funding, then in the inner city where it's 100% funded by the government. Even where I live at, it's a high school that's up the street from me. My homeowners, for the mortgage and everything, some of that money goes towards that. But if you stay in an area where everything is rent, then you don't have no extra money going towards that school. So you just got to deal with whatever the government funds that they allocate towards that situation. And we just don't understand that, because we're perpetual renters. That is, my aunt works at MARTA, been working for MARTA for 22 years. She still stay at these apartments on Memorial Drive for 22 years.
She got rent control?
No, she just been renting. She just been renting. She just. What is rent control?
Where they can't raise your rent.
Oh yeah, she got that. Yeah, she got that.
Yeah,
She's
but
she's grandfathered in at these apartments.
who wants
You
to
know,
work?
they don't go up on her rent. But the point is that in 22 years, she could have got a house.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you perfectly fine, man.
Yeah, who wants to just be renting for 25 years?
My auntie.
Like, but man, listen, the whole thing with this is there's no way in hell, and I hope that's not me with the background. Somebody got background, but
Yeah,
there's no like an AC unit. But
Yeah.
listen, the whole thing is this, man. What you're witnessing is a fundamental shift in the way Americans think. I keep telling people the rich have recruited the poor to attack the middle class. So when people say, "Oh, I'm so surprised by the way this is turning out," the reality is I'm not surprised at all because they are hell-bent on the destruction of the middle class. The rich have told your poor family members that if you support us tearing apart the middle class, when we take everything they have, we will divide it up with you and you could have it. You will no longer have to go to Hustle Smart to ask him for $50 to help you pay your phone bill. We'll take the money from him and just give it directly to you. So it is the elites and the poor versus the middle class. And that's why things look the way they look. You even see Chicago. Dinah said he's disappointed in Chicago. Why would you be disappointed? Anywhere where there's black people, there's a bunch of welfare Section 8 recipients. Those people don't care about how many Venezuelans is making the neighborhoods bad. They live in bad neighborhoods anyway. They're focused on how do I continue to get handouts for me? Damn the community. Is my Section 8 paid? Is my welfare and food stamps coming every month? And that's what they're voting for. We have to just understand that. And until the black middle class stops trying to drag these dead corpses across the finish line, we're going to be attached to them because all of us who work and earn our money, we have the same understanding. It's the people who want to borrow $40 from you every damn month and never pay it back that's selling you out in real time. And you're still letting them come up in your house. You're still pulling up on them every time you get a new car. You're still dapping them up on the street. I look at these Negroes, Diners. I don't even say nothing to them. You know why? Because they don't give a damn about me. And so I make up my mind. I don't give a damn about them. And we're not even going to pretend to be cordial. You go in that voting booth. You know what's best. These people know what's best for the middle class. They don't give a damn, Diners. And that's what you're witnessing in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, where it's poor Detroit. Negroes ain't got nothing in Michigan under Democrat leadership, still voting Democrat. California, we didn't got pushed out of California. Now we in Nevada and Texas threatening the integrity of those elections with our bad ideas. You have to accept the reality. And I'm not 100% with to Hustle Smart when he says black people are doomed. I'm just with him as far as we have to understand that there's two types of black people in America, three types. And two of those types are against one of the types. We are the black middle class. The black elites are against us. And the black poor are against us. And we need to make our own way.
The only problem with that, Brandon, is that it is two type. The funny part is that that one type is what you're talking about that's against the middle class is 85% of them. That's why when I first came on, jumped on YouTube, but my channel used to be 15%. That's why it was like that, because I saw that 85% of people that depending on the government, depending on some type of handout, depending on some type of program to push them. Then a person like me, Dinus, that I couldn't get no help. I couldn't get anything. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, okay, you ain't got nobody. You got yourself. You think you smart. You're pretty confident guy, you know, might I say arrogant sometimes. So get your ass up and go get it. And then when I went and got it, nobody hunted, nobody went out in the woods and hunt with me, Dinus. But then when I brought back the food, everybody wanted to eat with me. Everybody had a story. Nobody helped. And then the thing of it is that even the people that said they would help, they's like, well, it was nothing we could do. You was already far ahead. It was nothing we could do for you, but root for you. I don't need nobody to root for me. But because you think like you rooted for me and you didn't wish no bad on me, then I'm supposed to get something from you. And then if I don't give it to you, then you're voting for a party that want to take something from me. You get what I'm saying? So I'm actually glad that I fall up under the 400,000. You know what I'm saying? So I'm right up in that. I'm in a higher tax bracket, but I'm right up under that range to where if I get, if I catch Pukanisha or Trishan and claim 2 kids, I might not owe anything. You get what I'm saying? But that's where we're at with the 85%. It's just more them than it is us. But right now, Donald Trump is winning the popular vote, Diners. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, but they haven't counted them West Coast votes yet in California.
I got you. I'm just saying, as far as right now. So,
Right.
so where we're at is the same thing to what I was telling you about the Fulton County. Those votes, they just ain't counted all of them yet. But that when they count them, they're gonna see if it's enough to offset the 240,000.
Right. Go
They
ahead.
are still calling Georgia too close to call. 90% reported.
And Trump is up by
over 51%.
And Trump is up by 140,000 votes in Georgia. That's weird.
Yeah, but it's still those three counties, Diners. That's what I'm saying.
Diners, why don't you check to see how things are going outside of Mercedes-Benz? Just is traffic still?
Well, I don't think, but no, the polls are closed. You can't go. The polls are closed.
Really, they're closed. It's
closed.
interesting, and yet it's still too close to call. Diners, they're up to shenanigans.
Oh my God! Is she a conspiracy theorist or something?
Shenanigans.
I'm not gonna say that there's any shenanigans. I'm gonna say you're learning where people stand in the country. Right now, the numbers we should really be looking at is Ohio, because they say as Ohio goes, the president.
Ohio is done, Brandon.
Ohio's been done, and every Republican who has ever won, they win with Ohio. The only difference was last election with Biden. But once a Republican wins Ohio, they win the election every single year. It hasn't even capitulated.
And let me tell you guys something.
The history of the country.
I wouldn't be surprised because they have that as Ohio goes, so does the nation situation.
Exactly.
But he's blowing her out. And I would not be totally surprised if they already got the results, but they control how things are released. But what I do know is Kamala Harris just jumped up to 193 from like 117. So she just won something big. Trump is, so California, we know that. And that's what I said in the beginning. Remember, I was like, just wait, because these big states, California is coming. But they put California in, they purposely waited. Look at what they're doing. They're literally waiting to release. We know they already knew the numbers in California when this all started, right? So she's at 193, but she's also down in Pennsylvania, right? So they just were holding on to California to make it look like, okay, let's let it look like she's losing by a lot, like a landslide. Then we're gonna throw California. Now it looks like she's come back. It's all about suspense. These people already know who's won the election. They know that already. I'm not gonna say rigging nothing. This is all theater. They know who won. I have a funny feeling that Trump has won already. And they know that, but they got to drag it out to make it look like it was competitive. Because I want to send Dinus. What I want to do, Dinus, I want to send you my predicted map. I already sent it to my boy.
Send it over. Send it over.
So I want to send you.
Put it in the private chat.
No. I'm gonna put it on your phone to WhatsApp, and then you can see. But I'm just telling you, this is my predicted map right here. And I have one thing. I really feel like Trump is going to take Wisconsin. And in this map, I gave Kamala Harris California. I gave her Pennsylvania. I gave her Minnesota. I gave her Illinois. And I gave her Michigan. If Trump takes Wisconsin, Indiana, and Ohio, which he already has Indiana and Ohio, right? If he takes Wisconsin, she's done. There's no chance for her if he takes Nevada and Arizona, which I think he will. So there's a lot of paths to 270. Always remember it's the first to 270 also. And just remember, he doesn't really need Pennsylvania, even though I think he may take that. If he takes Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Wisconsin, he wins in a landslide.
You already took
Right.
Indiana.
Yeah, I know he already has Indiana and Ohio.
But that's what we said for you jumped on, Brandon. That's what I was saying earlier. Just because he got New Mexico and Arizona, the Georgia and North Carolina will offset Pennsylvania if he loses Pennsylvania because of the electorates. You get what I'm saying? In both of those two states, because Biden carried Georgia last time. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So if he carries Georgia, like you said, if he carries Wisconsin, loses Pennsylvania, carries Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina, he won it. There's nothing she can do about it. She might as well put one of them S&M belts around her raggedy leather neck. You know what I'm saying? And go deal with her white dude. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's shocking. It's, you know, if and listen, I'm not even a fan of Obama dynasty, but if Obama had a white woman, black women would not have voted for him.
We all know that. Dynas, if you noticed, Michigan, Trump is still ahead right now. Wisconsin, Trump is still ahead right now. North Carolina, Trump is still ahead right now. PA, Trump is still ahead right now. Georgia is done.
Dude, let me hold on. It's looking good for Trump in Pennsylvania, Brandon.
It's real good for Trump.
I threw PA to Kamala just to show people that.
But it's still early.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I threw PA to Kamala just to show people he really doesn't need Pennsylvania. They were creating a lot of hype around Pennsylvania, and they do that for economic purposes. People go there, check it out. They want to see what's going on down there. That's fine. But the reality is, I really have a strong feeling about Wisconsin. That's the state I think Trump might take, where nobody's going to expect it, because Minnesota is going to go to Kamala, right? But Wisconsin, that is a state that people tend to forget about, and that state, Biden barely won it by a few thousand votes, and they had Trump 17 points down to Biden in that state. And he overperforms in Wisconsin all the time. So that's the one I would tell people to watch. And then North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, I think that's Trump all day. He already got Ohio. He already got Indiana. I think he's going to take Nevada, and I think he's going to take Arizona, barring something weird happening. But I think Trump's going to win with 277. Or if he takes also Pennsylvania, he's going to be at like way above Kamala. And I think I'm going Trump 277, Kamala 261. That's where I'm going with this.
Hey, Dinah, did you see the picture of the Harris headquarters video? Did you see all them? Did you see all them old? Did you see all them old black bald head Simpson now looking for some chicks? Looking for some chick with 3 kids by 12 baby daddies, so they could give them $67.34. Did you see that? You saw how they was looking around with that tiger simp in their eye. They wasn't in the holding up no Harris signs. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, y'all gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Kamala Harris can't even get people to show up to her election party, bro. Let's be realistic. Trump is packed out. The American people support Trump. He's most likely going to win the popular vote, but just always remember, Hillary won the popular vote and still lost the election. So I don't put much stock into that, but we know that the majority of Americans want Donald Trump to be president. And as I say that, Trump is going higher in his lead in Georgia. Arizona, he's leading right now with 50% counted. I mean, it's Trump's to lose. Trump was behind Biden in all these at this point last election. He was behind Biden. He was screaming that he was winning by a lot, but he was behind Biden. Now he's up. Virginia, Kamala just took the lead, but we don't know because it's 75% reported. But I'm telling you, I gave her in my map, I gave her Virginia, right?
I gave her Virginia too.
That's what I do. I give her everything she should win. And then I see what she ultimately may not win. You know, but
Because that is what's concerning, is that states that should not even be contested are contested. We should not even be, there should be no discussion regarding Virginia. Obama already, and I mentioned this in the chat already, Obama already set up Virginia for the Democrats. 08, 12, Biden, this should not even be a discussion. The fact that North Carolina, which is now at like 70% reported, is over 51% Trump. That is incredible. PA, again, incredible. These are numbers that are unprecedented for a Republican in these Democrat states. Because regardless, if we're discussing if Wisconsin and Michigan are at play, we are looking at an area of the country where the Democrats are having problems with their Teamsters. And that is a foundation. That is foundation only second to Black people when it comes to the Democrats. You cannot lose the Teamsters. This is the UAW. How is it that Flint, I just saw that Flint went red. And now there's, and again, I put the link in the chat, Wayne County is Detroit. Wayne County immediately is reporting to Trump. Like, is that really happening? How are we even having this? How am I telling all of you on this panel that Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, Virginia, these are states at play for Republican?
Wisconsin has always, Republicans always did good in Wisconsin. And right now, Wisconsin, a lot of y'all don't know is that when they did the Dinas, did you wash your hands, man?
I sure did.
Okay, I'm talking about with antibacterial. So not with that.
Hold on. Let me stop you right there. So it's funny you bring that up because when I go to the grocery store or Dollar General or the dollar store to get soap, I clearly look for, if it does not say antibacterial on the label, I don't buy it. So all that soft, smooth, creamy, keep your skin
Okay.
I use the antibacterial.
Okay, so you ain't using that Snagalaga African sea moss mixed with fufu and gari and water, right?
No, I use antibacterial soap.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
Listen, if it ain't on the bottle, I don't buy it. It needs to say antibacterial.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. None of that honey, lemon, sweet butter, crawfish smelling, you know what I'm saying, mango scent moisturizing soap, right?
No.
Did this guy seriously just say Gary? Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah, I play no games. But listen, Wisconsin, one thing that y'all know, they snuck it in, and I heard it earlier from a Democratic pollster when they was doing the poll on the people that voted. Out of all the states that said that had Biden polls in the 41%, Wisconsin disapproved the highest at 61%. So Wisconsin is the highest that disapprove. But when the Democratic plantation, MSNBC, CNN, and all these other stations go in there, they always go to Milwaukee. You get what I'm saying? Now, and see, like the same way, maybe y'all don't know this, the same way they got the name for Chirac, the name for Milwaukee is Milwaukee. That's what they call it. You get what I'm saying? In the urban areas. And mostly people know from the urban areas that Milwaukee is about the same as Chicago. It is just as dangerous as Chicago and Milwaukee. So, but when you go on the outskirts, he performed as highest. Just Donald Trump was just unpopular when he ran that second time, when that pandemic hit. Yeah, people dying, people scared. You get what I'm saying? So it was easy for the media to pounce on him. He was the easiest scapegoat.
Why did the Teamsters or the UAW not endorse Kamala?
They did endorse Kamala.
No,
not all of them though. Some states did, bro. Not totality.
Well, their president endorsed Kamala, so he's
what president?
UAW. Y'all thinking of the Teamsters? The UAW did endorse Kamala. The president did. He even spoke at the Democrat National Convention.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
But the other ones didn't. And part of it is because
there
of
was a Teamster. I don't know who. There was one of these groups, these union groups, who did not endorse.
they didn't. And the reason they didn't because the rules is not set up across the board in each state. So certain states are free. The same thing would happen when that rail derailment of all that poison, all that stuff that happened up there in Pennsylvania and whatever, is that the Teamsters that was trying to sue and everything, and the Biden came in and shut it down, made it come to an agreement. So he put his finger on the pole twice for them getting their thing, because they were saying that no matter what, they can't continue to strike because it's essential. So y'all got to take this rate right here, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So
well, one second. 93% of the votes are in Georgia, and Trump is up by more than. They need to call Georgia.
But they can't do it because of the 3 counties.
Man,
that's why they got to wait for all the 3 counties to come in. For DeKalb County, Fulton County, and Clayco. They just got to wait for those absentee ballots to get pushed. They said they're gonna be done by midnight to 2 in the morning.
I think
It's 11:14 now, Dynas.
I think those counties are already called. I mean, I think those counties are already in. They hold it, man. Every state wants to be the center of attention at some point. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna hold it, but they want Kamala to win. So if they had the numbers, I feel like they would have released it already. Like, yeah, we won, But I just don't think Kamala Harris is that popular of a candidate. These are all the people voting for party, right? But then you got the people who are voting based on what's happening in their life. There's a lot of Senate seats that are flipping, it looks like. I mean, even if Kamala gets elected, she's not going to be able to do crap.
Also, Dynas, in PA, the Mennonites, they've been having some issues in regards to farmland and the government. I've been hearing some of that news as well. If anyone on the panel can provide.
Yeah, the Mennonites, the Amish, they're all going. They never voted.
They need to call Georgia, man. They playing game. 94% of the vote is in, and Trump is Georgia.
Dynas, I'm just saying, shenanigans. Dynas,
well, it's too big to rig. Too big to rig.
Dynas, this is Georgia. Shenanigans.
Too big to rig with this one.
In Pennsylvania, there's 80,000 Amish, and they are voting for the first time ever, and they're voting for Trump. You know what I'm saying? It's there has to be an audit of America. We got to get.
Wait, respectfully, if you may give some background, the Amish, this is their first time voting in PA.
They don't. Amish people don't vote. Amish.
I didn't know they did not participate in. This is still citizenship.
They don't even have phones. They have to get rides. They have to get rides to the polling station.
We all know that. We all know that about the Amish.
But what I'm telling you is
participating. So regarding both the Mennonites and the Amish.
Wait a minute. You say you don't know, but you talking more than me. The thing is, what I'm telling you is, somebody who don't have a phone or a car, how do they even get to a polling station? They don't even have.
Then you clearly are not familiar with this group. There's a big difference between stepping outside and not engaging.
There's no need for me to not. You're saying I don't know, but you didn't even know that they never vote.
Are you telling me? Okay, we all know their lifestyle. I'm talking specifically about participation.
Traditionally, Amish people do not vote. They are Christian people. Jesus said, "Be no part of this world." They actually follow that statute.
It's not. Never mind. I'll look at myself. That makes no sense.
Listen, it makes just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean it's not.
I mean, it don't make sense for a woman to put 28-inch Peruvian Yaqui natural wavy fuel body human hair in their hair, but they still do it. Amish people just don't. Amish people did not put their posts on the elections. They just didn't.
You're saying just because they don't have electricity that they don't vote. Where does that have anything to do with?
Okay, one mic. Question to ponder. Traditionally, the Amish don't vote in a discussion.
Yeah, I don't know why she's trying to argue.
Yeah. They don't vote.
Just being a female about the situation.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue if you told me something that was a fact.
In Pennsylvania, in regards to, I haven't heard the Mennonite. There was something specific. I'm not sure which group One of those two, they're having trouble with regards to their farmland and the governor. And this is specifically in PA.
And that is driving them to vote for the first time. I don't like one thing I tell my nephew who's 17 years old, don't say you don't know, then try to argue. Either you know or you don't. If you don't, you can't argue.
No, what? So you're telling me? Oh, anyway, Dinah's already answered it. So that you
answered it.
She accepted the answer for Dinah's more than she accepted from you.
I answered it. She didn't want to accept it. Then Dinah said, "Okay,
Except what? What was my question? Actually, Dinah, this is your
No, you didn't have a
I'm the one who
question.
brought it up. And
You were just.
thank you so much. You've actually answered my question.
You brought it up, but you were
I did.
ignorant on the topic.
And I believe you.
educated you.
Thank you for educating me.
Brandon, what you need to go do is you need to go out there you need to go out to Long Beach, take off your shirt, get you a tray of In-N-Out burgers, and take some pictures. Then maybe she'll listen to you. You get what I'm saying?
Black women in hair. I'm just got politics discussing black women in hair. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just giving you an analogy. It don't have to make sense for you for it to be correct. Just because a lot of things that I don't agree with, but if it's correct and somebody's stating the fact, they do. The Amish people do not put their finger on the pulse of politics.
Hey, the mere fact that she's on here arguing with us instead of cooking her husband a hot meal tell you she living wrong already.
I'm talking about. I don't hear no lunch meat bag opening. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear no butter knife tinkling around in the Miracle Whip. Bottle or nothing.
I don't hear no macaroni and cheese getting stirred up.
You know what I'm saying?
She over here arguing with me dead wrong is two left shoes trying to argue. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you, you're wrong.
Two left shoes gonna argue.
Hey, whoa. Hold on.
It's my fault. I'm asking people.
I'm talking. They just called North Carolina for Trump.
And there it is.
What you mean? He ain't done. He ain't out the woods.
No. I'm saying that's part of the Georgia's next. What I'm saying, that's the part that blocks that subsidized for anything that he lose in Pennsylvania or Michigan.
Yeah, so AP just called North Carolina for Trump, and Georgia is right around.
It's next, right? Yeah. But they only moved it up 5 points. North Carolina got more than 5 electoral votes, right?
Dinah, thank you so much. I'll let your Quakers go ahead and continue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kick rock, shouting.
Go fry that catfish up and fry it hard.
Hey, what color leggings you got on?
And don't season it while you angry either, because you're gonna make it extra salty.
Put on your Make American Great leggings on.
Hey man, I already got my shirt. Y'all can't see my camera. I could switch to I got my Too Big to Rick shirt on right now.
Hold on, I got a question though, because I got a big ass water buffalo head. So that Make America Great Again hat is gonna end up looking like a skull cap on my head. Do they got a Scully? You know what I'm saying? Do they got a Make America Great Again Scully?
I don't know. He probably didn't make one of those.
Yeah. I can't. The way my head's shaped up, it ain't fit for a hat. You know what I'm saying?
Then Make America Great Again Scully's is racist, bro. You already know that.
That'll be Scully. That'll be racist.
That's racist. You know that's racist. Stop playing.
Yeah. I think that this. Yeah. Let's see here. Trump is up there. So Trump. I mean, he won North Carolina. He wins Georgia. He wins Pennsylvania. This race is over.
If anybody in the chat, can y'all put in how many electoral votes enough?
Hustle Smart, hold on. I know you don't like us getting emotional, but my prediction over there in Wisconsin might be coming true. Remember, I called Wisconsin, and they said that Kamala was going to win that.
They did, but I looked at it when I looked at that audit when they said that out of all the states that gave Biden the lowest lowest approval rate. Wisconsin was the highest at 61%. They just average it out to make them be like 41 or 43. But Wisconsin was 61%. Everything outside of Milwaukee is 61%. And that's because of the land, and that's because of the jobs that's up there, Diners. You get what I'm saying? So it affects the Build Back Better does not work on the outskirts of America. Do you get what I'm saying, Diners? That anywhere that's close to the Canadian border up by that way, the Build Back Better was only for like inner cities and little roadways and and that part didn't make any sense, Diners, because every president, no matter who the president is, keeps up with the interstate and building new roads and build bridges because that's one of the biggest draws of America. If you go to other countries and you'll see that, America is the only country that has a 24/7 work crew for roads, Diners. You get what I'm saying? The only country where you can rain, sleep, or snow, what I'm saying? They'll be out there doing the roads. I see it all the time. They'll be out there with the spotlights and everything, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, laying down tar. You get what I'm saying? And then and another thing is Atlanta is the only city in the United States to where if you take a picture of a pothole and take a picture of the street, the intersection street, within 24 hours, it'll be filled up. Did you know that? Diners? They don't talk about that no more, but it's still a law.
I'm still waiting for them to call Georgia. Like, this is like they playing games.
Them 3 count, it was something, Diners. Okay, this is what it was.
Hold on. So Fulton, it's over. Georgia is over. I'm looking at the vote count in Fulton County, in DeKalb County, Clayton County. It's freaking over. They need to call Georgia. Shit is over.
Okay, but this is the rest of the story. One of the machines this might be
listen, unless the machine is gonna cook up over 140,000 votes, it's over.
No, that's not it. They're not saying that there's enough votes. What happened is that one of the machine doors was open when it was counting. They went and checked and they saw that the back of it was not closed, it was open. You get what I'm saying? So what they did was, out of precaution, they redid all of the absentee votes. Now, they just did it so it wouldn't be no problems. You get what I'm saying? But it is not saying that that's the vote that he's going to win Georgia. I'm just telling you, I'm just telling you why it was prolonged, and that was the reason. So they said since it was one door open.
Hold on. Hey, look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Yeah, boy, he waiting to sell.
God damn, look at this.
Look, big bro. If you that big, just let the button fly. Don't even button it up. Just leave the button unbuttoned. Like you look like that shirt is tattooed on you. Look at all these things. Look at all these baby mamas.
Nah, bro.
Look at that hair. Look at that. That Edo State hairline on that chick.
Boy,
you get what I'm
saying? Hey, they looking depressed as a motherfucker over at the
bro, looking like his feet and back is killing. That look on his face is not concern. That's pain. His back is killing his ass out there right now. Just think, how long did it take, bro, to walk into the middle of that crowd? And they put the camera on him because he's the easiest thing to spot with that pink shirt.
And look at the Trump. They happy at the Trump. Look.
Yeah.
Shit, they turned up because
he ain't not smelling like great value mayonnaise and stuff. He just trying not to break a sweat. You get what I'm saying? Because you can easily get a chick the trick off on her, but she don't want to see you sweating. You know what I'm saying? She don't want to see you sweating that hard. But it is what it is, man. And let me tell you something else, Diners. You don't think it's suspicious that Kamala right over there at Howard University and Biden ain't even came through and waved his hand or nothing before he went to sleep? You get what I'm saying? No support at all. I honestly believe her. I honestly believe him because why you think you ain't seen Joe Biden's wife out there supporting Kamala? Why you ain't seen Dr. Biden, whatever her first name is? You ain't see nobody. They ain't talking about that because we, you know what I'm saying? The conservative media is not as petty as the Democratic media is. MSNBC is super petty. So anytime they don't see Melania, they bring that shit up. She ain't there, she ain't there. But even if Biden can make it, why you haven't seen Diners? They don't pranced around Liz Cheney, IHOP pancake booty ass out there on stage. And you ain't seen Joe Biden's wife. Answer me this, Diners. I know I'm just bringing this up right now. This is just thought-provoking. Since Biden left out the race, when have you seen his wife anywhere in the Democrat Party, on any show, anywhere? Think about it.
Dinus, let me ask you a question real quick. You travel more than anybody. You know how when you get on a plane, they try to assign you a garbage ass seat, and then they try to force you to buy a seat for money if you want to sit where you want to sit. What do you do to get around that, or do you just buy a better seat?
Nah, so usually what happens, I just wait to check in. Because I know if you try to book a seat, if you try to reserve a seat ahead of time online, they try to charge you for it. I just wait to check in.
Okay, so then they'll let you just move it when you have to check in.
Well, I don't even choose a seat online. I just wait. I just choose my seat at check-in.
You wait till you walk in to print your boarding pass
that
up.
one, and I risk it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, this flight is empty as hell, but I ain't say they got me squeezed between two X's. I don't know who about to, they like cruel jokes.
Hold on 1 second. McKinley Jeter, Georgia's about to be calling for Trump any minute now. I mean, this race is pretty. I mean, again, it's not over. It's not over, but it's the fat lady is.
Man, I hate when they do this, when they try to pull up certain counties. Bro, just pull up the overall, man. Don't nobody care about which county broke this way. Kamala is up 70, 60, 50 points in one county. We want to see the overall with 95% reporting. Is that Kamala in that county? See, but we want to see what's going on overall, and Trump's winning. See, they're doing everything they can. Wisconsin is about to get called for Trump. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Yeah, she had to carry the blue wall. She had to carry all three, Diners. If she lost it, yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's done. She lose Wisconsin, she done. Because he got Georgia, North Carolina. But you talking about on a flight to Africa, Brandon, or in America?
Nah, I got a friend asking me. He's trying to go somewhere internationally. I think he's trying to go to like Nigeria or something. But he's asking me, does he have to pay to sit where he wants to sit? So he sent me the grid of his seats. And I'm just like, I do the same thing you do. I just wait till I get to the desk and I walk up. They see my big ass. They like, look, we can't do nobody dirty like that and squeeze his big ass on them. So I just use that. But they like to play cruel games with flights, man. They'll take three dudes who look like they play O-line for the Bears and try to stick them in the same row.
See, I just fly first class, man. You get what I'm saying? Because I know
rich.
You know what I'm saying? I got the trick off card, you know what I'm saying? So you get what I'm saying? I'm flying Delta.
Hustle Smart, let me say this real quick. Do you notice how quickly they try to switch away from the overall state vote?
already called North Carolina. What do you mean too soon to call? AP already called North Carolina for Trump.
But do you see how they're switching through? Trump is up by at least 3 points in Michigan and in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and they just trying to flip through it to focus on counties. They've already called North Carolina this asshole. This is how they try to make you feel like this woman did better than she really did. We don't care how blue counties did. We care about the overall results. Stop trying to make it look like she's not going to lose in a landslide. She's losing. That's it. She had her big she did her big one with California. She's not looking good in Nevada. She's not looking good in Arizona. If Trump takes the blue wall, she could win Arizona. She's still going to lose. And I have a strong feeling she ain't got a chance in hell in Nevada. She's down by 2. Yeah, she's why do we care about DeKalb? She's losing.
The shit is like Georgia needs to be. Overall, but Georgia, it's over.
Well,
Trump won Georgia.
Well, they're going to these counties and they're like, look at them. They passing it down. They talking in their ear and everything. They took the earpiece out, but they saying DeKalb is only 80% reported.
No, it's 95%. It's DeKalb.
Believe me, when the absent, they just doing that. They doing the early voting and the absentee voting. They just rerunning the machine. The machine just taking some time to run them. That's why they did that. Those no early voting. Those the early votes. They just recount them again. That's all they doing. That's what's going on in Georgia, y'all. But let me ask you a question though. Is your friend? Is he flying on Delta, or is he taking another airline?
He's taking Turkish Airways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Why would he do that? What he need to do is he need to fly to Atlanta and then take Delta straight to Nigeria. You know they got it that Delta 11-hour flight now, Diners, right?
Yeah, November. They started in November from
to
Electoral.
That's what he need to do. He don't need to take Turkish because he gonna have to have a layover if he do Turkish.
Trump is at 52. I predicted that Trump would take those blue states, the blue wall. I predicted he's taking Wisconsin. I gave Kamala Michigan, right? But you can switch Michigan with Nevada. She ain't gonna get. Turkish Airways is bomb, dude. You guys are tripping.
No. I'm not saying that it's not bomb.
I'm looking at the comments. I'm messing with the comments.
Oh, okay.
I recommended Turkish Airways because Turkish Airways, one, the food is way better. They give you salmon and all that. And
That's
the
true.
planes are never full. The planes are never full. Why you want to get on Delta or KLM or any of that when you're going to be sitting shoulder to shoulder with Europeans who are big as hell?
You ain't gonna be packed on Delta because Delta out of Atlanta has and they have multiple flights. You know what I'm saying? They have daily flights now. So the thing about it is, all I'm saying is that the flight is 11 hours. You don't have to do no layover.
All right, let me go ahead, Kay. Katanga, go ahead.
The food is way better. They give you salmon and all
Yeah,
that.
you gotta turn off the background, man.
My bad.
Go ahead, Kay.
Hey, shout out to y'all. Thank you for all the entertainment. I'm from Zambia. I'm located in Indianapolis, Indiana. Thank you so much for enlightening us, and shout out to y'all. I'm on here.
Hey, let me ask you a question, my brother.
What's going on, Buzz?
In Indianapolis, do they say 100 or do they say 100?
It depends.
No, change that. Do they say $100, $100, $100?
Hey, if you from depends where you at in Indianapolis, they're gonna say 100.
I used to mess with this chick from there, bro. That's the first person I heard say that shit.
For sure. Yo, but it is like kind of crazy though, because it's either you're from the north side or from the west side or from the east side. But yeah, for sure.
I met her at the Ice House, man.
Word. I went to IU, and KKK started in Martinsville, so you know how it goes. Yeah, for sure.
So who you was picking in the elections, my brother?
I'm Donald Trump for sure. My parents stay in Florida, and they're conservative, but through just myself and just having critical thinking, I enlightened myself, and for sure, and I came to my own enlightenment, and for sure, I voted. My baby moms was on my head top and everything. Got into it.
Let me shout out to OJ. Let me shout out to OJ Dude Action. Thank you for the super chat. Liberal pro blacks is about to be mad now. Yeah,
crazy bookie.
20,000 Ugandan shilling. That's about what, $5.87?
Oh no, but hey, man, we appreciate it, brother. I'm gonna get chicken sandwiches up.
Hey,
For sure.
You can't even get a 6-inch foot long with that, O'Shea.
No, I get the oatmeal raisin cookies.
Oatmeal raisin cookie. Yeah. Hey, I like the macadamia nut myself. Pause.
Everything you just
said. Hard pause.
Boy, y'all be pausing, man.
He said a 6-inch foot long. Then he wants some nuts.
Hey, hard pause, man. Hard pause, man.
You didn't say pause on that 6-inch.
I did say it. Because Dinas came in with the oatmeal raisins so fast, so I could get.
First of all, shout out to the Atlanta school system, because how is it going to be a 6-inch foot long? If it's 6 inches, it ain't a foot long.
Wait a minute.
He said a
Brandon,
6-inch
you
foot
hectic.
long.
Brandon, you hectic, man.
Wow.
I rock with y'all heavy, man. Y'all so dope, man. I appreciate y'all,
Man,
man.
thank you.
Y'all so
Man,
dope.
Hey,
listen, man.
I grew up on Bankhead, y'all. So just you know,
Pancake.
Hey,
What you think about Thug,
hey,
man?
hey,
Thug out. What you think about that?
man.
hold on,
Listen, man. He,
hold on. Let me Detoto Kiss. So you see the footage of the Kamala Harris headquarters.
yo, man. Listen, man.
mm,
Man, listen, man. Only people that gonna win in Kamala Harris is the Simps. They looking for that last straggler. Somebody
nah,
look at them old Simps up in there. I'm talking about
listen,
gray hair,
listen, man.
bald head. The one dude with the bald head got on sunglasses, bro.
These
He
dudes
got
are
on his He got on his Dolce. He got on his
these
Dolce up in there.
these dudes are diabolical because they know that them liberal women gonna be sad as hell after they lose.
Sad
So
as shit.
they gonna be in the parking lot
You're
pimping.
gonna be
They gonna have
hurt for
3-4 of
sure.
them up in the car. They ready to get
Man,
wild.
look at
For
these
sure.
lames. It ain't number Simps and lames in there. You
She's
get what
not
I'm
doing
saying?
good. She's not doing well.
Yeah.
She's not
What's
doing
wrong with
well.
you, baby girl? Like every girl gonna be called baby girl. What's wrong, baby girl? What's
Let me-
wrong, baby girl?
She's down. She's down by like almost 200,000 votes everywhere right now.
I'm talking about the $20 bills finna be slanging around that parking lot out there at Howard University. Look at this clown.
She making a slight.
Look at this beta boy. And he got man boobs.
I know.
Let me tell y'all something. I told y'all that any dude that vote for Kamala got man boobs and he'll tell on you. He'll snitch on you.
I'm telling y'all right now, these dudes were paid to be there. You can tell those are people who are paid. The way they moving around and stuff, talking, just laughing, they don't even care. If the people who are really interested, they're tripping right now. They're stuck in suspense, hoping something changed. Those dudes just sitting there laughing and joking. They're paid to be there. And you know what she does? She gets union members and they get a full day of pay. You know, when you're in a union and you go on strike, they pay you to go stand on the picket line. They're doing the same thing right now. Come to the Kamala Harris rally. We're going to give you 4 hours of pay or 8 hours of pay and make it look like somebody's there. These people don't give a damn about Harris. Even if you look at the merchandise they're wearing, you could tell they didn't pay for any of it.
But see, you know what? One thing that I can respect about these simps and mama boys in there with they Dolce shades on diners is that they playing the simp game on a gorilla level. See, they was paid, they gonna win either way. So if Kamala Harris would have won, the women would have been jumping up and down, hugging and kissing on them. You know what I'm saying? They would be like, oh shit, I got $40. So even if they lose, they're gonna get the sympathy box. You get
They
what I'm
are-
saying? Like, baby, look, I still got them same $40. You get what I'm saying? You know that the $40 is not gonna change. So they just playing the game different.
I'm telling y'all,
You don't see no players up and now. You don't see no diners up and now with no tray of French fries. 4 pounds.
hey, they listen. This is Fox News trying to tease conservative voters, man, because AP is already calling some of these states, bro, and Fox News still acting like, oh, it's too close to call. Look, the whole thing. Hey, joking dinosaur, you need to get your language together, bro. Like all the Trump
Oh,
is
he been
dead.
talking.
Yeah, bro, you
Him
sounding
or her
like
been
a hoe
talking shit
right
the whole
now.
time.
Like,
The
bro, sound
whole
like a hoe
entire
right now,
time.
bro. Like, seriously, you that mad?
Yeah. Hey, Diners, let me ask you a question because a lot of people wanting to know. How much did
Small freaking Georgia, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right,
Go ahead.
right.
how much did those
Yeah.
tray of French fries, aka chips, cost that you was holding?
Nah,
Everybody wanted to know.
So basically, it was the French fries. It was a tray of lobster. It was a tray of like chicken and octopus and calamari and shrimp,
Mhm.
and a tray of fish. And it was like $20 a head.
Okay, this is the question that all the ladies wanted to know. They wanted to know that you lay down on the table and let them put the food on you, and then
That is
You
so
wildin',
gay.
man.
for the community, you know what I'm saying?
Hell no. It ain't that
No,
much
but
community
for
on
that
earth.
question though, as far as like the flight is concerned, like I'm leaving tomorrow. Like, can you call? Like, you can call the airline, right? Because that's what I think I did. I'm going with
Where you
Qatar.
heading to? Where you heading
I'm heading
to?
back to
Okay.
Zambia. I'm going to Zambia. I work for a mortgage company. I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to go back home.
So when you go back home, what airline do you fly with?
Qatar. I'm here, Qatar.
Okay, how much is the flight? You doing a
Hey,
one way?
Trump won. I mean, I'm looking at these Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Trump won. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he
still
won.
Trump won. Trump won.
He won. They got to drag it out. They're gonna drag it
Yeah,
out.
they got to make it entertaining.
Yeah.
But Trump is at 232. They just jumped. Fox News is late, and I know they're trying to keep their viewers in suspense because everybody watch Fox News.
Yeah, even CNN is ahead of Fox.
Yeah, she's losing in Nevada and Arizona right now. She's losing by 2.2 percentage points. But I mean, listen, man, I don't know, but they're gonna have to do a
Look at the big chick with the mohawk. Look at Big Sassy.
Yeah,
look at
she's
Big
sad.
Sassy.
What does that shirt say? Howard? Man, she looks
Yeah,
like
yeah. You know, she had her what you call it, Howard
Nah,
University.
you see her neck. You see how her neck insert into her clavicle.
It combines. You
Her
can't. It's
collarbone.
no definition.
That little dark part right there stings like an armpit. Like,
see,
girls like that with that little dip when they neck roll.
Okay,
It
so Fox. So they finally called North Carolina for
And there it is.
But we been knew that was called.
And there it is. So that's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is about the 16 electoral votes. So if you take the 16 electoral votes from there and the I think Georgia got 12 or 16 also. You get what I'm saying? So therefore that all shoots with Arizona and New Mexico. It outshines anything else that the blue wall is broken into with Nevada and Arizona, and then you add Wisconsin in her. Man, listen, she can go ahead and tell her husband to go ahead and assume the position. She probably strap up on her husband tonight. You know what I'm saying? She probably strap up on him tonight.
That girl ain't got no damn husband. Or you talking about Kamala?
Kamami.
Oh yeah.
Kamami gonna strap up on her husband tonight. She gonna hit him with the strap. She gonna hit him with the strap.
Let me tell y'all something. There is gonna be no one who is more relieved to lose this election than Kamala. Kamala Harris don't want to be president, y'all. You could tell, like, she is so indebted to these South American cartels. If she does anything other than open the border and just let them run across by the millions, she's gonna be gone. They're gonna delete her. She wants to say, I tried, guys. I tried my best. I couldn't win. I got away with all y'all millions and millions of dollars y'all been giving me over the past 20 years. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to bow out gracefully. That's what she wants. Her whole energy. She's tired, bro. Like, this lady looks like a corpse. She looks like she aged 20 years in 3 months.
I'm telling you, man, look at that neckline, man. Look like she done been shot in the neck with a 12 gauge buckshot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like they was trying to hide it, like the little thing that Roland Martin, fat booger wolf looking ass, used to wear, the Oscar, whatever it's called. She just like, fuck it, I'm gonna let it all hang. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say this: North Carolina was called at 90% with Trump winning by 100,000 votes, a little bit over 100,000 votes. Why haven't they called Georgia yet? He's up by
they counting the ballots. They got to recount the ballots.
But there's no way there's going to be 200,000 votes for
But
Kamala.
they can't. But they can't. But hold on. But let me explain it to y'all. Just Georgia law is that if the ballot machine is still running, they can't officially call it. That's just the law.
Y'all do know that the machines tell you, like, who won.
It got it. But hold on, this is where they got it set up. So let me tell you this process. So what they do is it's done at another precinct. So they got to take the memory card out of that, put it in they got to put that in a car with Atlanta police, and then they're gonna put the ballots in another machine and with armed security, and they're gonna drive them to the headquarters, and then they're gonna hand count them again. That's how it's working. Now y'all got the full story. I could have just said all that the first time, but I want to leave y'all in suspense.
82% of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Trump is up by over 200,000 votes. I don't know why. Okay, you already explained what's going on in Georgia. I'm gonna just defer to your story.
Listen,
Wisconsin by over 100,000.
Well, they just called Virginia for Kamala.
He's up in Michigan by over, but it's still only 42%.
Yeah, I just seen that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, shit.
I mean, everybody, believe me, the people at the Harris headquarters, they know what time it is. So if my baby mama, who is there, full disclosure, if they show a picture of her, y'all, I'm going to say it's her because she's definitely there. And if she's listening to this, and I know I was talking shit, I know I was calling her commandment, and I know I be telling you to use your Howard education to make better decisions, baby mama, but please don't go up on my child support if Kamala wins. I mean, when Kamala loses.
Look at now. You see, look, and damn, DC Trump only got 9%.
It don't really. It doesn't matter if he like at this point he wins Georgia, which is going to be called any minute now, and in Pennsylvania, race is over.
Yeah, yeah, it's over with.
Listen,
it is over with. So, hey man, how many wives you got in Zambia?
I'm going to get married. I'm trying to go lace out a little joint in Zambia right now. That's why I need
Just
this
one?
election to go through. I work for a mortgage company right now, and those interest rates are kind of crazy. So I need this to come through my way for sure.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure you send us pictures.
I hope she say yes, man. You know what they say.
You hope.
When you bring
No,
them
you
to America,
tell-
they might
you-
leave though.
You in Zambia.
You in America? She definitely saying yes.
Yeah,
sure.
you tell her
think
when
so?
to show up.
For sure.
Now,
You
once you
just
get
tell-
over here,
So, are you gonna bring her back to America?
Eventually, that's the plan.
Hey man, wait as long as you can, man. Cause some of them, when they get that taste of American, get Americanized, boy, they change on you. Cause I don't
That's what
have
they
two.
say.
I don't have two. I had one from Trinidad and one from my Delta wine Trinidad wife and my Bohemian light-skinned chick that thinks she Beyonce. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Both when they came to America, they got
It's different.
Americanized, man. And so you know
Word.
what I did? I did the Planned Parenthood to them. I cut them off.
But you're a little older than me, Dunny. You're a little bit older than me, Dunny. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love her type shit. You digsy.
you
like
digsy,
I've
you
been
love.
through it. Like I had
You
like
in love, bro?
yo type shit though. Like I had a Black American woman over here.
Yeah.
Like my baby mom's type shit. So like my fam put me on type shit. So
You got a black FBA baby
FBA,
mama.
I got an FBA baby mama.
Do she got you on child support?
Nah, she ain't gonna do me like that.
Oh man, that's your first mistake. You in love and you think she won't put you on child support.
She didn't put me on child support. I'm gravy. So like I don't know. I'm trying
So how old is your child by her?
She's 9. She's 9.
Let me tell you
Okay.
something. Wait till that wife come from Zambia over here.
Yeah.
You gonna
Wait
be in
for-
court,
Gonna
my
do me
friend.
greasy.
Wait till she show.
mad 'cause
Well,
she
hold
still
on
think
though.
it's
Hold on. Do you still have any dealings with her? Any dealing with her?
Yeah, he's still hitting it. Bro, still smashing, bro.
Off and on.
Yeah, he
Type
hitting it.
shit. Type shit. But no,
Type
really,
shit,
I ain't
type
even trying to
shit.
do that. Because
Yeah.
in Zambia,
That's why
she's
you
fine.
not on
She's
child
top
support
notch.
yet.
Yeah, you just prolonging the situation. You get what I'm saying?
Type shit.
But let me tell you the only messed up thing about it when you play the role, because whenever she get ready, she can file back. She can file for back child support for the whole 9 years.
She ain't gonna do me like that.
Man, listen, man.
It happens every day.
Man, listen, man. Let me give
Like that?
you some honest advice. You know what I'm saying? 2 things that you don't do, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't put water with oil, and never say what a female will or won't do.
I'm telling
Damn.
you
That's
right
some good shit.
now, if you go to Zambia and you bring a woman from Zambia to America, the gloves are coming off, bro. She gonna turn into someone you never thought she could be. That's how women operate, bro. Like right now, you are her man and she is your woman, even though y'all not officially together. Once you get another woman, she's gonna know that you're really done with her. And it's over. She's gonna try to hurt you however she can. That's how women act. That's
But
all
how
they
though?
got.
But how though? Like how though? Like how though?
Try
If
to put you on child support. Try to whatever she could do. She gonna go in that child support
granted, if she ain't done it now, how's she gonna do it then?
because you don't got no wife. You ain't married to nobody right now. So she looking at it like he just, needs some time. He gonna come back eventually and we gonna be a family. Like
So,
women,
do she know you finna get? So, do she know you finna pick up a type shit in Zambia? Do she
No.
know you coming back with a little type
she
shit?
know how I'm rocking. She don't know, but she know how I'm coming.
She,
I love my
Yeah.
baby moms though.
Hey, Kai, you contradicted yourself, bruh.
I'm trying
You
to tell you.
contradicted yourself.
No.
It's no way the police know you selling drugs, but they don't know you selling
I'm telling
drugs.
you right now.
Ah,
I'm telling you
Well,
right now.
I just turned 35 like 3 weeks ago, fam. Like, yo, like that's why, like, I'm trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to settle down. I'm trying to get like y'all. Like, I'm trying to get like y'all. Like, we working. I'm trying to like have a set a foundation, Dunny. Set a foundation, Dunny.
But you listen. You like when you say I just turned 35, she looking at you like, oh, he'll calm down and settle down by the time he's 35, 36, 37. So she's just waiting, right? She thinks that she's first in line to have you if you decide to settle down. When you come with the Zambia situation, she's gonna feel betrayed. Once a woman feels betrayed, all the bets are off and she coming for blood. That's just the way it is. And your daughter's only 9 too. You got about 9 more years where she can make your life horrible. You better start trying to season it up, try to see what's going on. Or if you still gonna mess with her, if you still messing with her, either be with her or just cut her off. Because when you
just cut off.
When you give them the D, bro, they mind be in one place and you're not even we're not even capable of comprehending where women mind be if they getting fucked properly by a dude. They be in a whole fantasy
But you know
realm.
the reason why I'm bringing that up is like how we talking about trying to build back in Africa, like our family back home, and like I got put on like fam put me on like yo, Katongo, you need to settle down, da 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 da, and so that's how I hooked up with from Zambia, and so I'm like okay, and then my situation over here kind of like so you feel me? I'm trying to
I feel you. Some type shit, right? Some type shit. But let me ask you this though, bro. How old is the chick in Zambia?
She just turned 30. 30.
How old is the chick in America?
Run the same time. Run the same time.
Which one of them has the best body?
The American. I could tell by the way.
No, but America got BBL. She just got a BBL.
Yeah, I figured them. Bro, let me tell you about them Indianapolis chick. Them Indianapolis chick kind of husky too. They got that They got that Midwest type of frame,
bro.
I stay up north. Nah, it ain't.
Now
that.
let me say this, bro. She got that BBL for you, bro. She thought that BBL was gonna bring you back into the fold, bro.
Nah, she had that BBL because she got that Midwest that square thick booty. You get what I'm saying?
That's so smart. You got to be honest with this man. Listen, when you dealing with your baby mama and you not locking back in, she asks herself every night, what's wrong with me? Why he don't want to like just be back with me and settle down with me?
That's it.
And she started looking in the mirror and started looking at imperfections and trying to fix them to make herself more appealing to you. That's the same situation. That's the same situation that happened with DC Young Fly and his baby mama. That BBL was all for you, bro. I'm telling you. And when you didn't bite on it, like I want to be back with you and stuff, because she thought if he look at me looking good, he gonna think other dudes gonna try to get with me, so he gonna come hard. But if you come with that girl from Zambia, I'm telling you, she gonna be like, I changed my body for you. It's gonna become all about you. It's gonna be your fault about everything.
I agree with all of that. I'm just saying he up there in the Alba. So them chicks, they got what you call girth booty. They don't really have that bubble. It's not, it be thick, but it's not really.
Nah, my joint gravy, man. My joint gravy.
if it was gravy, she wouldn't go down there and get no BBL to make it more gravy. If it was already a bubble and it was already carved, the only reason why girls get a BBL to get some of that parts that's filled in. A lot of girls from Indianapolis, they got that high butt where it'd be more thick at the top than the bottom. You get what I'm saying? Even the chick I mess with, she's like
I
that.
met her in college, like at IUPUI. If you know anything about Indianapolis, it's either you go to IU or Purdue. So like black girl from IU or Purdue, they decent. And I met her in college. That's my college sweetheart. Like, you know what I'm saying?
She definitely gonna put you on child support.
Nah,
She
hell
about to
nah.
be.
Hell
Hey, as
nah.
sweet as
I wish
hey,
you would.
as sweet as it was, that's
Yep.
how bad it's gonna get.
Yep.
No, sir.
But
I
I wish
appreciate that
the
advice, man. I rock
best.
with
I
y'all
wish you
heavy.
the
I can't
best.
believe I'm chopping it up with y'all. It's kind of wavy. It's
I wish
awesome.
That's
I
cool,
can't wait to
man.
leave.
all the best with that one.
Bless up,
Hey
bless
man,
up, bless up.
anytime you want to pop up here and get you some game, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
We issue it out for free over here, bro. You know
I
what
ain't
I'm
got
saying?
no game. I'm still trying to figure my own shit out, but I give the
Hey.
best advice I can.
You know, listen. I'm just telling you that, like, Brandon is more of a romantic type guy. I'm a type of guy. I like to get out. I know when to get out. You get what I'm saying? I know when to
So
get
I
out.
got a question for y'all then. I got a
Go
question
ahead.
for y'all then. For like a millennial and 35, he's in when college, he's in his peak of his career. Like, when is the right time for an African immigrant to settle down? That's where I'm at now. Like, when should I settle down? When
Well, you're getting your woman from Africa, so you already winning
what period?
anyway.
Just in general. I'm asking you just in
It's
general.
no, but what I'm saying is, it's no certain time for you if you're getting a woman from Africa. A woman from Africa is gonna be on your page 99% of the time anyway, because you're bringing her from there to here. It's more difficult to do it now. If you was telling me you was doing it with an American woman, I would tell you, wait till you get about 30, 37, 38 to get fully established so you can already have stuff in your name. That's the only reason why I've been divorced twice, and neither one of my wives could take my house from me because I already had the house before I married them. Do you get the difference?
Let me just say this real quick. It looked like Donald Trump about to win PA in Wisconsin. What I'm gonna tell you is this.
If I can interject, the race is over. Trump
Yeah, the race
won.
is over.
Well, we'll see.
We need that. I need that.
Let me say this.
But you need to get. You're dealing with a Zambian woman, so it's cool. But if you was dealing with your American baby mama, I would tell you to get your house wherever you're gonna live at. You need to get that first. With the Zambian woman, you can get that with her together because she's not gonna be.
Guys, so give them one more minute of the game, and then I'm
Okay, gotcha. This is the last part right here. This is the last part. So if you bringing the Zambian woman over here, you can get her while you build your empire, because she's not even gonna be a citizen. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to go through the whole rigmarole. You got to go through immigration. You have to go through the whole nine. That shit gonna take years, right? But the American woman, if you was to marry her, she'll have access to everything that you buy after you marry her.
Okay, all right. Pass it to Brandon and Brandon, and then
I'm gonna give you real advice right now, bro. This is coming from me, bro. There's only one relationship that's gonna be based on love at 35 years old, and that's the one that you have with your baby mother. You guys were high school sweethearts, college sweethearts. Shit was beautiful. Shit was amazing. Shit was organic. At the age you're at, these are marriages of convenience. You have something that you're offering that she needs. She got something that she's offering that you either need or you want. I say go with the organic shit. That, like food, go with organic. That's the best option because there's always real love there. When you bring that, it always looks greener on the other side, I'm telling you. But remember, to her, you are presented an opportunity. It ain't got to be no love in that for her, but she will play the role. But baby mama, she gonna be down for you. I think, especially if she's still letting you fuck on her, she gonna be down for you. That's what I would bank on If it was
Okay,
me.
let's get back.
Man, cut that American chick off and get that Zambian chick over
His
here,
lead went
bro.
from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267,
Oh, they just
still not
called
enough.
Georgia. They just called
I was
Georgia.
looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay, if it stays that way, it's his.
Over.
He's back in the Oval Office.
It's over.
If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now. So he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are. And we can run through all the other states and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it's popped up a 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again. All right, it was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now at midnight?
I told you he was going to take Michigan.
Now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this
call
map, guys.
Wisconsin.
A lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call. So that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here.
More and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems to fall.
Hey, it don't even matter, Dynas. If he get, it don't matter if he don't get Nevada now. If he got Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
We don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on
And
our
if
calls.
it did happen, it would look something like.
Yeah, well, shut the hell up.
1980.
Do you guys know that?
It would be, you would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all
And of course, that's how the Electoral College
battleground
is designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make them.
Dynas did not call a landslide.
But it's an if.
Yeah,
the blue wall
it ain't-
not only
it
has
ain't over
cracks,
yet, but
it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting. Just
No, show the crowd again. Show the crowd again.
Moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the
Look at all the
campaign, close
feminists.
to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad.
You trying to snatch them up, what, Dynas?
Path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed, even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing.
Dynast,
it's over with, Grandmama.
You need to mute that, Dynast.
One of those sources put it
Hold on.
most bluntly.
They got
saying,
that Biggie playing in the background.
Oh yeah, because
Anything
the
Tupac or Biggie
copyright.
get your
Yeah,
channel blocked for a week.
yeah, copyright. That's right.
But
Yeah, it's over with.
Did you hear her saying that the campaign, they in there tripping, they going off? Harris's campaign, she said they said some words she wouldn't dare repeat. Yeah, listen, he's up by 5 points in Michigan.
Bruh, he's up over 200,000 in Pennsylvania. He won in Pennsylvania more than he won in Georgia.
It ain't over yet. I just, like I said,
Let's not
last
jinx
year, all
it.
of a sudden, last year a truck pulled up out of nowhere with a bunch of ballots in it.
It don't matter. If he
he would've
reached
been-
270, he win.
No, but I'm just talking about like Pennsylvania and Georgia. Water main break, Pennsylvania, a truckload of ballots get dropped off after midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Dynast, they cannot not call this election tonight. If they don't call this election tonight, Americans lose all faith in American elections. I told you that last year. That 2-week bullshit, that week long to call Pennsylvania, they can never do that again. They'll never, people will be in the streets rioting. They're calling it tonight. Trump, this is a decisive victory. There's no bullshit COVID with all those ridiculous mail-in ballots and absentee ballots. Trump is up. I mean, I don't see how she could have a huge comeback. Like, there ain't that many votes to be counted.
Well, you got to give it to like 2 a.m. because of the far as the West Coast states also, because y'all 3 hours behind. You get what I'm saying?
But they already called the West Coast states.
Not all of them. They haven't called Nevada, and they haven't called Arizona.
But it doesn't matter because remember, it's the first person to reach 270.
I get it, but that's why they still got Trump at 222 because they haven't called Pennsylvania yet, and Wisconsin and Michigan. He's up. I agree with you.
Trump is at
I agree with you, Brandon. He's up, but they haven't.
I know
it ain't over yet, y'all. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
What I'm saying is AP poll, Trump is at 230, not 222, and Harris is at 209, not 216. So
and let me say this, Hustle Smart. I ain't buying your thesis on why they ain't called Georgia yet.
I'm just telling you what happened. I was coming back from Ringo, Georgia, and they brought the guy up, the Rafflesberger, and he said it was a door that was open on the machine, and they said that just for abundance, so we won't have nothing that happened the last time, we're gonna take all the machines and we're gonna count them all over because the door was open. But then I heard what was the process afterwards, and they say they take the chip, they take the memory card from each one of the machines. There's 3 machines, so they're gonna put each memory card in a car by itself. So each car gonna have a memory card, and each ballot from each machine gonna have a car that has security of police escort, and they're gonna have. So they said it's all like 60 cars all together. I'm just telling you, man. That's what they said. And it was early in the day when they said that. It was like 6 o'clock. It was about 5 or 6 o'clock when it came in. I was coming back from Ringo, Georgia, man, from Proplex. I don't know what they sell up there. They got some big, y'all I be seeing that white smoke be coming out them pipes up there. So, that's how it went down.
Comment. Harlem Minstrel, hello, brother. Been watching your videos for a long time. You're one of the people that inspired me to see the world alone with Woody Mile. Appreciate you.
Hey, Watermeyer, like 4'3" or something.
Yeah,
He a pygmy.
I met him before. He's pretty short. She's pretty short.
Good Lord, man. When he get older, man, he gonna be left to right.
Hey, Trump is literally on the verge of sweeping the Rust Belt.
And and Brandon winning the popular vote.
Bruh,
That's the part that they're gonna talk shit about for another 4 years. You get what I'm saying? on Fox, because that's what they kept saying, that when Trump lost, you know what I'm saying? Because each time, even when he won, he didn't win the popular vote. And then when he lost, and then they get the popular vote. But this time he's gonna get the popular vote and that. And remember, we was on this show and we're on your platform, and you had that line, the Elvira, the lion Liberian up here, and I told her, let's make a bet.
Where's Elvis at? Where's Elvis? Somebody check it on Elvis.
Well, let me tell you something. That and listen, Dinus. I ain't even the one. I'm not the one to talk like that, man. But I call it how I see it. Boy, that he be on College show every night, always bringing your name up some type of way, bro. He find a way to bring your name up and what you doing with your tours and whatever, and how you run your show. You know what I'm saying? Some type of way. You get what I'm saying? And it's amazing how he want to claim to be the most, I represent black. It was some black lady that was on College show that was giving him the business. He got mad and started screaming at her. And he said, you don't know me. I'm from Liberia. I'll eat you raw. He said that he would kill her and eat her raw.
How did we get here?
Hey, I'm just telling you. That clown keep his name. And you know, Collar, you can just bring up a peanut butter sandwich to Collar, and he'll just go on talking for 30,000 years. So, you know what I'm saying? But so he just bring up your name like that, bro. And I came on the show, and I know you don't need nobody to take up for you, but I came on and checked them about that shit. You get what I'm saying? I told him that why you don't go on Dinah's show and give him all these suggestions. Then he tried to get Kamala to give you a suggestion or something. I'm like, why you won't just do it? I said, you come over there repping Kamala and putting tampons in men's bathroom, talking about the Democratic Party. That's all you come over there and talk about, and then you get off the show, and then you run. And then you run over the Aphrodite show, then you run over the College Genesis show. He's just a YouTube prostitute. That's all he is. You know what I'm saying? With that kazoo in his mouth.
Let's stay on national politics, not our YouTube politics.
Hey, still, I have to call out a shit eater when I see one. And I'm just telling you. So, you know, next time he come on there, you ask him about it and see if anything I'm saying is false. And I told him whatever he got to say about you, he need to say it to you. That's all I told him.
But
you get what I'm saying?
But when you're on YouTube, you know people be like, I didn't
say.
Hey
y'all, it's close. It's getting close to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it is. I noticed that. Well, she's still damn. I wish we could go back. She's still down by damn near 200,000 votes.
No, she's not. I'm looking at the New York Times is updated. Is more updated. She's only down by like 89,000 votes, 79.
Okay.
So it's getting close. I don't know. You know, you still got Georgia. She closed the gap in Wisconsin. Well, kinda. Trump is up in Michigan.
We gonna see.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, it's still close.
Okay, let's see. Continue. Okay.
Hey, how do you pronounce Ray? That dude Ray Moise. How do you pronounce his last name? It's Haitian, right? It's Rob.
Moise? I don't know.
Rob. Oh, okay. Oh, I want to get his name right, man. But I wonder, was he on the show that day when that dude came in and told me he'll eat that lady raw because he was upset because he from Liberia and they eat people raw.
Well, she's still down by 4 points in Wisconsin. I just don't see her closing these big ass gaps.
But Pennsylvania's close, bro. She's closing Pennsylvania.
She's still down by 3 in Pennsylvania.
No, you gotta look at the New York Times.
I'm in the New York Times.
Okay, Pennsylvania.
I'm in the New York Times. Presidential election results.
No, okay, she's only hold on. She's no, he's up by like 100 and
yeah, you tripping.
It was on like 140,000.
He's up by like 170,000 votes, but that's
that's not close.
That's still close. Well, 87. That's still close.
Well, you got to think.
Jasmine Thomas. So you repping Kamala 2024? Then look, You know, so I just want to know that she's gonna lose tonight, and if you feeling bad about yourself, you get what I'm saying? All you gotta do is just let me buy you a pair of leggings, you know what I'm saying, in a different color wig. You get what I'm saying? Because that red one is not it. At least if you're gonna wear a red wig, let it match your shirt. You get what I'm saying? So shout out to you, Jasmine Thomas.
Somebody said, bro, they call Nevada in like 5 seconds for Trump. Hold on, Nevada call for y'all. Listen, put the link in the chat room.
Man, that's Willie. That's Willie. He probably be in Rwanda or something. You know how they got that internet over there. It's probably late. He probably walking down the street right now in Rwanda or something. You know what I'm saying? Eat some spicy onions
Really,
or some
put
shit.
the link in the chat room or the source. I told y'all that. Y'all don't be listening.
It's pronounced Moise. I got you, bro. Vibe with Ant said get her a blue wig. Okay, yeah, get you a blue wig. And do y'all see what all that pandering, all that plagiarism, all that twerking with Meg Thee Stallion, all that Glorilla up there looking like looking straight up and down like 6 o'clock with somebody else hair on their head.
Well,
somebody, yeah, Glow. All of them entertainers. That's all they do for us. They always bring up Malcolm X when they talk about black women being protected, but they don't never bring up Malcolm X when he tell y'all about in the black community, in no other community, that they bring out entertainers, comedians, football players, all of that to speak for them. Just because a motherfucker can dunk a basketball don't mean that he's more politically sound than you. Now stop letting these entertainers that y'all look up to tell y'all about politics, because they don't tell you about politics or policies. They tell you who you should vote for, and they tell you why you wrong. Same way that Obama came up there and told y'all why y'all was wrong. His father didn't come from the slave trade. His mama was a white Hawaiian chick. He don't have none of the FBA struggle in his blood, and neither do Commandment.
Don't be talking about Obama. You know that's what they thinking. Obama.
Yeah. So Trump's up 172,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And again, I hear you. I hear you, hustle smart. I hear you, but I ain't buying that shit you said about. I mean, they need to call Georgia.
Man, you know, it's a suspense, bro.
Yeah, where the hell did you get 89,000? When you said that, I was like,
no. So I guess the results that was shown on
that
New York
Georgia
Times.
State education.
Yeah, I know, right? No, hold on. Put some respect on it. University of Georgia Bulldogs in Athens, not no Georgia State.
You got to use that.
We just gonna put respect
You got to use that UGA education sometimes.
We gonna put respect on everything except for their math department.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, you need to put on your Run DMC glasses, bro. You know what I'm saying? Are they prescription?
They are definitely prescription.
Yeah, you need to put them on, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Where you guys could look is Arizona. Trump is only up by 0.8%. But what I'm looking at is these are the same margins he was winning with on the polling. So the polls are good. I really believe a lot of this is them trying to restore faith back in the polling, right? Because those pollsters make a lot of money. So when I look at the polling and compare it to these margins.
Hold on 1 second. My bad. Willie Fungo, have you put the link in the chat room for where we can find out?
CNN. He said he will listen to CNN.
Hold on, guys. We'll switch over to CNN. Hold on. Let's go and switch over to CNN. See what's going on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What is he saying? What's called?
Nevada for Trump.
Maybe.
So Whitney Park, you want you a blue or red wig? Like Whitney Park, in your profile pic, it look like you rocking your natural hair. So why you want to put, Emirata hair from Indonesia on top of your head? You know what I'm saying? Unless you're trying to do some role play or something. You get what I'm saying?
No, where's they shit at? Man, these dudes will. Yeah, Kamala, she definitely ain't getting that popular vote. It ain't looking like. Map. How does CNN not have a map though? That's the crazy part. They just we're CNN. Take our word for it.
Willie, what are you talking, man? Willie, Willie, you need to get some new glasses, bro. Willie, get some new glasses, man.
What is he talking about?
Said they called Nevada for Trump, but they didn't call Nevada for Trump.
CNN doesn't even have a map.
No, I'm on the map right now. CNN. Only 2% of the voter is in. Willie, Willie, do you understand how to read a map, Willie? Willie, are you drunk?
He just looking at 73% is for Trump. That's all he looking
Yeah,
at.
yeah, Willie, man. Willie, we don't
Man,
Willie, just chill out.
Our
Willie.
eyes are on Pennsylvania, where Kamala Harris. Trump his lead is going up actually. Well, it's down right now, but his overall numbers is going up. I mean, at this point, it's all about can Trump hold on to his leads. Kamala is closing in relatively fast, but shit, they're at 87% of the votes counted. So basically, Kamala would have to take she would have to take 5% of that, the rest of the vote, like 5-6% to like really have a solid win over Trump. But remember, these states were decided by 12,000 votes. The thing is, Chase Oliver and Jill Stein are taking a nice little chunk of votes from her, but she's powering through. But what I would say is these things are going to finish very close to the polls. And I really think a lot of it is they're trying to restore the American people's faith in the polls. Now, the one I really like to see is this Michigan joint, because she's down by a lot.
Hey, Diane is grateful. Letitia said that your beard is looking amazing.
I'm still trying to grow it in, but it's growing. It's gonna get there. It's gonna get there.
And grateful, Letitia. That's called thirsty. That's called being thirsty with your kids in the back seat. Go tuck your kids in the bed instead of worrying about his beard, shouting. And you, Miss Whitney Park, you want to wear a wig for the fun of it? I can dig that. That's what I was saying with the role play. Put a little red light on. You know what I'm saying? Put on the little. Hey, you know what? I tell you what to do. Because since you kind of honey brown skin, you need to put on one of them Thelma outfits. You get what I'm saying? With that type of with the bangs in the front. That'll work better for you. You get what I'm saying? That's just a little bit of advice for you. I can see the vision. I can see it up in here. I'm tapping the side of my head right now. I can see the vision. But look, that picking up that Senate seat. Do y'all see the Senate seat flip to Senate seat? That is humongous. With the 2 Senate seats flip.
They should be calling. Well, no, he's not yet, but they should be maybe called. Well, not yet. We'll wait till he gets about 90% for Wisconsin.
So your niece she wore a Thelma outfit on Halloween. How old your niece is? She wearing a Thelma suit with the fishnet stockings, with the white fishnet stockings. Your niece was doing it like that. Trick or treating. Or was she out there telling the tricks? She was the treat. Because I'm confused, Miss Whitney Park.
They got to call Georgia soon, because 95% of votes.
They got to call Georgia, man. They're playing games.
She's down by 200,000 votes, and it says very likely Republican.
Yeah, man. They played with Georgia.
So yeah, so if they give him Georgia, where does that put Trump if they give him Georgia? Dynasty, Georgia State University of Georgia.
Well, like I said, I mean, he wins Georgia. Georgia's, I think, 16, so that put him at 248. I mean, unless just something happens, like I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet. That's weird. I understand what D Toto is saying, but that ain't it.
What do we need? Well, it's up now. It's at 95%. So
It's been at 95%. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
So even if they split the last 5%, he wins.
He's
Or
up,
even if
he's up by 140,000 votes in Georgia. With 95 over 95% counted. Like that it's over.
yeah, 100 and yeah, it's looking like he's up by 120,000 votes. But it's saying, well,
140,000. It's over.
what are you on, man? You still on New York Times?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah.
95% over 95%. It's over.
Yeah, they just don't want to call it because they want to keep you in suspense. I told you this is theater already. He has GA, right? So he'll be at 246. Damn. Even if he's at 246, he need like still 24 electoral.
Okay, so GA is 16, so that put on 246. Then with Pennsylvania, that's 19. I'll put him at 265. And then it's
well,
he's hold on.
What do you have for Pennsylvania? Because
Pennsylvania is at 88%, and he's up by about 100 and shit. He just took the lead. Damn, he's up now by 170,000 votes now with almost 88% in.
Hey Marie Shaw, what's going on with you? Why you hitting us with the tonight? You know what I'm saying? And shout out to you, Miss Whitney Park. She grown though, she in college. Oh, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? She right. A Grateful Letitia said, you're funny. It's not Cato. It's
But
Toto.
I kind of want to go. Let me try to find CNN because I kind of want to hear the Van Jones melt down.
Trump is up by 173,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 88% of the votes counted. Which counties? That's what I'm trying to find. Like
Grateful Letitia, I am not Cato Kisser. I am D Toto Kisser.
Let me give a narrative that was presented as like a doomsday narrative or like something that we don't want to see happen in this country. Do you guys know that there was a mass exodus of people from liberal states to conservative states? A lot of people left California, went to Texas. A lot of people left New York, went to Texas. A lot of people left California, went to Florida. A lot of people left New York and went to Texas and Florida. So what they're saying now is the Census Bureau admitted that they vastly undercounted the population, the new populations of these red states. So what they're saying is if you account for all the people that have moved to red states from blue states, there are about 9 electoral college votes that should have been removed from different blue states and should have been allocated to red states. Texas should have went up with 2 more electoral college points. Florida should have went up with 2.2 more electoral college points, and then Georgia should have went up with 2 more electoral college points.
Let me play CNN real quick.
On the state, he was at 15%. The third party candidates mattered a little bit there, more statewide than they did in Philadelphia, but a little bit. So you just track Donald Trump in Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia, 15% and 108,000 votes in 2016, 18%. 132,000 votes in 2020. We're not quite done in 2024, but it's a lower vote count.
It's the margins.
Because we're not at 100 yet. It's down.
Yeah.
If he keeps that number, he's got that's going to pass the last one. Absolutely. The margins. Again, she's at 78%, and there are some places that are swing counties, and you're fighting to move them. When you're starting a plan to run for president, and you know how deep Trump's support is across Pennsylvania, you have to do it here. You just have it's math. It's math. I mean, 30% of the state population lives right here.
Yep.
Right here. So if you're going to offset that, you just got to run it up. You just got to run it up here. And she's at 78%. He was at 81%. This will be the conversation. If this plays out the way it's going right now, this will be the conversation in the Democratic Party is what's happening in urban America, both in terms of the numbers, the turnout, the math, and the percentages.
So I read this in an exit poll, and whoever is listening from the exit poll desk, Challion or whoever, if I get this wrong or if there's been an updated number, please let me know. But it said black men in Pennsylvania In 2020, 10% went for Trump. In 2024, 25% went for Trump. Black men in
I told you.
Pennsylvania, more
Pennsylvania,
than
North
doubled
Carolina.
for Trump.
Well, if that number's true, I mean, after every election, you have the conversation, right? After 2016, it was what's happening to Democrats. I mean, it was already happening, but Trump put on steroids the Democrats' problem with white working class people who work with their hands. And now I would say, take the white out of that. Take the white out of that.
It's just about working class people.
The gains among black men, the gains among Latino men are among people who work with their hands, who have been punished. Who the conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, but then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling your kids you're getting one gift, not two. Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state with people who have working class jobs. And some of them, I mean, union auto workers, they think that's a good middle class job. Union auto workers who get the employee discount, who can get preferable financing, saying, I'm not going to take the risk to buy a new truck. I'm going to keep this older one on the road because I just can't do that on the family budget right now. Can't do it.
Yeah. Back to Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning right now about the former president's plans this evening?
Well, Jake, we have been waiting to hear whether or not he was actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are two separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump was also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get in to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there, that Donald Trump is preparing to come over here. He said earlier he had no speech planned. We'll see what he says when he's here. Kristen Holmes, we've been watching all of this. And obviously the Trump team has been watching the breakdown here of how he's been doing with certain demographics and how he's improving from where his standing was actually in 2020, certainly in 2016.
Yeah, and we were told that that was what they were seeing in internal polling. But of course, given what we were seeing and the people we were talking to on the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a watch party, that was a dinner, they had giant screens. But the plan was always that if Donald Trump was going to come over, they were going to bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here. And I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent. Now, all of those members are obviously going to have to be in place. As we've reported, it's kind of sparse here. There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage, because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here. But now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, he would come here likely and not take the stage that's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign. And obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. So as we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight.
Hey guys, MSNBC just called Georgia for Trump. I'm sorry.
Not MSNBC called it?
No, NBC. I'm sorry, NBC. NBC just called Georgia for Trump.
Okay, they go CNN.
Oh, yep.
So now do you get what I was saying earlier?
This shit is over. Yeah, it's over. Race is over.
Now do you see what I mean about the 16 from Georgia and the 16 from North Carolina? So that right there carried 32. So that would have canceled out anything. So that's what I was telling you earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody in the chat was thought that I was just talking shit about black women. No, I said black men took a stand because black men are tired of being talked to. You know, don't talk at us, talk with us, have a conversation with us. Like we've been drugged through the mud for the last 22 years on social media. Black men just need to shut up. Black men just need to get in line. You get what I'm saying? And for the black man that couldn't stand on their own, couldn't voice their opinion, they separated. They could not afford, the Democrat Party could not afford to lose 25% of the black male vote. They needed us to be, even though we're only 12 to 13% of the population, but when you got 12 to 13% of the population, Diners, voting 86%. 86%. You can't afford for none of that. So that's like when they said the last time that black people bailed out Biden, they did because our stupid ass 86%.
Hey, Tito, let me listen to what they're talking about.
Go ahead, play.
Coalition, but it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our
I don't like her at all.
Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that like people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
You know, people will be going.
So you said Michelle should have shut up?
The analysis and what worked for Trump and didn't work for Harris on gender. Back in 2020, Biden won women by 7 points more than Trump won men. This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5.
I told you I can't stand her ass, bro. She's a feminist to the core, Diane.
Pennsylvania, Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We
I told you.
On votes at any time. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
Can I real quick take a moment to give a shout out to my beautiful wife, Ryan? I told her, she said, "What do you want for dinner?" I said, "Surprise me, baby." She made me Mediterranean food, a pita with steak and all this delicious Mediterranean stuff. And she made me some red beans and rice with ham hocks in it. Diners, she hit me with the double whammy, dude.
Some of that Hoppin' John, Hoppin' John,
no cornbread.
Hoppin' John. See, Daddies don't even know it. Daddies don't even know about the Hoppin' John.
What's Hoppin' John? What's that?
Red beans and rice.
Oh, okay.
That's what they fed the slaves, boy.
Yeah, that's what they fed the slaves. Yeah, you would have been in that. You would have been in the house, Diners. You would have been in the house.
Man, he would have been right in the field next to us.
I don't know. They would have had me in the field with y'all,
Diners, they would have put you in.
They would have had me in the field.
You would have been the blacksmith, Diners. They would have been like, yeah, he got big arms. Put him in the blacksmith.
And listen. So Joking Dinosaur went from Kamala's winning to Trump ain't gonna give y'all nothing. What happened?
Hey, Trump might not give us nothing, but boy, your mama gonna bless us all.
Hey, what happened, Joking Dinosaur?
Don't switch it up. You don't switch it up.
Hold on. Where is Elvis?
Elvira.
Elvis has left the building.
Elvis? Where's
the Lion beer? He waiting for Collar Show to come on again so he can go over there and talk shit. He ain't gonna come on here.
Where's Afro Stink Tank?
What your boy? What the boy that used to work at Macy's in the perfume department? DeAndre. Leandre. Yeah.
Wheeler.
What happened to all that Project 2025 shit?
But Dinas, I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. You plan us because I believe we have better commentary than CNN, and you just people didn't come here to see CNN comment. They came for us.
No, you're right, Brandon. But I still want to hear the updates and their
Yeah,
feedback.
the updates is cool.
Dinas, we've been listening to us for a whole year. All they do is
Oh
glaze
man,
Kamala.
man, Brandon, I want to just hear like.
I get you, my brother.
Oh,
but
no, hold on, Brandon. Listen. Whenever an update comes in, I just want to listen to the update and hear what they got to say. And then I can't.
Wait, so hold on. Listen, we have officially surpassed the mainstream media when it comes to mobilizing people to vote based on our best interest. The reason why Trump is going to win this election is because of black men specifically, and black men consume their media and get their news from independent media, small market media. And it works. It's working. Our experiment is working. Now, next year, they have to figure out a way to cater to the Latinos, and they got to figure out a way to cater to black men specifically. This was a major victory, and this, to me, has turned the political landscape upside down on its head. The experiment between liberals and black women is over. Black women came out in full strength and could not overpower the unity of men in America.
I tried to tell y'all that sassy black woman that I'm gonna tell you about yourself, that neck roll and all that shit. Like, listen, simps will listen to it, but even a simp know when he getting played. A simp even know that you know what I'm saying, if the money that he's giving ain't equal to the box that you issuing out. And then on top of that,
hold on, let me see what they're saying. Hold on. My bad.
Good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
For real?
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So
she knows she has no chance of winning.
We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
Take y'all ass home.
Go Harris. Thank you all.
Wow. She's
pause that. No, pause that. Hold on. Let me say something first.
To Kamala.
Let me say something first. She didn't even have the dignity to even come out there. She never stepped foot out there. You get what I'm saying? She had all those people out there. And Dinas, don't get it fucked up. My baby mama with her whack ass out there with a pool in her backyard. You know what I'm saying? She's out there. They stayed out there in the weather. It's cold up there in DC right now, bro. She didn't even have the audacity to come out there and speak, to say the same thing that he just said.
Yeah,
keep up the fight. That ain't how you do it.
Listen, it's disgusting. It's un-American. It's disrespectful to the people who came out there in the middle of the night to support her, knowing that she didn't have a great chance of winning. When I tell you that Kamala Harris, I love women, and we couldn't have even won this without the support of the women who really understand. I was just joking around earlier. People like my wife and other women who know what's right and what's wrong. There's women out here trying to raise their families and stuff and take care of their kids who really voted for Trump against the pressure of many of their peers. So shout out to the ladies. But this is what I'm telling you. Kamala Harris represented the worst, everything that's wrong with females in America. The woke mind virus, the feminism, all that stuff. And even down to the fact that when you don't agree with her, she doesn't even want to have a conversation with
Don't
you.
even want to have a conversation.
The fact that she didn't want to have any debates. Then when her numbers started dropping, she tries to come and accuse Trump of being scared when she was the one scared. I told people, going up against Kamala Harris for Trump was like arguing with a bitter woman or a bitter wife. She's not arguing because she thinks she's right. She's arguing against you. She's not listening to the points being made. She's only looking at you and trying to demonize you. This is disrespect to the American people. She said that she would recognize the results of this election. They kept telling us about election integrity. Why all of a sudden are they now talking about they're going to fight all night to make sure all the votes were counted? Because this is the nature of politics in this country. Both parties, when they don't win, they start saying that something was wrong with the election. Only difference is when Donald Trump and MAGA, Make America Great Again, said there was something wrong with the election, we actually meant it. And it was true, and we stayed on top of these people, and they were not able to institute their rigging schemes. That, to me, was the biggest difference maker, because if you look at the margin of Trump's victory that is inevitable right now, there's no way in hell without rigging they would have got anywhere near Trump, and I promise you, this would have been Trump wins or loses by 10,000 votes. Trump wins or loses by 12,000 votes. That is rigging. When it's rigged, it's very close because they want to make it seem like
Willie, it's he's trolling. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
They want to make it seem like it was close. It wasn't close. I want all Kamala Harris supporters, women. One thing I say about women, a lot of women are okay with being disrespected. But even the worst woman deserves better than this. This woman sent somebody out. She's not even down with her own followers to come out there and say, y'all know what? I'm not going to concede tonight. I'm going to make sure everything's good, but we're together. She kept saying unity. We're in this together. But that wasn't unity. Sending some nameless person who we don't even know to come out on the stage.
Brandon, hold on. Put a pin in that 1 second. She could have let Tampon Tim come out and said that. She could have said, she could have said, what I'm saying is that her or him should have came out there and said that, not bring the real FBA black guy out there and say that shit. Why they ain't bring the half-breed or the Anglo-Saxon out there and say that shit?
The thing is, you really haven't seen Tampon Tim in about 3 weeks. They totally buried Tim Walz because he was so bad for the campaign. They buried him, and they didn't listen. Kamala lost. Trump is gonna win in a landslide right now because she was a bad candidate. And I'm so proud of America today. I'm so proud of the men and women who work hard every day in America. We didn't win the war, but this is one of the big battles that we've won. If you know anything about the United States of America, we lost the majority of the wars in the Revolutionary War. But it was when we fought the battle, I believe, what was it, at Saratoga? Was that the one we got? The first one we got? We fought at Yorktown, which was the decisive
That
one.
was upstate. That was upstate New York, Saratoga.
The Battle of Trenton. That's when we thought we were done. That's when we came out on top. That's when we won the decisive victories and took everything back. Washington crossing the Delaware, getting your history so you can understand the spirit of this country. It's a great history. And this, to me, tonight was right on the level of those Revolutionary War victories, because it's when everybody was counting us out, when all the odds seemed to be against us. But look what happened. The blue wall. They called it the blue wall. The blue wall is a red wall tonight. That's wild.
Diners, they coined the frame blue wall. Specifically, not the ocean. Let me correct myself. Not specifically for the Democrat Party, because they thought it was going to head up. This is what I want to tell y'all. I'm going to use my inside voice, y'all. This is what hype, propaganda, bringing out celebrities, bringing out rappers, bringing out singers, bringing out all these people that make way more money than you, that getting handouts from that $1 billion to get y'all to go out and do something that don't even affect them. They ain't worrying about their gas prices going up. They ain't worrying about their food going up. Hell, commandment, eat for free. She get free food for life. The organic shit. But she didn't even have the decency to come out there and wave to even listen, Dinus. Listen, Dinus. And this ain't me just talking shit about black women. If she could have came out there and just stood out there and waved, I'm not even a fan of her. But the people out there, all them people out there came to see her. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the equivalent of you putting your face on a brochure about your tours, Dinus. You get what I'm saying? You putting that picture of you holding that pan of fries with the shirt off with the 2 necklaces on. And then you don't show up for the tour because the bus broke down. It got to get fixed tomorrow. You need to come out there and tell that to the people. You need to go out there and tell all these women that the ones that said that they out here so they can get abortion. You sold them on that. And now you ain't even got the nerve to come out there and Dinus, you at your old college.
Right.
You on Howard University ground. You one of the sisters. You one of the AKA. You one of the pink and green. And you couldn't even come out there and stand by him while he was saying it and then just say good night. You good night, everybody. I appreciate all y'all coming out here. The fight continues. All that shit you talking about, men need to get out of the way, the men need to follow. You sent a black man out there? Well, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way, Danny. You tell me, am I looking at this the wrong way?
You're looking at it for what it is, the symbolism. She doesn't want to associate a female with losing or, concession. So she sends him out there. This is what I'm telling you guys. Even these women who make you think that they're down for you, behind closed doors, they got a room full of men in there who they're using to validate, who they use as validation, for validation. Kamala Harris, what she's doing is a disgraceful act. What she's doing is a disgraceful act in the history of America. And this woman, in my opinion, is not worthy to be president of America. I don't know if you guys know who Thomas Paine is. Thomas Paine is a writer. He's British. During the Revolutionary War, he came to America to document.
Hold on, yeah. Go. Okay, I got a Van Jones.
Yeah. Bring the crying game up. Bring the crying game up.
It's people
rewind it a little bit,
Dennis. Dream.
Hold on.
Going to bed with a nightmare. And
no, rewind it back. Play that again. Rewind it back.
Pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that?
It's not the elite that's going to clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers.
This nigga talking about dry cleaner.
Handing clothes at the dry cleaner. Your child are not the only people who are, and that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to be part of anybody's.
God damn, he was crying for a long time. Go back some more, Dinus. Okay, there you go.
And I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite, who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy.
But see, this is the shit that pisses me off. I got
once again.
I got to fight here. Where were these ninjas in 2019 and 2020 president? Where were they? Like, why the guilt game now? I mean, come on, man.
You traded hope for hurt, Dinus. Hope for hurt? How the hell you do that? I'm a pretty smart guy. I don't know how you could trade hope for hurt. You got sold a bill of goods. And it wasn't even the rapper, the product wasn't even taped up good. She'd already showed you, the administration already showed you what time it was for 4 years. So you let a motherfucker whoop your ass and rob you for 4 years, and then gonna be like, give me the job, and I'll try not to whoop your ass. I'm gonna do a better job at not whooping your ass and robbing you so much. But you go now. I want you to give me that job for 8 years. I whoop your ass and rob you for 4 years. Now I want you to give me the job and let me make up for whooping your ass and robbing you for 8 years. Give me 8 years to do it. And matter of fact, I'm gonna let you kill some babies. Black women that supported this got everything they deserve, because the black men just went along with it because they super ultra mama boy simps. This is all on black women's shoulders. They got sold these bills of goods because clearly, praise white Jesus for white women, they didn't even go for that shit. They got out there and danced around it and act like they was with you. But they left y'all out. The white women left y'all out to dry. All that shit about Michelle Obama was talking about, go inside the voting booth. You ain't got to worry about what your husband said. You know what I'm saying? It's private. That's some old black woman shit to tell you. So you can tell a black, see, that's how them girls get their girlfriend divorced. That's why the black divorce rate so high, because you got some ratchet, bald head, big forehead black chick that's telling another chick what she need to do and how she need to handle her man and how she need to handle her house and what she need to hide from her, from her husband. They don't need to be on one accord when it comes to politics. You don't need to be on one accord when it comes to abortion rights and the life of a child. Because Big Mike, aka Michelle Obese, with her half-breed ass husband, sit up there telling y'all that y'all need to do this for your mama and your grandmama them, and your auntie and your cousin them, and your nieces and your third cousin them, and the neighbor down the street. That you doing women a disservice if you don't let them kill no kids. Oh, my fault. I'm sorry. Embryo. Y'all got a new name for kids in a woman's stomach. How the hell, Dinus, how many different names they gonna come up for a baby growing in a woman's stomach? It's a fetus. It's a fetus. It's
okay,
an embryo.
Let's get back. Let's get back to
get back to the crying game. I want to hear all of this.
And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't a part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Dave,
we got to go.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right, thanks so much. And we're going to bring you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there with 92% of the estimated vote. coming in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan now. The
Ooh, that hurts right there, Diane.
Donald Trump, 52%.
That Mexican hurt them.
46.1%.
I need my monologue like Van Jones.
Vote lead with 61% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the Badger State. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.2%.
That is stinking right there.
Diners, they let the real numbers out.
With an
They was
estimated
giving bullshit
86%
numbers.
of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote.
This is about to be a landslide,
Kamala
baby.
Harris, 49.2% of the vote.
Baby.
Donald Trump with a 12,242 vote lead there, a little bit more narrow with 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. We are awaiting more votes from the outstanding presidential battlegrounds.
Diners, give me my Van Jones moment.
Goes into the night.
Hold on.
Expect
Let
to
me
hear Donald
let me-
Trump speak to his supporters very soon. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay here.
Puffy. Why are we watching clips of Puffy?
Take that.
Hey, that whole clip smelled like mildew.
Man. And baby that cheap family dollar baby
Diners,
too,
just
bro.
let me get my Van Jones moment real quick, man.
Go ahead.
He ain't the only Negro who could simp up. George Washington once said, "Truth will ultimately prevail where there's pain to bring it to light." Tonight was America's response to 4 years of pain. These people hurt this country. They hurt Americans. And though Americans may be preferential to their own particular set of delusions, when you hurt us, as the old saying goes, a hit dog is definitely going to holler. It took a little bit of pain that all Americans felt for us all to kind of snap back to our senses. This is why you see the margins being so wide in this election, because you could want to change your sex and mess around with your gender. You could want to curl up in a ball and cry because you had a hard lot and you got a hard lot in life. But at the end of the day, that does not give you the right to weaponize your insecurities against others. And that is the message that the American people sent to Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and the rest of the Democrat machine. If you hit us, if you hit a man, what is it? What does it say, Dinus? If you hit a man,
hold on. What are you reading?
I'm literally just saying shit. I'm literally just
Okay,
freestyling right now.
Go ahead.
If you hit a man, in time, his wounds will heal. Hey, no, I was just showing everybody how Van Jones, that shit he does is not profound. Anybody can do that. Like anybody. And what I said was more true than Van Jones. They hurt America. They hurt Americans. And when you get hurt, just like George Washington said, the truth comes out when there is pain to bring it to light. You felt the pain economically for 4 years. You know what that made everybody do, Dinus? It made the majority of America put down their bullshit and stand up for what was right and what was true. Today, we rejected every lie that these people have been telling us for what I would say is the past almost 20 years. The woke mind virus was defeated tonight, and Americans stood up and said, look, man, you can be whatever you want to be. You could be a damn tuna salad if you want to, but you cannot come and hurt me economically and expect me to sit idly by and let you do it.
You know what? You know what's so funny about this is that Miss Brittany in the chat, she was like, Trump gonna pardon himself. No, he don't have to pardon himself. The whole case is gonna disappear because he's gonna excuse Jack Smith, all that fucking about some documents and letting Joe Biden get away with it because he only. Now you know what? That's the only truth that they said. At first, I thought they was like, okay, they were trying to make it seem like, I thought that Chinese district attorney Dinus was that interviewed Biden. I thought he was biased, but when I saw him in that I saw him in the debate. I'm like, no, Joe Biden is senile and old as fuck. You get what I'm saying? Like he you know, you can't. They don't really send old people like that to jail. They put them in a home somewhere. So, but now I see it. But he's just gonna make that case disappear now. He's just gonna excuse Jack Smith because the district attorney, a state district attorney, worked for the pleasure of the president. He's gonna get removed. President Trump is gonna fire whoever the district attorney that's in charge now.
Oh, shit, Trump is winning. Trump is up in Nevada. God, yeah.
And that is by 30, by a good 30, 33. So the way it works, Miss Brittany, is that he's gonna bring in his own district attorney, and then that district attorney is gonna fire Jack Smith. Jack Smith know right now that he don't have a job. Tonight, Jack Smith knows that he don't have a job. The only people that he can't fire the judge. You get what I'm saying? The judge has to get removed, but the case is done. The case is over with. So the only thing he got to deal with is that shit about goddamn Stormy Daniels, and that's some state shit. And they ain't gonna even see that. They ain't gonna even settle that. They gonna quietly settle that out in the next 4 years. You get what I'm saying? So that's a done. He wasn't gonna get number probation or something anyway. Probation and dissolve of the sentence after a few years of probation. That's it. It is over with. All that shit that they tried to do to Donald Trump. So some shit that I ain't never seen before. I ain't never seen the system go after one man before. And all these black people that claim, especially Snoop Dogg and all them people, because I remember back in the day, because I'm old as fuck. I remember all of them used to be at the Caesar Palace, all in Donald Trump face, all in Donald Trump lap, rapping, had Donald Trump in their videos. He was one of us. He was invited to the cookout. Some of the black dudes would have let Donald Trump bang their mama up until he started running for president. And the Democrat shields told black people not to like Donald Trump. And you know what? The thing about it is, Dinus, as much as Van Jones was sitting up there talking about black women just wanted to breathe, when them heifers start breathing? When they stop huffing and puffing? Hold on, Dinus. When did these wig weave wearing wild hyena hood rat up in the twerk monkeys from Southeast DC at Howard University with the vibranium leggings on with the stitches to keep all that girth up in there with the Spanx on there with the 36-inch full body wavy natural silky pressed Malaysian Brazilian Indian hair down to the back of their ass, when they stop breathing? When they stop huffing and puffing?
Hey, breathe. Breathe.
Talking about they wanted to keep their shoulders back. When they ever put their shoulders down?
This is why I can't stand CNN. Why are y'all still showing us bullshit about Philadelphia County? Like, listen, call the race for Trump already. He's won. This lady has no chance of winning. They don't even know if she's really won some of the states they gave her. Guys, listen, I want you guys to notice this. They were calling some states for Harris when it was only 50% of the votes turned in. I want y'all to know that. They were doing that to make this appear competitive. It's not competitive. At this point, it's looking like Trump is damn near gonna sweep the so-called blue wall. Michigan up by 6 points. He's up by 6 in Michigan. He's up by 4 in Wisconsin, and his lead is growing. He's up by 3 in Pennsylvania, but he's up by 200,000 votes, 224,000 votes with 93% of the votes in. All he needs is Pennsylvania. Dinus, where is he going to be? Because I just want to make sure we got this in the right. So, I don't want to get people all pumped up and then something goes wrong. But she's already talking about y'all not gonna hear from her tonight and shit. So they went back to figure out how they're gonna try to cheat. We got 247. What is we got 19 from Penn.
Hey, you a funny cat, bro.
Okay.
Y'all know what it is. Y'all don't let the dog out the pound. I'm ready wild tonight. Talk about these chicks can't breathe. Talk about they shoulders back. They traded hope for fear. All they been doing is huffing and puffing. All they been doing is biting at your ankles. All they been doing is running up on you. All they been doing is pointing at you in your face. All they been doing is telling y'all conquered. All they doing is telling y'all useless. All they been doing is telling y'all to sit back and shut up and get in line and let black women lead. All they been telling y'all is that y'all used to black women leading y'all. They telling y'all that y'all don't lead. They telling y'all that they wanted something separate for themselves. And now you got this supersized simp that Jeff Bezos banged him up for $100 million. And he up there talking about somebody going to the dry cleaners.
Okay,
without no pay. The hell he talking about?
So, Dynas, let's talk about this right now. So, Trump, right now, if Trump takes Pennsylvania, right, and if he take Pennsylvania, that's gonna put him up.
Ain't no if. This shit is.
Listen, wait. When he takes Pennsylvania, he's still gonna only be at 266 electoral college votes. Now, let's assume he takes Michigan, right? Because that's only 65% of the votes are turned in. Wisconsin at 87. So that's his victory right there. But I mean, I'm trying to think of ways they could try to fuck us over, like try to screw us over.
The only way they're gonna focus over was Wisconsin, but he's up in Nevada, he's up in Arizona. It's gonna be tough, bro.
They can't touch us in Wisconsin.
It's gonna be unless they got the ballot printers on for
hey,
Nevada.
80,
yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Wisconsin, Trump is up by almost 200,000 votes. 87% of the votes are counted. Trump is up 4 points over there. I don't think Kamala Harris has what it takes to overtake Trump like that. So because Arizona and Nevada, they're not even Trump is winning big in Nevada, but we don't only by 4, but only 68% of the votes are counted. But they see something. We didn't talk about Alaska. That's going to Trump. So that'll put Trump at 269. So I'm just trying to, because this is kind of like what happened with the Biden thing. Remember, it came down to Georgia and Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? And then they tried to start the funny business. So we need Trump to reach
out. Yeah.
We need Trump. Yes, we need Trump to hit 270 tonight. Like tonight. Because it's people forget this. It's the race to 270. So it incentivizes states to get to 270. That is why they suspended vote counting last year, because they knew Trump would hit 270 before Biden if they just let all the states report the way they were reporting. So they had to suspend the counting and then resume it the next day with the water main break. So now let's hope they don't try to suspend the count tonight for some reason, because PA is basically done. We're going to be at 266 with PA. They're 93 reporting. She's down by 227,000 votes over there. And then Michigan, 66 reporting, but where our eyes got to be is Wisconsin. 87% of the votes are in. Trump is up by a little over 100,000 votes. That's where I think they will attempt to steal. If they try to steal something, that is where they'll attempt to steal. I think they'll try to stall Trump at 269, and I think they'll try to give Kamala Wisconsin. I think they'll try to give Kamala Minnesota. I think they'll give her Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and then they'll try to give her one of these Nevada or Arizona, because she could win with that. So
it ain't happening because he got Michigan. He up 300,000 in Michigan, bro.
Yeah, he's up 300,000, but only 66% of the vote has been tabulated.
Yeah, but they already got the inner city out the way. That was that was the problem with some of the other states when Kamala was up by 70% in North Carolina because they did the urban vote first. They already got the urban vote out the way in Michigan because Detroit already was called. Once they called Detroit, that was it. Everywhere in the outskirts, Trump wins. That's what I was telling y'all when I first, well, you wasn't here, Brandon, but when I first jumped on, I go out there, when I get 40, 50 miles out of each major city, it's Trump country. Trump signs, they don't have them Trump signs up when Biden was there. You ride up in the outskirts of any state, you'll see let's go Brandon, big ass flags on people trailers and barns out there, man. You see it. They ain't took them down. They ain't took the billboards down. They was ready for this, and all they needed was for black men to stand up. You get what I'm saying? So that's why when you look out there in that audience of Harris, all you see is motherfucking tight shirt, big boobs, fat Faison looking dudes out there. You know what I'm saying? Trying to catch them a trick, trying to catch them some low self-esteem booty meat. You know what I'm saying? Been standing out there dancing for 4 hours. Don't try to bang up now one of them chicks in the parking lot. Let her run that box pond the river. You know what I'm saying? Let her soak that in the Ocean Lake or something. You get what I'm saying? Like listen, man. Hey, listen, you know what? The thing about it is, though, black women, y'all should feel disrespected. Not what I'm telling you. I feel disrespected for you. That they didn't even have the dick. And then you want to know the funny thing, Dinus, when he came out there and talking about, well, we need to wait for the votes. Then he said they ain't that what they was used to complain about with Trump talking about Trump trying to sow fears and disinformation and trying to set up a game plan for false electors verbiage. And he came out there and said the same thing. And see, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You know what I'm saying? That is true in facts. You get what I'm saying? And we got so many. The one thing that I feel bad about black women is that it's so easy to trick y'all to go against black men. You get what I'm saying? It's so easy to get y'all to go against us. You know what I'm saying? It don't take but a Meg the Stallion twerking. It don't get you but old sugar boy Usher to slide his stinking ass across the stage with a goddamn turtleneck on in 80-degree weather with a fucking goddamn trench coat on. It don't take much because y'all already dislike black men. So it didn't take much for y'all to go against us. Because they put y'all up on the pedestal. Then now one of y'all black women.
Bro.
Hey, this is the last thing.
Hey, bro, about to give
all I'm saying is that when they were propping up black women, then now one of them say, hey, let's bring some black men up here with us. We want them to share the stage with us too. No, they rather send Big Mike, aka Michelle Obama, with the B2Bs in the back out there. The test.
Why did you just call that woman Big Mike, bro?
Straight up. I know Daddy tried to keep it PG, but she was the only real nigga in the White House.
Is we calling her Big Mike or Big Mick?
Big Mike, aka Michelle Obeezy. You know what I'm saying? What I promise you, she straps up on. I promise you, she straps up on Obama.
Dinus, can you make me big so people can see my drip?
Pause.
Look at my drip. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Not your drip.
My drip. Hey, let me tell you something. I got all my Trump gear. I just make sure I don't wear it to no restaurants or coffee shops because I am confident they will spit in my shit if I wear this up in there.
Yeah.
But I did.
You put that on after you get the food.
Yeah, exactly. You just pop this bitch on. Hey,
Yeah.
I went to Home Depot and all that in my Trump hat. You know what I'm saying? They was looking, they wasn't gonna do nothing about it.
Nah.
You feel me? Hey, but yeah,
It's 2 minute 2x4s up and up.
Hey, listen, they ain't trying to get whooped. They
Nah.
ain't trying to get whooped up. You know.
No, they'll plot on you behind that wall making your food though. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, they could fillet it in fast food if they want to, but just don't make no sudden moves, and I won't have to cut you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Willie Fungo, Mr. Small Head, Big Dirty Glasses, bro. You get what I'm saying? Man, take your ass to Rwanda and walk down the street, you know what I'm saying? Eating some of that goat shawarma that's 5 days old, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's not my room. That is a picture that's in this camera I bought. Hey, imagine if selling somebody a camera and having a picture like that in it.
That's what's up.
Just dirty. That's
wild, man. And how much you pay for that shirt?
This right here, I think the dude was selling it for 15.
Oh, that's what's up.
I went to Orange County. I was in Orange County. You know, I had to stop. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
I had to stop.
Hey, y'all, hold on. Trump just won Pennsylvania.
Make me small. Y'all, I know you like my drip. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I got
my bad.
drip.
I got the 2 page.
Y'all, Trump just won Pennsylvania. It's
Let's
over.
go.
Yeah, it's a
War
done deal.
Trump.
It's
War
over.
Trump.
It's
Well,
over.
wait, Pennsylvania got us to 266.
Yeah, but Trump's gonna get Nevada, or it's over.
He's gonna win. He's gonna win Alaska. He's up 57% to 39.
It's over. It's over.
Dinus, it ain't over to the fat lady.
True. No, you're right, Brandon. So
last year we were last election we were fucking around. Oh, he got it, and they came with the bullshit. This year we gotta see it through. You know what I'm saying? Black people always trying to quit early and shit. Go home
Hold
early.
on, Brandon. Let me put this disclaimer out there because Miss Justnita said this. I'll read yours out loud.
Hold on. I'm about to turn it. Hold on. Let me hear what they got to say about Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with
Already called it,
93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead in Michigan with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump 50.42%, Harris 47.1%. Donald Trump
89%, Dinus.
vote lead with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 0.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King?
They're going to try some
Looking
shit.
at the map we're watching, we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania?
Can you fast forward him, Dinus, and get to the punditry?
And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has
what?
other paths to
To
270.
the punditry,
So for the vice
the
president,
people
your
on the
priority is
stage.
here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called
Hold
blue
on,
wall.
Dinus.
The blue wall is ruby red
Pause
at the
it.
moment.
Why
Not
is he
done
saying
counting
the
the
only
votes.
thing that we
So
got to
let's turn
see
it
is
off
if
and
Kamala
wander
could
through
win
them,
Pennsylvania? She
starting
already
in your home
lost
state of
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
They already called it on
Key thing
other
here,
networks. They haven't
these are
called
close
Pennsylvania yet.
battleground
It's already
states.
been called.
Look at the size of
Pennsylvania's
Donald
over. It's
Trump's
called
lead as we go through them.
political
Right, Joe
career
Biden wins this
theater
by 80,000 and change 4 years ago. Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%, and statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you're going to come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania.
That's where
you
they
wanna
were
be on the
trying to
top
cheat,
end
Dinus,
in
Bucks County.
and at the moment,
Yeah, it's
the vice
over.
president
He won
is
Pennsylvania.
on the losing end.
They just
Then you
wait.
move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, another Latino votes because of this. Well, at the moment, Harris 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage, maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest, I guess you come out of that. So you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53% for the president. And once again, the vice president. So there'll be a lot of conversations about blue collar workers. Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it because she didn't break with Biden on cost of living issues? This is going to be the conversation if this map continues. So you come back out again and you look, here's a place. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, right? But you always look at sometimes the margins with it, where the other guy's winning or the other gal's winning. You just want to cut into their margins in a close battleground state. Donald Trump at 60, the vice president at 39%. And you come back here, Joe Biden at 42%. That's the difference. The margins within some of these places, even where you're losing, you have to improve your margins. Where you're winning, run them up. Where you're losing, try to cut the other guy's margins up. And she simply has failed to do that across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I could go on, but the point is the point. And then there's this. Again, in a big state like this, a complicated state like this, this is just Trump country. 70% here, 51% there, a little bit more competitive, but 75% there, 73% there. That's how he does it. And you have to combat that and contrast that. And even in those counties, again, in most of them, Harris not matching.
It's already been called, Joseph.
Pennsylvania. You look at the popular vote when you come on out. Again, Donald Trump lost the popular vote twice. Even when he won the presidency in 2016, he lost the popular vote. Lost it by more than 7 million votes 4 years ago. At the moment, a lot of votes to be counted. At the moment, he's 5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. And again, Donald Trump would like that trophy. In addition to winning 270 electoral votes, which he's not at yet. He's on
I told you.
Yet. He would love that trophy.
They already called Pennsylvania, man.
Michigan, over. We're up to 67% now.
No,
This
Dinus, it only
walk.
put you in
You're up to
66.
67%. But again, 154,000 votes
is,
for the president 4 years ago.
Donald
Donald Trump's lead.
Hold on.
Let me see. 224,000 votes. That's where it's looking.
Oh, hold on.
Eva, quick question. If you had to choose herding cats or building a benefits package for your team?
Oh,
okay,
definitely benefits.
You know what a hairball benefits can be, right?
Actually, with Gusto, wrangling benefits like health insurance, dental, 401k, and workers' comp couldn't be easier.
Perfection.
Real original. Hey, look at choices.
Choose benefits without the chaos. That's
Hey, I'm a cat person, so I actually like the commercials.
Hey, Brandon, how do you think the
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how these new weight loss
turn these damn
medications are
ads off or mute them
transforming
when you ask me a question.
I was saying how the pro-blacks for Trump, how y'all do? How they doing right now? I'm sorry, my bad. Pro-blacks for Kamala, how y'all doing?
Oh,
all of them shitting on themselves.
Listen, man, they're not shitting on themselves because they didn't really care. They just people like Afro Stink Tank. They only did what everyone around them did. They're hive-minded, and that's what I'm telling y'all. Black people love trying to follow and look up to people who are nothing but losers and followers. Like, I don't think it's very few people in my experience who are in the military who are good leaders. They're mostly just followers. That's why they love the military, right? They were never in charge of anything. They were grunts. But the thing I'm telling you is these people just fell in line with what everyone around them thinks. And when you're like that, you can't ever lead people because sometimes you got to go against the grain. One thing I know is that in this country, we do not have a democracy. We have a constitutional republic. In a democracy, the majority controls what happens and they dictate the rules. In a republic, the Constitution is the law that reigns supreme over what happens in this country. And all these people voting for Kamala Harris, supporting Kamala Harris and trying to shame you, they are anti-Constitution. They hate America. They hate the fundamental values America was founded upon. And the only reason they hate it is because they are hyper emotional about singular issues. And most of the time, the issues don't even affect them. They just keep telling themselves that they are more virtuous than you because they pretend to care about people who are marketed by the media to be victims of our society. The reality is Tucker Carlson was 100% right. We have been forced to lie at gunpoint in this country. We've been forced to celebrate people who are very unremarkable for doing very
mediocre,
very mediocre, perfect word, for doing very mediocre and many times destructive things that hurt our society. Like I said before, they hurt America. Like George Washington said, truth prevails when there is enough pain to bring it out. They hurt America. It's not about men. It's not about women. They hurt Americans. There are very few people who get slapped across the face and the first thing they think is, you did that because I'm a woman. No, their first reaction is, damn, that hurt. And they try to knock your ass into next week. Then later on, they ponder if you just tried them because of their gender or their sex or how tall they were or whatever. And they got the knee-jerk reaction of America. We are paying attention. We're at the top of the world for a reason. Our population ain't dumb. It ain't stupid. We're not totally detached. There's still a remainder of us, a large, significant population of us who still got our eyes wide open, and we are ready to put foot to ass against anybody who tries to infringe upon our rights. It's free speech, our right to self-determination, all these things. They came for y'all. They came for us.
Yeah.
And they got deterred.
Yeah. And you know what, Brandon? It ain't the point that I want something to be better. I just didn't want her to win because she didn't work for it. She was planted there. She didn't work for that shit. She was put up there. You get what I'm saying? That's why I didn't want her to win. I don't give a fuck what Trump do in the next 4 years. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't give a fuck what he do. I didn't want this motherfucker, this fake ass, light skin, goddamn Frankenstein tape line. She got that tether tape line with the real hair, look like it comes straight out the funeral home after somebody done died, with a white husband prancing around, sitting up there telling us about this is what the new nuclear family is, and calling her white Jewish husband the new face of masculinity. That's what they were trying to promote. I didn't want her to win, period. She didn't get no way. I was just so shocked that black people would go along with this, go along with the plagiarizing, go along with the fakeness.
I think they call Pennsylvania. No, not yet.
Yeah, as much as black people talk about fakeness, and we went along with this fake chick. And she ain't even try to hide it. And just like you said, Dynas, why they want pressing in? If she half Asian, why they ain't never tried to press in? She got more connection with her. She stayed with her mama. Her mama Indian, right, Dynas? That's what she was raised up with when she was raised up in that single family home working at McDonald's, right? So why they weren't talking about the Asian people?
She's not. Yeah, exactly. They tried.
The only thing she did was with black people was go to Howard.
That's it.
So how the hell that all the pressure of her, this hood rat, is on the shoulder in black women? And you know how black women is, don't mind being the guard dog. They like, we'll hold you up, commandment. We'll hold you up. And then you got simp ass black dudes sitting up there like, man, you know what? There ain't no question about my masculinity by letting a woman lead me. Those was the words that was coming. I'm gonna use my inside voice, y'all. Those was the words that was coming out of black men's mouth. That it ain't gonna be the question about my masculinity. I have no problem with a woman that leads me. I'm used to black women leading this. And if a black woman can run a household, she can run the presidency. What the fuck do you put in goddamn color clothes and white, separating color and white clothes and putting the motherfucking ham in the oven on Thanksgiving? Got something to do, and you sitting on the sofa watching Love and Hip Hop. Got to do what you running a country.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Simp Police. I've seen a woman with kids be reduced to tears by a 3-year-old, bro. I've seen a woman be reduced to tears by a 3-year-old. That doesn't make her any less of a good mother. That don't make none of that. But what I'm telling you is, anybody who can be reduced to tears by a toddler is not fit to run this country. Now, there are many women who are qualified, but I want to just say this real quick, Dynas. We just got our 2 points that we needed to be at 270. When he gets Pennsylvania, which he will, he's going to be at 266. He's for sure going to win Alaska. That's 3 points. He's going to be at 269. Nebraska District 1 is 1 point. That puts him at 270. New Hampshire, the other one, I think that was New Hampshire something, District 2 is another point. So he'll be at 271 and he wins no matter what. So we do got our 2 points for the victory. This whole situation is just, I'm telling you guys, stay vigilant, man. Don't just take this Trump one, that's it. Because in 4 years, we're going to have to do this again. We're going to have to pitch another shutout. Because let me tell you something, just like the hordes of barbarians that conquered Rome, they didn't get Rome on the first try, second try, third try, 10th try. They just kept coming back. And that is what these liberals are going to do. They are hell-bent on destroying this country because the very foundation of this country flies in their faces and lets them know how unremarkable and mediocre they are. They have to tear down America because the very idea of American greatness and excellence, it drives them to madness because they are incapable.
I think Trump just officially won the popular vote as well.
That's awesome. I mean, hey, listen, I'm telling you, when you are successful, the people who are not successful, they make it their life's work to hate on you. We got an enemy within in America that tried to come for the White House. They were the ones going against democracy. Everything they were saying we were doing, they were doing.
They was projecting. They was projecting.
That's all liberals do. That's all liberals do. I live in California, the most liberal place ever. All these people do is project. This lady, it's a lady upstairs from me, lesbian. She says, she called the landlord, she called the management or whatever. She says, oh, he's talking real loud and he's talking about politics and he's ruining my peace, right? This lady is the lady who goes right in the hallway of our building, lights up a cigarette, and all her cigarette smokes comes through my windows, through my doors, and fills my house with cigarette smoke. So me talking about politics is ruining her peace, but her filling my house with cigarette smoke is not a problem. These people project. That's all they know how to do. I can't say what I want to say in the middle of the day at my own house within my four walls, but she could light up a cigarette right in front of my door and let the smoke go in, and she feels like she's innocent, and these people are sick. Their lives suck. Whatever happened to them growing up made their lives suck, and they want to make everybody else pay for it. Not today, Satan. And then she heard me talking about Trump and stuck a Harris Wall sign in her window. I want to take that sign and cross out the damn S, and I want to cross out the damn W and put a B right there. I want to say Harry Balls.
And see, now y'all see why the governor of Pennsylvania didn't want the vice president position, because if he runs, he running for the president. He don't want to be the vice president under no chick, under no half breed. You get what I'm saying? Like that. The thing about it is, other than Howard, really, Dynas, and I'm asking this in all sincerity.
Go ahead.
Besides Howard, 4 years of Howard University, what other connection she had to the black community?
Howard for AKA. AKA at Howard.
That's it. So most of her life, most of the rest of her life was lived up in the Indian home with Indonesia. Is that the proper word for Indian?
I don't know.
Either way it go, that's where she was raised up. That's the household she was raised up in, right? Yeah. So then what the point that I'm making is that, so for 4 years of Howard, then the black community got all this press and this pressure, and not one single word was issued out to the Indian community. You ain't heard not one Indian politician. You ain't heard not one person from India. You ain't never saw them do an interview with somebody from India and say, Kamala is our sister. Is she our sister? You heard not one of them.
Because Kamala Harris's Indian people look down on Kamala Harris. She's dumb as hell. Bro, this woman is dumb. Trump was right when he called her incompetent. The lady proved everything Trump was saying was right. And we got to get back, like Tucker Carlson said. They make us lie at gunpoint. They make us say that people who are very unremarkable and mediocre are great, excellent, and intelligent. And Kamala Harris is the definition. She is the epitome of that statement. This woman can't even string a sentence together, but we're supposed to rally behind her because of her accomplishments. What has she accomplished other than destroying California and making it unlivable? They hid the lady from the vice presidency. They hid her from America for 4 years because she was that bad. Hey, Van Jones is back on.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
You know, America's next president. The world's looking too.
Yeah.
No,
if you're a soldier in Ukraine, looking at Russians being more and more aggressive, you're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight. If you're a solar farmer in a red state trying to deal with this climate issue, we've had billion-dollar climate disasters. Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning because you can't now count on the federal government being at the front lines of this fight the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you've got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure. The Republican Party can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open
For
question.
planet Earth?
Getting 20%.
He's a hater.
Devastating for the economy. Are there going to be mass deportations on American soil? That's
Hell
really
yeah!
I believe it's
Get
actually
their
the
ass up
mandate
out of
that
here.
they
Listen,
take
so I think on the tariff thing,
all they
if you
try
see
to
tariffs
do,
are a
Dinus,
negotiating tool, right? And that
Get
wasn't the
a
person who
burrito,
started it.
eat the ass up
There are
out of here,
350,000
Shorty.
Wait,
criminal
let's listen to this
aliens here
guy.
in the United States.
He's smart.
I think it probably take 4 years just to find, locate, deport those murderers and rapists that are wandering around. The Biden Department of Justice acknowledges are out there. We need to get those folks off the streets. I don't think anybody in America is going to be complaining if we lock those folks up and deport them out of here.
Dave, he doesn't speak with that level of specificity when he talks about it.
I always hear that during the Obama administration, they actually deported criminal more of them than were deported during the 4 years of the Trump administration.
We should keep rounding them up and kicking them out.
But the point is, what he says to get elected and we don't know. We just don't know because it's basically a vehicle for him. And the question is, does the country benefit?
Can you pause this jerk?
Moment as we await more votes from
Can
the
you
key
pause
battleground
this
states.
jerk?
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm so sick of this guy, this bald white guy. I forgot his name.
Hey, Brandon, before you go on your spiel, I'm just so happy that that's the first time that any Democratic pundit said that something that we all talked about before, that president can't do no wrong. I sang that the Waffle House and Apollo that he deported more people than Donald Trump. Go ahead, bro.
Zarth, I actually called that for the past couple months when you guys weren't watching my channel. I said it was going to be a landslide. I've been said that. Dinus, did I not tell you Trump in a landslide?
You did tell me that.
I said Trump.
Hold on. Before you go back, Dinus, didn't I tell all of them it wasn't even going to be close?
You did.
I tried to make bets. All of them said it was going to be close and tight. Now one of them took the bet, didn't it?
Let me tell you this.
Go ahead, Brandon.
They keep talking about how's Trump going to deport illegal immigrants and all this shit. Let me tell you the first place you start why this is going to be real easy. We've let millions of criminals into this country. Criminals are not going to stop doing crime. If you do a heinous act, even if you're recently here in a Venezuelan migrant and you ain't been here for a year or two or 5 years, at least minimum 5 years, and you do something crazy, immediate deportation, ban from reentry. That right there is going to take out 50% of the criminals alone. You don't got to do no door knocking. Criminals are going to do crime. Excuse me. You're going to catch them and you're going to deport them. So guess what? That just tells every illegal immigrant you better be on your best behavior or your ass is going to get evicted. There's nothing wrong with enforcing the laws of this country. There's nothing wrong with enforcing the Constitution. I'm not against people wanting a better life. But I can't go to any of these people country, just walk across the border and get a job. Dinus, we be in Africa all the time. Can you just go over to Nigeria and start working? Maybe you can. I cannot. They will be like, you do not have a work visa. You are getting deported and you can't come back. Why do we not enforce our borders? A country with no borders is not a country at all. And Kamala Harris and these people, they let the enemies in the gate. And they tried to shame you for righteously criticizing them and letting them know that you are not gonna take it. You know, that whole thing. And everyone will be exonerated. The January 6th Patriots will be released from prison. The ones are still locked up. Our country, listen, notice how the woke mind virus is already disintegrating right in front of our eyes. Even the CNN pundits aren't sounding as radical as they normally sound. Van Jones didn't cry. Van Jones actually just gave one of the most normal takes he's given in years. Why? Because he knows that those old tricks ain't gonna work no more.
It's done.
You got us once, but you won't get us again.
It's you know what the thing about it is. Let me now let's talk about the aftermath a little bit. The January 6th case is done. Jack Smith is fired. You get what I'm saying? Now let's go with the.
So what do you think is gonna happen to Fannie Willis now?
Oh, that's done.
Well, that's
done. You can't even break a president for no type of sit down, no type of talk, no type of anything. That's gonna get shelved because now he got the power to send have the district attorneys in Georgia to squash the case. That case is done because once the federal case is done, the state case is done. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hey, but the Toto Kisser, the Trump revenge tour is about to be something serious.
It's gonna be on, but you know he's gonna start it off slow. So he's gonna do the January 6th. He's gonna pardon all of them. He's gonna give Roger Stone. He's gonna give his boy, all of them that went to jail for them 6 months. He's gonna pardon all of them. And see what this is the thing, and I'm gonna end it with this. Y'all think I was gonna be long-winded, but I'm not. What he's finna do what Obama should have did in his last 4 years. He finna do what the fuck he want to do within the law. He finna pardon everybody he can pardon because that's his right. That is the president. It ain't no number. You know it ain't no number on it, Dinus, how many he can pardon, right?
Hold on.
In the Wolverine state, Donald Trump 52.2%, Kamala Harris 45.9%. Donald Trump with a 253,000 plus vote lead, with 71% of the estimated vote in the great state of Michigan. In Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.2%. Donald Trump leading by more than 121,000 votes, with an estimated 90% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. John King, those are the three blue wall states. They remain uncalled as of now, but Donald Trump leads in all three.
Right, blue wall states uncalled, but the blue wall states are red as we get to approaching 2 a.m. in the morning, and we continue to count the votes. And you went through the margins. I mean, these are not insignificant margins. This is not 10 or 20.
Okay, go ahead.
So when the federal case go with Jack Smith, that just kills the one. That was the one that was in Washington D.C. When that one go, anything got to do with the state, because think about it. The information they got from the January 6th thing is the same information they got for the phone call when he called Georgia. That's what the case is all about. So if the federal case go, that's where all the evidence what came from the federal to do the state, because when he made the phone call in Georgia, that's why they tried to come up with that. They tried to come up with the same crime because he made a phone call there. They tried to do it in separate states like that. So that is gone. Then on top of that, with the immigration thing of it is, see, the one thing that y'all ain't peeped out or we ain't talked about, that they picked up 2 Senate votes. So he got the House and the Senate. So now he can actually build the wall. He can build more the wall, and he's definitely going to shut down the border completely. And on top of that, he brought in a new thing that said that if they don't do, because you know he had it before, Diners, that they had to stay in Mexico and seek asylum, right? So now he's going to put it back to they got to stay in Mexico to seek asylum there. And if Mexico don't keep them, he's going to put a 25% tariff on Mexican goods to come in there. So they're going to be incentive for Mexico to keep their ass down. The reason why they don't want to stay in Mexico, Diners, because Mexico ain't the United States. The Mexico ain't got no welfare system. The Mexico ain't putting them in no hotels. Mexico ain't giving them no EBT cards. They ain't giving them no free burrito cards. They ain't put them in El Chapo hotel and suites. You know what I'm saying? Bed and breakfast. They ain't giving them license. They're not giving them free Uber rides. They're not putting them in schools. They're not taking over neighborhoods in Mexico. You got to get it how you live in Mexico if you broke. You know, one thing about Mexico is just like Nigeria. If you got money, you live good. If you ain't got money, you got to get it how you live. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got water up to your knees in your house, you better find somewhere to sleep at. So when they put that law back in effect, it's no more crossing the border and letting them come in and they give them a tag. I don't know if you know this or not, Dinah, because I saw it when I went down there to the border down there in Brownsville, Texas. They give them a little tag and a little it's not like it's almost like an ankle bracelet, but it's like a monitor. That shit is plastic. That shit is plastic, Diners. They cut that shit off as soon as they get it. They got a thing you can see it on the highway where they got a sign on the highway right now where they telling all the people if you cut it, dump it right here, so they can recycle it. Because some people keep it on, some people don't. They got a little sign for it. Them people cutting them shits off as soon as they get through. And they stand in America for 5 or 6 years to their court date, and then most of them don't even show up for their court date. All that shit is over with. This is the best thing to ever happen to black folks, because while y'all sit up there talking about some black and brown coalition, Trump is finna do you a favor. Because
I wonder what Roland Martin is doing. Where's Roland Martin?
He going off. He going off right now. Diners, I just
bring him
want to,
up.
as far as the press is concerned, Thomas Jefferson said the press is impotent when it abandons itself to falsehood. I want everybody to remember one thing. These same channels you are watching right now, they lied to you. They lied to you for 4 straight years. The first lie they told you was that Joe Biden was capable of being president of the United States when he was going through obvious cognitive decline. The next lie they told you is that Kamala Harris was a qualified candidate for the presidency of the United States of America. They do nothing but lie. CNN is already trying to track back its woke, crazy, ridiculous narrative that has been holding on to for the better part of 4 years. They're trying to go back to normalcy all of a sudden, like the flip of a switch. Do not trust these networks. Stick with the independent media. Stick with the new black media, the real new black media. Stick with the small market channels and the ones who have no reason to lie to you, but only give you honesty and perspective from the heart. These guys, their time in the sun is over. They cannot be trusted. They're only good for visuals, and pretty soon we'll have better visuals than them. There's already some channels that have better visuals than them.
Where's Joy Reid at?
Man, probably
somewhere looking for a blonde wig.
Probably getting that wig attached to her scalp. That girl looked like she wearing a toupee.
Man, and she losing some weight too, man. She probably got malaria or something, man. But let me ask a question though, Brandon. Did they dissolve ICE, or just ICE was just handcuffed?
They handcuffed it. They wouldn't allow them to actually deport people.
Okay.
It's bad, but Trump
they're gonna crank their ass up like the mafia.
Bro,
I want them to run up in El Dorado taco and bar and treats and get all their asses. That is a favor to black people. Y'all don't understand when they bringing it. It's already 77 million of them here. It's the craziest thing in the world, a Jedi mind trick of where y'all. I believe me, I understand, Diners, because you don't. One thing about Latinos, they kind of stay out the way, but they only stay out the way, Diners, because all of them don't know how to speak English. But see, one thing about
hold on. Well, we already know who won, but hold on one second. Let me see what
matchups and so forth, and it's too late for them to be cured. So that's the max amount. Let's turn it over now to Bucks County. Again, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. It's typically a blue-leaning county just outside of Philly. I'm told by an official there are 56,000 mail-in ballots left to count out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall. And they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts to report the results of in-person Election Day votes as well. I should note these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot is counted. That's per the law there. Jake?
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Got to take me back to the places where.
Oh, go ahead.
You know, the thing about with the ICE thing is that it's for us because Latinos they stay out the way. But once they all stand up, once all of them learn how to speak English, they're gonna come up and tell y'all ain't no black and brown coalition. It's 77 million of us. Why would we have to be connected to y'all? Y'all been here for 400 years. Y'all accepting us, except that we come here to take y'all spot. We didn't come to work with y'all. They told y'all to work with us. But we ain't dumb enough to work with y'all. We're here to take over. This used to be our land. Why the hell we need to work with y'all to get our land back? Because that's what happened. Don't you see that what happened, Didas? Even the United States admit that in 30, 40 years that it's going to be more Latino. America is going to be, especially we dead and gone, but the next generation, it's going to be a Latino America. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we already know that they're coming to take it over. But the thing about it is, unless you're gonna execute them, unless you're gonna wipe them out, because they have a pecking order. We don't have that pecking order at all. They just know that they can use us as a stepping stone. They know that because we promote that. It's only black people that talk about black and brown coalition. Latinos don't talk like that. I go around, be around Latinos. I have never heard now one of them say black and brown coalition. Black and brown people. That's only what we do. We the fools. We always repping for our demise. We always repping for the gangsters in the hood. We repping Big Meech.
He said Big Meech.
thinking that a 60-year-old dude finna start going around in the club.
No, I think he about to save the hood. Chicago just voted to bring more migrants into the country. That's it. Done. Negroes are done there. You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all all might as well just move to California and we just run a bag up over here, man. Open up a bunch of chicken wing stations.
But them black folk definitely ain't coming to Chicago.
Nah, they need to come to Cali. Yeah, all black people need to move to California. This is where the money at. Come get it. Come compete for it and buy up the rest of America. That's what Mexicans is doing. Bro, I rode down the Coast Diners down PCH the other day, coming from San Francisco. Man, Mexicans got whole ponderosas on the beach, bro.
People would come out of the military and have a fantastic military career.
Brandon, do you not understand that black people, even when the rent was cheap before they built the new Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
They said Fox called the election, Diners. Go to Fox.
Right? Like they were public servants.
I just want CNN to freaking call it so I can see Van Jones crying.
Yeah.
On Fox News.
Yeah, we already there.
I just want to see Van Jones.
Yeah, they want to see Van Jones drop that tear. It's coming because he already talking about everybody fearful, everybody scared, and people going to the cleaners. How the hell he come up with that one? How the hell he come up with the cleaners? Who the fuck take that? Van Jones, we ain't got $100 million. We put our shit in the washing machine, bro. That's not a daily routine to take our clothes to the cleaners, bro. Get it together. Bald-headed simp. You get what I'm saying? And I can't wait to hear what your H Boom Coon, aka Shit Eater Supreme, Afro Stink Tank Dusty, screaming and sweating in his catfish pond in northern Nigeria with Boko Haram. I can't wait to see what he got to say, bro. I can't wait to see what your boy got to say. You know what I'm saying? He probably comb his dreads out, bro. He probably comb out his dreads for this one. I just can't believe that how they came out there and just told everybody to go home. Them people been sitting out there staring at that stage for 6 hours, Dinus. And think about it. Look at Trump. Trump got everybody inside, right?
Right.
Where was everybody at in front of Howard? Howard didn't even let them people come inside.
But it's messed up. They was like, "Hey, Kamala busy, y'all. She'll come out tomorrow."
Man, she had to go to the bathroom, y'all.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Kamala gonna come holler at y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. She went down and got her. She had a bad cheese steak. You know she black, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So she got that upset stomach. You know what I'm saying? She can't even come out the bathroom, man. I tell y'all what, we gonna keep counting, and I tell you what, you ain't got to go home. But you gotta get the hell up out of here and just walk off the stage.
That shit is crazy. Hey, y'all, Kamala gonna holler at y'all tomorrow, man.
Hey, look. I know y'all was waiting for me to cook up this work, but you look, it ain't no more work. The price don't went up. Yeah, you some old wire shit. You know what I'm saying? The price don't went up. You can either shop with me or don't shop with nobody, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So you know, if you want to holler at somebody, holler at the man in the back on your way out the door, and that was it. Then it was Diamond.
If Dinus ever yawn with his mouth that wide open again, bro, pause.
Hard pause.
This man.
Dinus.
Bro, come on, Paul, Brad.
Dinus.
My mouth ain't even big enough to do no shit like that, but
hard pause.
Listen.
Dinus, he didn't even say thank you everybody for coming out.
He just said fuck you very much and just walked off. The way bro walked off was so cold. But the reporter told us that she heard them back there going crazy because she said they said some shit that she wouldn't even dare repeat on TV. So so Kamala's cursing, she lost, whatever. She got to act mad. But I mean, black women, are you tired of being disrespected by the by the Democratic Party yet? They basically said, thank y'all for getting on buses and helping us pretend like we had a legitimate campaign. Bye. That's it. That's what the Democrat Party does. Ask Cori Bush. Ask Jamal Bowman. Ask Fonnie Willis. Ask Nina Turner. Ask Tiffany Cross. Right? Ask Stacey Abrams. They use you up and then they discard you like trash. And that's the way that dude walked off on those people at Kamala HQ. He walked out and said, everybody, we're going to keep defending all night to make sure every vote's counted. Bye.
Fuck you and good night. That's what he said.
If every vote is counted, if you didn't get to 271st, you lose. The way
and everybody was just sitting there. You can hear a weave falling off a chick head hitting the floor. It was that quiet. And then at the end, hey, you know I had to throw that in. And then he had the nerve to say at the end, "Go Harris." He sounded like the simp guy that married Sierra Russell Wilson when he's always like, "Go Hawks" every time to see. He's like, "Go Harris." And somebody, just one person yelled down, "Woo!" And that was it. He was gone. They cut Dinus. They immediately cut the music off. Even in the club, they might start playing some blues music, cut the lights on until everybody leave out. They cut the music.
Have they called Pennsylvania yet?
There it is.
Did they just call it?
Yeah,
for Donald Trump and a huge
there
bucket of
it
electoral
is.
votes, 19 of them for his path back to the presidency. As of right now, with those 19 electoral votes added from Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is within spitting distance of 270 electoral votes. He has
Spitting distance.
265 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King, Donald Trump is within a hair's breadth of being reelected president.
Yes, he is. And let's just walk over. We'll look at where we are now, 265 to 187. And you're looking at this map. He's leading here. He's leading here. He could get a congressional vote there. There's another one at Maine he could possibly get. But if you just look out here, he is almost certain to get this.
I
instead of
called it
Alaska.
Alaska.
Democrat forever. That would get him to.
I forgot
278.
about
So
Alaska.
you're at the point right now, Jake, where pick it, right? Just pick it. That's be one congressional. He could possibly win both in Nebraska. That would get him to 270, assuming he wins Alaska.
New
which I think is
Hampshire.
a pretty safe bet. Then you just look at the map, right? Unlikely to get any of these over here.
He gonna
But
fuck around and get
possibly an election
301.
vote out of Maine, but he's leading here, leading here, leading here, and leading there, and he needs two. He needs two. So if he gets that one, and
He's
that one,
winning in New
he's
Hampshire
way up.
District
And if
1.
he keeps holding these, then now that's where he was. When he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means, but he's leading in enough states right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could pass. He could emphasis on could pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though. He's
I
just
was
in a commanding
9-0. I was
position.
9-0.
Let's do the math the other way, okay? Which is what gets interesting, right? This is now red in our count. There we go. That gets Donald Trump there. Here's the challenge when you do the math the other way. You assume that stays for the Republican. Let's just, for the sake of argument,
For the sake of argument.
Big comeback.
For the sake of Democrats.
Democrat holds New Mexico, holds Minnesota. Excuse me for that one. Wins Wisconsin. Wins Michigan. See this count? See this count? It's New Jersey.
She can't win.
There's Connecticut. There's New Hampshire. Pop it out. What do you want to pick? You want to go state? Well, you could even go statewide. It's not going to happen, but let's say statewide. All right, you do all the Maine. You come back out. What does that get you? All right.
268.
So it comes down to this: if she wins everything. If she wins everything. The Pennsylvania is what makes Donald Trump. Again, we're not done until we're done. But Pennsylvania, in every path she had, any reasonable, plausible path to 270, included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, is she going to win Alaska?
No.
No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes. Again, let's just look at the live outstanding vote. Let me move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount. See those big red circles? Fair amount of Republican votes out there. We have a 266,000 vote lead and a map that looks like that of what votes out. Again, I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable. You come over here to Wisconsin, again, 119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. But it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last two elections, and Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes. And so, again, you're looking at what's left. You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes according to congressional district. Kamala Harris will get one of them. Donald Trump will get another one of them. Of the five, let's look at the electoral map. Donald Trump now has 266 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, first congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's second congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
I mean, Pennsylvania, if you look at those numbers, 266. 266.
Get your ass out the screen,
Or
bro.
more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path.
Hey, Hustle Smart, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Dude probably came out and said, "Hey man, this shit's already over, y'all." Like, no, let's keep going, let's keep going. That's probably what happened. Dude probably said, "Hey man, this shit's over, y'all. This
Hey,
shit is
this
over."
a round. Hey, this a round. Oh my God.
I think there are two stories here. One is the burden that she faced, and to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track. 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden, and people are unhappy with the way the Biden-Harris administration has run this country for the last 4 years, and she did not succeed. I'm not sure it was possible for her to succeed in somehow positioning herself as an agent of change. And
here comes
distancing
the
herself from
excuse
Biden.
making.
There's another part of the story that we got to talk about, which is Donald Trump. The fact is that when you go back to January 6th of 2021 to today, it is an extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority of members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party, declares right after the tremendous defeat of the Republicans. There was certainly an unsuccessful showing in the midterms in 2022, wins a contested primary, and this is his party. This is these voters.
Not just his party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that's
it's his country.
I mean, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania
Oh
makes
my
it
God, Dana
extremely
Bash is
tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things. I mean, the Trump side of this, one of the most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote. Everybody even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having Republicans in the cabinet. It seems like that did not move people. That is still in some ways the never Trump community is kind of a
she was a warmonger.
and it didn't help Democrats in this conversation in really any of these states. You don't get the sense that there was this vast, as you said, hidden vote that somehow pollsters missed or that people voted in secret. That kind of conversation, it just looks like it didn't pan out.
The fact is that the Trump campaign identified what the majority of Americans, and it appears that for the first time he is going to win the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote, what they cared about. That what they cared about is the fact that a box of cereal costs $9, that with Southern Republican governors shipping illegal immigrants north, that the whole migration issue has become a national issue, that you feel it in New York and Illinois and a bunch of northern states. The transgender issue was this version of the cultural wars. And, people were surprised at the fact that he spent more money on the transgender issue than he did on the economy or immigration in terms of advertising. And it obviously seems to have worked like gangbusters. So he really identified what the concerns of the majority of Americans was, and he played to it. And she faced this overwhelming burden that people just didn't like the direction of the country as it stood now after 4 years of Biden and Harris.
Yeah, well, and the big term of 2024, Anderson, is the manosphere, and we're all living in the manosphere now.
Shut your ugly ass up, Dana.
Let's talk about some of, mistakes that were made, things that weren't looked at.
Okay, Joe.
Here you go. Here you go. Here you
Obviously,
go.
there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. There's going to be a lot of navel gazing. What stands out
I mean,
to you?
listen, I'm still convinced that Kamala Harris performed better than Joe Biden would have tonight. I just think that there were so many of us, even those of us who didn't like Donald Trump after the debate performance, couldn't in good conscience
Biden would have
vote for
took
Joe Biden for 4
Pennsylvania.
more years. But there were tremendous headwinds here. I think there was a misreading, and I'm guilty of this to some degree, of a
You
lot of
sure
people
is,
don't like
bitch.
Donald Trump
You and the
today. I
mother
think
view
felt better when he
hoes.
was in office. That's just the fact. It's
You
the
and the
border,
mother chicks
it's
on the
his
view.
feelings around crime,
Whoopi
feelings around the
Goldberg,
economy.
nappy head
And I think
ass.
there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to engage in an autopsy prematurely, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion, not just about what happened in this campaign, but about when parties lose, it's an occasion for evaluation. And I think the evaluation is necessary.
Do you think the Democratic Party will do that?
I think
Yes.
I think it will do that, and it should do that. And as I was saying to you guys before, I appreciate the Democratic Party because I think it believes in the use of institutions to help lift people up, and that we're a better country when you do. But the Democratic Party has become more of a suburban, college-educated, professional party, and it still feels allegiance to working people, and it still tries to fight for working people, but it approaches working people like missionaries, like Margaret Mead would approach the natives, and they come and the Democrats say, we want to help you become more like us. And the implication is that somehow if you work with your hands or work with your back, that you're less than. And these are the people who make our country go. And they deserve respect and dignity. Everybody deserves that. I think Kamala Harris tried to express that in this campaign, but it has to be more of an exercise over 90 days of a campaign. It has to be a really rethinking. I mean, we talk about, you talked, Van, about solar panels and so on. I don't even understand how people can question that we need to do something about climate change, given the catastrophes that are besetting us now.
Go ahead and
That
cry,
says,
man. Go
if
ahead
you
and
make your
cry.
living extracting fossil fuels and old energy from the ground, and you make a good middle class living that way, and you have to give that job, and people come to you and say, for the good of humanity, you're going to have to give up your good middle class job. That obviously doesn't sit well, and there needs to be an honest discussion about that. I think the Democratic Party has to do that. But let me just say one other thing, because I know I pushed one of your hot buttons there.
Don't worry.
But Kamala Harris.
Me too.
Kamala, there'll be plenty of critiques and so on. Kamala Harris completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did. She probably turned in one of the great debate performances, that we've seen, to the point where now, the guy who appears to be the president.
We have to believe that she's remarkable when she's not.
And I think
she's
she
dynamic.
tried to appeal to the better angels of people's nature, and so. I'm not
I was just going to say, it was this moment that I realized America just elected the guy who said they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. So I'm just taking
Sure did.
the Go Van.
Yeah, look, I think Kamala Harris had to do two things. She had to introduce herself and disqualify Donald Trump. She tried to do that by saying that she was on the economy, for the people, middle class, contrasting his kind of rich as hell kind of thing. She tried to do that.
That's a lie.
The border's an issue. She tried to be tough on the border and accused Trump of playing politics on the border. And she thought abortion was going to really make it work for her. She just got beat by, her own words.
Her own words from 2019. And also some during the campaign.
more recent ones as well. If you look at Trump's ads, Bidenomics is working. whoever came up with Bidenomics
Mhm.
needs to be
Yeah.
put in the corner someplace. So then, because she doesn't separate herself, and then she says, you know, not a thing comes to mind. So she doesn't separate herself from Biden, and then the whole transgender thing. So the ads just beat her to death on tying her to the economy, tying her to Biden, and tying her to weird stuff.
Yeah.
And so there was really never a great response. And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird. And it was not a good.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before she has even before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But you know, one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes,
Basic
loyalty.
loyalty.
So
She actually
should've just
told
said,
the
"Look,
truth for once.
I'm grateful to
She
him,
made the
and,
mistake of telling the
I'm
truth, and
proud
it
of
cost her.
many things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future. Would have been a better answer, but you know, it's easy to be on the sidelines.
Look, I think, look, you can critique whether she's the correct messenger or not. I think the message, right? When you're selling a product that Americans don't want to buy, doesn't matter who the messenger is. So I think the Democratic Party needs to sit back, talk about navel gazing, sit back and think, what were we selling? What are the American people looking to buy, right? They're, you know, maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling
you. You got to keep 330,000 clean energy jobs, and people are still thinking about it.
I get it, but I'm saying
pretty good.
There's something afoot here. When you look at that map of the counties that she won by 3%, and there's not one of them in America. There's not one. There's a blank map.
Yeah.
There's something the Republicans are selling that people want. And the Democrats don't.
We're awaiting
not selling it.
Donald Trump's remarks at any moment as he's on the cusp of reaching the 270 electoral votes he needs to return to the White House. We'll hear from him ahead.
Man, her MAGA hat is hard, Brady. Did you see her MAGA hat?
Every weekday morning.
Here are the 5 things you need to know to start your day.
Get the news you need.
How about this for an earnings call headline?
In 5 minutes or less.
Bravo!
CNN's 5 Things with Kate Baldwin, now streaming on Max.
Experience the CNN Magic Wall. Get live results, expert insights, and an immersive election experience. The Magic Wall. Find it in the CNN app today.
There's only one man big enough to run this city.
I want us to suffer for what he's done.
They're taking back Gotham.
I know what he took from me.
Sophia's gonna come for us. Let's go.
Oswald Cobb.
Yeah, it's over with.
The Penguin, streaming exclusively on Max.
Diners need to pause the commercial.
Who should be the CNN Hero of the Year? Weigh in now. Cast up to 10 votes a day every day. Visit cnnheroes.com.
What he was in the 90s has had a great deal to do with what he has become.
Chasing Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Caller, it's OV. It is OV, caller.
While you're Harkonnen, you are the strongest among us.
Without spice, the great houses would feed me to the worms.
The troubles are far greater than just Arrakis.
Hey, caller, you need to click the link, man.
Streaming exclusively on Max.
You need to click the link, caller.
Grief isn't talked about much, but that's what my podcast is all about. Join me and my guests for a new season with new conversations about loss, life.
Diners need to pause the commercial. I don't know why you playing them.
Listen on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
For 30 years, I've been saying publicly what people are saying themselves. I have enough money. I could just shut up.
But you know,
There you go.
Yeah, how do I
Hey, what's
sound,
going on,
man?
caller?
Go ahead, caller.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Sound fine. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, cause not, and if not, I'll switch to my my computer. You know.
Right, you good?
All right, yeah. I was just saying, man, Donis, I told you to call, text me, man. You know what the heck? I told you to text me when you get the results, in, man. I just haven't.
You ain't got a TV caller?
No, I didn't want to see. I
Oh,
told
no,
you I didn't want
Trump
to see.
is speaking. Hold on. Trump is speaking. Hold on. Trump is speaking.
Okay.
Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that life to me. I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Is that Joe Rogan?
No, that's Dana
no,
White.
no. That was the guy from that owns UFC.
That's
Okay,
Dana
UFC.
White.
Oh, Dana White.
Dana White.
That's Ron Johnson. That is y'all's House leader.
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson, yeah.
Former President Trump,
Trump was
obviously
born
waiting
for this.
the
He was
Greenwood
born for
song
this.
to end. You see Speaker Mike Johnson, Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Let's listen.
Get your sister ass up.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
Boy, his son is tall
Works very
as
hard to help
fuck.
people.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Now look at his Indian wife, Paula. That's a real Indian chick.
Yep.
Yeah, she can whip up that curry goat and that Beritic rice.
And beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay.
Oh, I can't wait to see the
Which
View
one?
tomorrow.
CNN, MSDNC.
Hey, Kyle, I can't wait to see the View. I
thank
can't
you
wait
very
to
much.
see
Yeah,
the
he sure
Pan
looks like- he's
Africanist
like the only
Kamala.
guy
I
I've
can't
ever
wait to
seen.
see
He
it
really
all.
looks forward
Okay,
to
I
it.
thought,
And then
yeah,
he
I
just
can't wait
goes
to
and
see Afro
absolutely
think tank, man.
obliterates
What's he
them.
gonna talk about? You know?
Say a couple of words.
Hey, Colin, he probably swimming in his catfish pond right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably makes a total of like $15 a year. What I thought. Come to Africa and invest. It's some dusty part of Nigeria. Come on, man. We gotta do better, man. Us Pan Africans gotta do better, man.
Well,
It's
Mr.
not a good
President,
look.
I appreciate you allowing me to join you on
Afro
this incredible
think tank
journey.
took my
Thank you for the
Pan-Africanism
trust that
card.
you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the
He
greatest
Nakmeezy
political
calls
comeback
him the
in the
new
history of the United
Pan-Africanism, man.
States
I
of
guess,
America.
Nakmeezy retired me from Pan-African and crowned Afro think tank as the #1 Pan-Africanist.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Yeah, he picked the real one, Shawty. He definitely picked the real one.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what he was thinking about with Mike Pence, man. That guy
Turned
was
out to be a
Yeah.
good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that.
Hey,
lost
Stink
that
Tank
little-
removed this video where he
it
was
lost
bashing
that
Trump,
little,
saying we're already saying the election is rigged.
that little
He removed the
thing called
video.
special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this.
I tried
so
to click
great.
on it. It says video
it's the
removed by
greatest country
uploader.
and potentially the greatest
That's Afro
country in
think
the
tank.
world by far.
Thinking
And
type of guy.
right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden, right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
Then
You know, he sent
now
the
they're gonna
rocket
try to
up
say
2
Elon
weeks
bought
ago.
Philadelphia.
And I saw that rocket. I
Colin.
saw it coming
No,
down.
it
I saw
doesn't matter. The Supreme Court
when
said
it
it was
left, it was
fine. when he was
beautiful,
doing
shiny
it.
white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty.
What
It
do
was
you
going
mean he bought
10,000 miles an hour, and it was
He
burning
was like
like
giving
hell.
out $1 million.
I said, what happened to your
I
paint
forgot what
job? He said,
doing.
we've never made a
And
paint
they
that could
said it was
withstand
okay.
that kind of heat.
Hey, Darius, I'm gonna
And,
drop off
but I
and
saw it
log in
come
back into my
down and
computer.
turn
Okay?
around.
He post the
Okay.
link back up
And
here.
there's, it's like
Okay.
22 stories tall,
All right.
by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding.
He babbling
But this spaceship came down, and I saw
This
the.
way he go out.
I'm looking for Elvis. Where's Elvis at? Where's Elvis?
Boy, hey, we're gonna talk about that too in a minute. We're gonna talk about that too.
Would you listen to my show last night? What Elvis said?
And then it wrapped those arms
Of course, bro.
Oh, you heard what he said
and
about
just like you hold your baby at night.
Kamala when Kamala wins.
And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon and I said, Elon,
they're gonna get reparations.
was
They're
that
gonna,
you?
I'm like, okay,
Yes,
I
it
wasn't really
was.
thinking about that now. And also,
I
you
said,
know
who
what I'm
else can
posting on my
do
show?
that? Can Russia
I'm gonna
do
post,
it? No. Can
and y'all gonna
China
hate
do
me
it?
for this. So many
No.
people hate me, but I'm
Can
gonna
the
post a
United
link to
States do it
ICE,
other than
how
you?
to
No,
join ICE,
nobody
and
can do
ICE
that. I
hiring,
said,
right?
that's why I love
Right.
you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the
Hey, and Carla,
tragic
I told
hurricane
Dynas, and I'm gonna tell you this right now.
and it hit
I told Dynas how he
hit North
always
Carolina, they were really devastated. The water
name
because they
dropping
get
Dynas
water
on your show,
as big as
trying
we've
to
ever
get
seen.
you
Water
to
hurricane,
have a
big
conversation with Dynas about
nothing
something.
feels
You get what I'm
And
saying?
I will say, he goes, why
and
you going
the
to defend the
danger
Dinas? I
was
go, Dinas is my
unbelievable.
home,
And
my
the
young
people
home,
from
Yeah.
North
man.
Carolina came
I
to
said,
me and
Dinas,
they said, would it be
you
possible
act
at
like
all
you
possible
back in your bouncer
for you to
days.
speak to
I
Elon?
told him if he got
Dinas is too much of a
I
gentleman to
said,
get
what's
involved with
Starlink? It's a
people like
form of
Afro State Cakes,
communication.
so
So I
I'll do it,
called
you know?
Elon.
I told him
And I'll tell you what,
that
he had,
if
and it
you
was very dangerous.
if you
People
got something to
died. They
say
had
to
no
Dynas, won't you
communication.
say
All the
it to
wires were
Dynas?
down. I
Why
got
you
Yeah,
got
we'll
to
talk
talk
about
through?
Dinas
Why you
tomorrow.
got to?
Dinas.
Why you got to
Elon,
talk through
you have
you
something
to
called
talk through
Starlink. Is
Dynas
that right?
when he
Yes,
come on
okay. What the
Dynas
hell
show
is it? He
all
said,
the damn time?
it's a communication system
Yeah, so
that's very
I don't know
good.
about that guy.
They
The
said,
bottom
Elon,
line
they
is
need
this.
it really,
Let me say
really
this. Like,
badly
I
in
have
North
nothing against
Carolina.
African
Can you
brothers
get
and
it? He had
sisters.
that there so
But
fast.
I just
It
really
was
think,
incredible.
man, I
So,
think
and it was
people
great. It
need
saved
to
a
start
lot of
building their
lives. He
own
saved a lot of
homelands.
lives.
I think people
But
need
he's
to
a
really
character. He's a
start.
special guy.
Look,
He's a super
America has
genius. We have to
spoken.
protect our geniuses. We
Them
don't
dumping
have that
Haitians in
many
the
of
middle of
them.
nowhere in
We
that
have to
place like
protect our super
Alabama and
geniuses.
stuff
I
like
want to
that. And
thank some of
people
the,
like,
you know, we have
so you're gonna dump
up here
people
today,
from
the U.S.
third world
Open
countries
champion.
on our
He's
stuff and just tell us to
fantastic.
deal with it.
Slightly longer
People
than me.
said
It's about a little
no,
bit
and that's
longer
not
than me.
being racist. You know,
Just a little
black people
bit.
say
Bryson
no.
DeChambeau
You know,
is up here
because the
somewhere.
story that's not people talk about is the reason why Donald Trump won by
What
this
happened to
victory
Bryson?
is because of black
Where
people.
is he?
You know, I'm dead serious. They're
Bryson.
not going to tell you that, but I would say about a good
Oh,
35%
he
of the
was
black
shot.
vote went to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He's
That's
hitting
not
balls.
high.
Oh, he's on the way. He's
And
hitting balls.
every black person I talked to, man,
Bryson.
was just like, you know, yeah, I don't care about that
Oh,
no more.
look at him.
They said once you get people out of that, and the Democrats never gave us anything to vote for. You know, they just automatically
He had a
assumed that
great,
they had us in the
he's
bag and
had a
everything
great
without
career
having to do
going.
anything.
Great
So
U.S. Open.
this is a result of
That's
that.
a
Of them
fantastic
just
job.
basically telling.
And
And
we
they
also
said
have a
right
man,
now
Dana
there was this
White,
girl
who has done some
tonight,
job.
man. I should have saved the TikTok. He said, "What does all black Trumpers got in common? They're all
He's
uneducated
a
and
tough
stupid."
guy.
She said that with a with a weave in her head, hustle smart. She had a nasty ass weave in her
So
front. She was like
Dana
skinny, so
started
she looked good, you
UFC,
know. I kind of, but
and
she had this
came to
really
me. Do you
bad
mind if I use
struggle weave
your?
in her
Nobody
head.
wanted
Talk
to give
about
him Marines
the
because they
black
said
people
it's
who
a
vote for
rough
Trump
sport, a little
are
rough.
uneducated. They don't know the
I
issues
helped him
on
out a
that.
little bit,
And I would love to
went,
get her on and say,
and they
"Look,
said,
hey,
this
tell
is
me
the
what the issues
roughest
Kamala
sport I've
stands
ever
for."
seen, but I began to like it,
What's her
and he
position on
loved it,
fracking?
and nobody's done a better job.
What's
in
how's she gonna
sports.
tackle
And
the
you know,
border?
he's
She's
a
the borders
very
are right now.
motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets
What about
these
inflation?
fighters, and
You know, what about
they
all stuff
really
like
go
this?
at
You
it. And
know,
it's become one of
we
the
do
most
know the
successful
issues.
sports enterprises
You know, but the
anywhere
bottom
at
line
any
is
time.
let them keep thinking that.
doing
They're gonna
so
wonder why
well.
they keep
I'd like to
losing.
ask Dana just to say a couple of words.
I agree.
People love
I
to
just,
hear
I just
from him.
cannot wait to see the View tomorrow. They probably won't even have a show. I guarantee you. They won't even have a show tomorrow because they're gonna be running scared. Look, I am just
Nobody
so ready
deserves
for this
more than him, and nobody
blowback because
deserves this
you know they're
more than
coming
his
for us,
family
Diners.
does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like, really, I probably like.
Hey, Danny, you can pause him now. He's just up there babbling now, bro.
And we're gonna.
Yeah. I just can't wait for them to cut the fucking CNN studio and Van Jones. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Put them on mute until it go back to them. But we've been talking about this for a while, and Kamala been preaching it too. You get what I'm saying? And Kamala, I listen to Kamala a lot because he be on late and be going to when I'm heading back to the house, man. You know what I'm saying? It always be, Kamala can stand on his own, but Kamala be cooking, and then one of those people from Africa or whatever, they'll just start throwing stuff at him and asking him stuff that ain't got nothing to do with it, got nothing to do with shit. And I do not like that name dropping shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to talk about a person, let the person be there to defend themselves. The only reason why I brought that shit up today, because he kept bringing up your name up, kept talking about the people that you bring on I think he was talking about T. Khalif or something, like you always let T. Khalif say this and say this. I'm like, won't you tell Dinus that? You get what I'm saying? Like, why do you come on this and then try to get Afrodamas talking shit about them all the time? Let's have a conversation. Always trying to put somebody else in the mix when they don't even fuck with them.
Yeah,
when they don't even fuck with them.
I told him, I said, look, I don't have nothing to say to Afrodumbass, tell me, look, the bottom line is I think black people, the Pan-African movement on our side are in a pretty good position. We're the ones bringing the money to Africa. We're the ones that got the energy and whatnot. I told him, I said, when you guys bring something to the table, then you could talk to you guys need us. Let me tell you something. Every last single African streamer, they don't make no money unless they talk about our content, or even like Kazori. He makes his money because his audience is mostly Black American and people from the West. There's no monetization on the algorithm in Africa. So the content that we talk about, the American election, us repatriating to Africa, tourism, everything we do as far as Black issues and culture and everything. That's what gets monetized in Africa. You got to have a Western Black audience, And so like I said, if they want to come to my show, I'll let everybody on. You want to come to my show and talk about that, but I don't feel necessary to go on the Afro Dumbass show and talk about anything and whatnot. I said I got a couple shows I go on. This one, Dynasty show, my show, and I think that's about it. About one other show I go on. I don't need to go on everybody's show and everything like that, because where the energy's at, Where the energy, right? And like I said, this right here is going to, people have no idea how this election right here saved Black America. Hold
on, Carla. Hold up. That is Dinus. Is that not what I just said 30 minutes before Carla jumped on the platform?
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Go ahead, Carla.
It's true. That's why you said it, because you're smart like I am. The bottom line is this. Think about it. Had Kamala won, think about this. This was scary. Had she won, you know what that would have said? That would have said you don't have to promise the Black community everything. You could basically ignore their concerns, be dismissive of the concerns and everything, and you could still win. So the bottom line is this. And the Black male vote would have been inconsiderate, because right now, I saw that homely ass looking Joy Reid tonight saying, "Oh, it's a myth about Black men." She goes, 99% are going to still vote for Kamala and all this. Like, does she read? Is she reading the room right? Is she on social media, or they just say stuff and hope it sticks? Well, the only thing, the answer tonight was this election. This just said everything we was talking about for the last 2 years came to pass tonight. You know, this overwhelming victory. Donald Trump won because of the black male vote, the black female vote, and a lot of some black people just staying home. Let me tell you something. Black voter turnout traditionally is no more than 30%. You know, that's 30%. That's a 35% is a high black voter turnout, right? For her to be effective, she needed, like Barack Obama, like 95% black turnout and 99% of those people voting for her. That was not happening. And so, therefore, that's why she lost. She got edged out in North Carolina, Georgia, and all these other places, Pennsylvania and everything, because the black vote was not there. Now, going forward, will they come to the table and say, you know something, we got to re-examine our side? Maybe making transgenders and all stuff like that shouldn't be the focus of the party. Maybe we should focus on black issues again. You know, maybe the feminists, or maybe abortion. You know, they spent like they spent like $1 billion on ads protected. But look, your right to kill an unborn baby, you know, a little baby in the womb, when that is an important issue to them. You know. And so, therefore, if they want abortion, opening the country up to illegal aliens, if they flood the country and with migrants and criminals, protecting them, you know, really actually protecting them and harboring them, you know, if that's what you want to do for 4 years, the next 4 years, and putting them up in hotels and everything like that, giving them jobs, money, driver's license, and everything like that. Everybody's in car insurance. Hustle Smart, did your insurance go up?
Everything went up.
Yo, my insurance went up for no reason. I didn't do nothing. I ain't do nothing. I go to my insurance guy. I ain't do nothing. I got a driving record, everything like that. No accident. I got a brand new car, and then buy a perfect driving record, mileage, everything like that. Don't speed, no tickets, no nothing like that. Why else? I know where my thing jump up $25 a month, right? They said, well, there's a lot of uninsured murders on the road nowadays, and you know what he's talking about, you know?
Right.
You know, so bottom line, if you want more of this, keep voting Democrats. But I think black people have had enough, you know? And the Democrats would admit that, then they will come to the table and say, look, man, we got to change. We're going to keep losing elections. But if not, they're going to go the way of the Whig Party, just disappear, you know?
Yeah. They're just gonna fall to they're just gonna fade to black for 4 years because they are the elitism. They are the elite party. You get what I'm saying? Yep. I was talking to my daughter the early day, and I told her that I said, where do you think the council culture came from? Where do you think the transgender came from? Where do you think the getting people fired from their job if they said the wrong thing or laughed at a funny joke or played a prank? Where do you think all that came from? You know, so where you think that all that suppression and getting people channels taken down, where you think that doxing culture that we got on YouTube right now, where do you think all that came from? That came from the Democratic Party.
Also, hold smart. I mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The Democratic Party, basically, they talk about freedom and everything. Where was our freedom when they was making us take those shots?
Yeah.
Remember that? They made us take a shot. Kamala said, 100 more employees, you got it. She helped sign that into law, you know, as the head of the Senate, you know, 100 more employees, you got to get a shot, a vaccine shot, right?
Oh, you know, a lot of those people are suing and getting their full pay plus back, right?
Well, the media's not showing that. I don't know.
I was listening to the Red Eye Radio. They brought up about 60 people that sued and got their money back from that when they was telling people that they had if they didn't get it, they was fired. Even the people that had other things that were going on, they said no, we can't get the vaccine, and they was making them getting it anyway for those federal jobs.
Yeah, and also, what I don't understand how people thought we were going to forget all this. That was my main thing against the Biden administration. The way they basically took an obscure agency, the CDC. You know, the CDC was just a little rinky-dink organization created
right here in Atlanta. I know exactly where it's at.
You know, and then not only that, they made it the most powerful agency in the country.
No, not in the country, Carla. In the world.
In the world, the CDC basically ran the world for a time period. With that, under the guise of protecting people from COVID. Can you imagine if Kamala won? They were going to do with the FCC. they were going to elevate the FCC to that sort of power too. And next thing you know, FCC is going to be coming after radio stations like Joe Rogan and everybody out there. TikTok, already coming after TikTok, you know. And they're trying to come after YouTube and everything like that. So the bottom line is this: you let Kamala get a hold to the FCC and whatnot, and they'll elevate the FCC, weaponize the FCC like they did the CDC. You know, we dodged a friggin' major bullet here in this election. I was really, first time in my life, I was really nervous. I was scared.
I was never nervous about it. Even when I I was telling you, bro, when I came on your platform, I told you she couldn't. I told you that if she won, America is over with because it's impossible to win off one issue. The only issue, the only issue she had was killing babies.
Right.
That's all she had. Like, think about it like this, Carla. And I said this before you came on. So think about it. You whooped my ass and you robbed me for 4 years. Now, after 4 years, you want me to employ you and for you to try to stop whooping my ass for another 4 to 8 years. What the fuck? That don't even make sense.
You give her a raise. She failed, right? Or you can put it like this. You failed at your job for 4 years and you want a promotion. You know, I mean, yeah, I was
not a promotion. You want to take over the business.
I was like, man, we basically dodged a bullet. You know, I was so freaking. The Dynas called me like twice today. He knows I was nervous. That sounds scared, Dynas?
Yeah,
I was freaking scared, man. I was like, oh man, I saw my life flashing in front of me.
That's cause see, it was easy to get caught up in that media blitz and the hype because she had so much momentum. They were trying to make it seem like everything that Trump did was
deal.
They tried to make it seem like everything that Trump did and everything Trump said was turning out voters. Even with the joke at the damn thing, Trump didn't even say the joke, but they like the comedian said it. So that's gonna turn off 140,000 Puerto Ricans. See, this the funny thing that they don't understand. The people, the Puerto Ricans, the Latinos that's in here legally, they don't want them motherfuckers coming over here because the Latinos and the Puerto Ricans that are here, they feel the same way we feel, Carla, because they see that they coming over here and they get put first in line. They getting hotels, they get EBT cards, they getting cell phones. The people in Puerto Rico, Carla, the people in Puerto Rico still reeling for the hurricane that happened.
Right. Hey, Hustle, have you been in New York City before?
Yes, smell like piss.
Have you seen it been lately? Freaking the Bronx. I was there 3 years ago. Actually, 3 years ago in 2021. I swear I was in Bangladesh, man. Website.
Yep.
I was like, God damn, everybody's speaking Shnagalaga. Basically, it couldn't speak. No one spoke English, nothing like that, man. It looked like he was in Bangladesh. I was like, what the fuck? Am I in the third world or some shit?
It did have a weird kind of I'm not gonna say a rank smell to it. It didn't have like a rank.
Goats. Yeah, they smell goat. I think they got goats and shit like that. They be like having goats in their back. I'm like, dude, man, this is not friggin' Bogota and whatnot. You don't need to have a goat in the fucking Bronx. Your goats and shit. That smells like a farm, like horse piss and shit.
Yeah, that's what Dynas. That exactly what. And Dynas, do you know when it rains? Like when it rains bad, the migrants that's out there. Do you know they have to bring them inside the police department? Like any building that's open, they just have to bring them in there and let them sleep in the lobby. Did you know that, Dynas?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because you can't leave them outside like that because they're under the protection of the New York City. But you want me to, Carla, you want me to tell you who the real hero is?
Who's that?
The governor in Texas that started busing the migrants all over.
Yep.
So nothing was said when they were just coming to Texas and California. When he started busting them.
You said video going around where they went to a bunch of liberals' house and said, what do you think of Mike? Oh, bring him in with that. And next thing you know, they bring a whole busload of them. Say, what do you think? They say, oh, man, get him out of here.
No, you can't handle it. Now we need some help for the government. See, that's what I'm saying. That's that elitism. That elitism is all told. That's just like, you ever watch that scene from the barbershop with that congressman that come to the barbershop to get his hair cut? And he like, when I'm in town, you know what y'all need to do? Vote for Leroy Brown, give you that razzling dazzle speech. But when you actually put the issues in his lap, he's like, oh shit, somebody else need to handle this. I'm just the one that give you the razzle dazzle. I'm just to give you the up with hope, down with dope. I'm just here to give you the catchphrases. And that's all Kamala was. At the end of the day, she just wasn't a good politician.
Look, whoever decided, if obviously Democrats weren't serious about winning the White House. She had no primary. She had nothing. She basically lost in 2019, right? And so therefore, what makes them think that she was going to be up against Donald Trump, whatnot, off of bad press? You know that girl, lady Sunny for The View?
Sonny Liston.
Yeah,
with her regular ass.
She kept saying all Biden had to do is talk about, Kamala had to do is talk about that she's part of one of the most successful administrations in history. I'm like, am I living in an alternate universe? The most successful administration in history. This guy's in Delaware all the time on the beach. And I don't know his ass from his elbow and whatnot, but he's a successful presidency. See, they's up there now. They're so arrogant. They got so drunk with power that they basically could say anything and it sticks. So the bottom line is this landslide victory, not just the Electoral College, but the popular vote is a mandate. And the Senate, the Republicans took the Senate. So basically, the Democrats got to lick their wounds, say, what the hell happened? I don't think the Democrats are ever going to come back from this. I really don't.
Let me pass it. Wisdom never sleeps. Go ahead.
Well, grand day all the time.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm always great, guys. I'm always listening if I'm not always here. I'll play it back no matter what's going on. I just want.
We lost you on your Getro.
Oh man, you on that Kroger Boost Mobile. Got that? He still got that chirp. He got that chirp button on the side of it.
He was like he was about to cook, man. But
Wisdom Never Sleep always cooks, man.
He was about to look like he was really about to cook, man. What the hell? I want to hear this, man. Jeez.
Oh, he'll come back in. But Carla, this is the thing though, that when it was so now it never got me because I'm never caught up in the hype. But they just kept saying the same thing. That this is the real definition of what $100 billion can do. You get what I'm saying? They just got her up there saying the same thing, repeating the same thing over and over, and then they just say, just let the machine work. Let me show you what $1 billion can do.
Say very little.
Hold on. Go ahead. Wisdom Never Sleep. Go ahead.
Yes, that's my browser, not the phone. I'm on the computer, that Brave browser, but they've been knocking it off a lot lately as I talk. But I want to implore you, gentlemen, to continue speaking facts, even when people don't agree. And as a lot of these people say, if Kamala loses, blame the black men. Well, no, you need to.
Ain't no if. She lost.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. What I told him was, you're right. You need to blame the black men, not the weak people, because it's the fact that they are saving you. Like I said, if she won, there would be no more America as we know it. So y'all keep putting your foot on the gas. Keep talking where you talk. Keep standing where you stand. But I implore you to add in to make sure now is the time that we really need to be vigilant. We need to be observant, because when a woman is scorned, she already ugly, she already bad, she gonna keep on coming at you. So make sure that no matter what, we don't have to rub anything in the face. We have to tell people the fight has just begun.
Oh man, they're coming for us. Trust me.
Yeah, coming hard. So a lot of times, and I was taking people to the polls that were Latino and stuff. A lot of them. And one lady thanked me. She says, you said something to me one time that helped me at work. I said, what? She said, you said that you don't talk politics or religion around certain people because you could tell. She said, I was listening and people start talking. She said, excuse me, I don't talk politics or religion. And it helped them keep they'll walk off, because I said, where they're going with a lot of the conversation as soon as they start. So, but the problem I see is I'm glad they're taking most of the House and the Senate back, because that's the biggest ploy they had from the beginning is with those illegals, is keeping their House seats through census and everything else, because they can block bills, they can mess things up. So they're going to be trying everything they can. They're already going to try to leverage and change the 14th Amendment with this insurrection clause, Section 3. They're already talking about doing all that. They're going to throw everything they can because they know they're going to have to get out of there. They know that the enemy, they've been the panderers for the machine. You got the View and everybody else. So even when they can't do like the FCC now, like y'all was mentioning early, they were trying to be such a global force, but now because of this, they're gonna have to really come down on some of these networks or shows anyway. I'm hoping he'll overturn that law that Obama put in place, giving them the right to talk the way they talk and lie and mislead the people. And with those protections he put in. So I hope they gut that and many things to come. But what they don't understand is that the men that rises up in the face of everything is the one that really helps save, and the 9% or 10% of the black women that finally start seeing the light and didn't mind speaking it. But there was a lot of people that voted this way that was quiet about it because they didn't want to be ostracized, criticized, and all those things. But the very people that have run away from the truth speaking, they're going to need the very people like you guys, us that believe in what we need to save America.
Hey, hold up, brother. Miss Legit wants to come up here and say something, Dinah. She said that Kamala lost because of misogyny and racism. When is that gonna? That is so played out. It's like give 1985 its year back. It's just the millennial, the 2024. She lost because she was a terrible candidate and she had.
I put the link in the chat room. Miss Legit, click on the link. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wisdom.
Go ahead. Wisdom never sleeps. Go ahead.
Yes. So you're going to keep getting that. And what happens is like a child. And they don't want to grow up. No matter how old they get, they become aged in a body. It's just like a lady said to someone the other day, I'm tired of someone saying female. I'm a woman, but you sitting there with that big bonnet on your head talking about you a woman in a major conversation of relationships and things. They call you a female because they can't decide whether you're a girl or a woman. It's not
Arrested Development.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to have someone to blame. But the reality is this: just like when it was Obama, but people forget this. And when ladies come up to my, you didn't do it because of black woman. No, y'all voted for Hillary Clinton the same way just because she was a female to represent you. Before Obama won that primary against her, I was at different polls. I had other people at polls, and they was voting for Hillary tremendously. That's what they have forgotten. Most females today, no matter what, long as a woman can represent them, makes them feel empowered falsely. Whether they accomplish anything or not, as kids say, we're wrong over the man. So then when it wasn't Obama, it was Biden before this lady. So then they go, well, she got to be president. You got to remember that she's a woman of color, not a colored woman. And that's what you got to make people understand. These are different people. Colored people, we are. People of color, we're not.
I know, we're not no POC.
Right. And so we the COP. We're the colored people. And that's what they've launched everybody into that. And what saddens me is the fact that we take on everybody else's words and verbiage and things because we think we need to belong. And a lot of times it's the warriors like yourself and others out here on the battlefield that now can cause a lot more of them to stand up and talk and you're gonna see a lot of gutting happening. That's why they call the Avengers
more confident in themselves.
Yeah, because people said, why did he get Pence and stuff? We all didn't like that. The point is, he didn't know the snakes that was already there. So people was telling him who to get.
Exactly, yeah. That bro. What's that guy that with the funny looking mustache that was the UN ambassador? Remember him?
Bolton.
Yes,
Bolton.
That guy was a piece of garbage because I guess because Donald Trump saw him on TV, Fox News every once in a while. He figured he's a good guy. that guy was a snake in the freaking grass.
Yeah,
You know, Bolton.
Yeah, they
Hey,
cut.
Wilson no sleep. Did you see how all of them, once they quit and talk shit about him, they wrote a book?
Oh yeah, that's how they made their money. That's how they made their money. And this is what nobody wants to really. And you know, ask them, what was the message? Only her last event did she not mention Donald Trump's name.
All right, let me do this. Go ahead, Mr. Never Sleeps. I'm gonna pass the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is there was no message but make someone hate someone. And that's what they do to get you to believe in them, because it's like smiling in your face while putting the blade in your back, all while hugging you hugging you with the left arm with a smile and cutting you with the back. And people that can't get that, and so they have no message for her message.
Hold on.
Go
My
ahead.
bad. Van Jones is speaking.
All black people are this way, or all women are this way. So there's a license that he
Go
had
back a little bit, Dinus. Go back a little bit.
He ain't crying yet. Let me. I'm about to close out. I'm about to close.
He's a crying Negro.
Yeah, I'm about to close out, and I want the other people to speak. So let me pass it to K Polymath, and I pass it to Renee. Go ahead, K Polymath. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, shout out to you. So I have a question and comment to make here. Does it matter which president wins for Black Americans and also Africans? I'm an African, and I'm not really sure if the foreign policy is going to be different, because America is all about
different.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to see what the difference is, right? For foreign policy, because I'm coming from an African perspective.
Hold on, can I have this one? Can I have this one?
All right, you got a minute, then I got to pass. I'm about to go this one.
First of all, Kaizo, Donald Trump is not going to force the LGBTQ on Africa. You know, he's not going to tie foreign aid, foreign investment to them Africa changing their laws about LGBTQ and all stuff like that.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? All that stuff like this. So, and now that Donald Trump is not going to be like with this climate change nonsense, which they have Africa telling Africa you can't industrialize, you can't develop, you can't do something like that, because they really believe African development. And Kaiser, if you got to understand this, tell your African brothers right on the continent, the West sees African development as a threat to their survival. You know, so therefore, Africa being the way it is or not, that's the way the world power structure is. Donald Trump's not part of that world, that thing.
Correct.
So that whole idea of globalism is if you got a bright African who got some education,
and some money,
smart people come. Let's give him a visa to come to live in the West, not develop the continent. But so that's what it is. That's going to change.
All right, let me pass it to Renee. Go ahead, Renee. Unmute yourself, Renee. Renee, you got to unmute yourself.
So sorry. Hey y'all. Thank you for letting me come up. What I was saying is that I definitely think that Kamala Harris lost because of misogyny and because of racism.
Well, Renee, can I ask you a question? Where were you guys in 2020 when she got blown out and didn't even make it out the primaries?
Yeah, but I'm talking about this election though.
No. See, we're not playing that game. Where were you guys in 2020?
Y'all didn't like her in 2020.
Yeah, what happened? Where was the misogyny and blah 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 in 2020?
I mean, I'm not speaking in reference to that. I'm talking about now. Her as executive president after.
No.
But hold on, Dinus. So explain the misogyny. Don't just say the word. Explain. Put context behind the misogyny, Renee.
Yeah, and I also want to just say real quick, we're talking about 2024. We're talking about post her being a vice president.
I got you.
So we're talking about a totally different time period.
Okay, we went you. 2024 is put the context behind the misogyny. Just don't use the trigger word. Put some context behind it. How was it misogyny?
I think that many men do not want or support a woman for president.
So what happened in 2020?
I don't know what happened in 2020. People didn't select.
And then Renee, she didn't even have even in 2024, she didn't have a primary, had to run against anybody.
Right. I got you.
Biden was forced out and they just threw her in. And now you guys are throwing on misogyny.
Right. I got you. But what you're saying though, that doesn't disprove what I said. Like
It does disprove.
your point doesn't take away from what I said.
It does
Whether
take away.
2020 she won in the primary or got blown out in the primary or not, it doesn't take away from this election for 2024 and
Yes,
her
it
being the
does.
candidate and her being a
Hey,
better.
Renee, let me ask you a
Hold on,
question.
hold on. No. It does because she wasn't elected
Okay.
to be
But can I?
to even run for president. She was given the spot.
Okay. Can I further explain or do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So in this election,
Mhm.
after her being vice president for 4 years, okay,
Mhm.
we're in a whole different time period. For this
Right.
election right here, she, in my opinion, was the better candidate. When it came
Shit.
to all of the absolutely, I stand
No,
on
she
that
wasn't.
10
No,
toes
she
down.
wasn't.
When it
Hold on,
came
Renee.
to
Hold on, Renee.
Hold on. No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Tulsi Gabbard would have been a better candidate, but you guys ran her off.
Exactly.
You
I
guys
would have
ran
voted
her
for
off.
Tulsi in a heartbeat. And
Tulsi
also,
Gabbard
Sarah
was a
Huckabee
better
Sanders
candidate.
would have been a good candidate.
I just wish I could just say, like, y'all won't let me get to why I'm
Okay,
saying
go
that
ahead.
or nothing.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying I think she was the better. Now, of course, she didn't have to go to the primary or any of that. Of course, we know that, right? She skipped to the front of the line because with Biden's crazy old behind and everything else that happened with that, right? So got that, right? But I'm saying beyond that, when you start looking at what her policies are and what she wanted to implement, in my opinion, she's a much better candidate than Trump was. When you look at everything from her economic policies, and people also speak a lot about like the border, but she was pushing the border bill and she wanted to continue to push that if she was able to get in office, which would have
Hold on, Colin. Let her finish.
man,
Go ahead, Renee.
which would have created a ton more jobs, would have employed many more border agents. It would have expedited people who were here already waiting to send them back. It would have made it far harder to get asylum here. It would have helped to solve many of the issues at the border. I feel like people were not really looking at the real policies. When you talk about the child tax credit, when you talk about the earned income credit, when you look at so many policies.
Renee, if I can interject,
Oh man.
No, Renee, you know why? You know why we didn't know about that? Because literally, whenever Kamala opened her mouth, whenever Barack Obama opened his mouth, whenever the Democrats opened their mouth, it was abortion. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. Abortion. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. That was their policy. That was their
That's
policy.
not true. When she called him, when she let's be clear, he was the first one calling her a fascist. I can prove that. She called at the very end. She finally said that. So no, it was not every time she opened her mouth. She didn't say that till it's already crunch time. It's already time to go. So he was the one who called her a fascist, but way before. So people are not looking at that. See, that's my thing. When I've talked to many people over this period of time, I've noticed that when it comes to Trump, people aren't really, and I'm not saying you guys or whatnot, but people aren't really talking about his policies. It's more like a cult of personality. It's more like kind of buzzwords.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
It's more like buzzwords, like the border. But okay, what's his border plan? It's more like right. What's his plan? What's his plan though? You said what?
That's the policy. The border.
And then what's funny is Barack Obama sent more people back than anybody. But nobody talks. Y'all jump over that. Y'all bring him up, right? Y'all bring him up in the context that's befitting of you. But if people are so concerned about the border, they never talk about that, and y'all never talk about Harris's border bill. So this is what I'm saying. People are not looking at policy.
Nonsense.
People are not looking at.
Hey, Dinus, hold on. I just want to ask one question. Renee, do you know what was? Do you know why that border bill didn't go through?
Why? He helped to have influence. Yes, he helped to have influence over
No,
Republicans
ma'am,
to not support it.
no, ma'am. That is
He
not
said
why
you
it
can
went through.
blame me. He said you can
Renee,
blame me for why it didn't pass.
Renee, if you don't know, you don't know. Let me explain to you why it didn't go through. Because it just wasn't the border bill. It was tied up with 16 billion. 16 billion with a B going to Ukraine. It was tied up with 56. It was tied up with 56. Hold on. Let me put the eggs on. Let me put the eggs on the skillet one time, Carla. It was filled up with 56 billion going to Israel for them to keep bombing Palestine. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, the border bill was at the discretion of the president, how many people it was coming. It wasn't a full lockdown. The Title 42 that Trump had cut it off completely because that was a national emergency. You get what I'm saying? They wanted to put a bill that they would have discretion to do it, but it was tied up with earmarks. The Republicans said you need to bring us a border bill just by itself, and we'll work with that bill. But they was like, no, we want the money to go to Ukraine and Israel because they're warmongers, and the Democrats is the one. Contrary to popular belief, Miss Renee, it's the Democrat that has the weapons factories and the weapons that building the weapons. The Republicans and the government just buy them for the government. That's it. They the ones that run it.
The truth is, they didn't want a solution. Let's keep it up.
See,
That's the truth. They did not want it. They did not want a solution. They did not want a
the
solution.
solution was already there, Miss Renee.
I let you speak, and I didn't say nothing.
Renee, but hold on, that's what I'm saying. Let me finish the point. I'm finna finish the point with Title 42. The solution was already there, Miss Renee, when they came into office. What the first thing that sloppy Joe smelling little girl's hair and commandment did was they repealed back Title 42, and therefore the rush. So if she wanted to do a bill, Renee, why didn't they do the bill the year 2020, 2021, 2022? They waited till 6 months. 6 months. You can go back to the date. I can pull up the date for you right now. They came up with a bill 6 months before the election. So explain to me, if they wanted to do something about the border, why didn't they do something about it year 2021, 2022, or 2023, Miss Renee?
Let me tell you this. Even Mitch McConnell initially encouraged GOP senators to pass an immigration and Ukraine aid deal. People were down for it. It was not until Trump's influence, that's why he said, blame me if it fails. Now you're trying to pinpoint Republicans was on board. Hold on, you spoke. I did not interrupt you.
That is not me. You just went over everything I just said, Renee. That bill was produced 6 months ago.
Okay, can I finish speaking, please?
6 months ago. I'm talking about 20. I'm talking about year 20 when they got in office, 2021, 2022, 2023, Renee. I'm talking about 3 years. Not the last year. Not the last 6 months.
I got you. Now, can I speak without you interrupting me?
Yeah. Long you stay in that parameter. That's the question.
I didn't put. I'll let you speak.
Well, God, let's do this. Hold on.
Oh my God! Can I just respond to what he said, please?
Go ahead, Renee. And then JD Vance articulates exactly why the border bill wasn't passed. Go ahead. I'm gonna play it right here. But go ahead, Renee.
Okay, thank you. So he's talking about, this is the last 6 months. Whatever the case is, that was Biden's presidency. This is her presidency. That she would have. That she would have. Why are y'all so disrespectful? Come on, this is ridiculous. I thought it was against the
Renee.
You flailing, Renee. You flailing.
Can I please finish speaking? Can I please? Y'all don't want me to speak.
But Renee,
I listened to what he had to say. I didn't say anything.
Biden even said that Kamala was involved in every decision. So when you keep saying that,
He was still the president. She was not president though. She was vice president, y'all. You cannot put that on the vice president. He was still commander in chief.
I'm so happy.
Commander in chief.
Renee, the more you talk, the more I thank God she got blown out.
Yeah.
God,
And y'all still don't want me to go into the whole misogyny element and the racial.
Let me say something.
Oh man, can I finish talking?
Oh God.
Yeah, it's men's fault, Renee. It's all on fault, Renee.
It is men. It is absolutely men.
Let me say something.
In general, let's just keep it a buck. In general, men do not want a female president. I don't think that people can really deny that. They really don't.
I didn't want one, Renee.
A lot of men believe that, you know, we won't be more respected in the world. A lot of men just don't feel like they want a woman in charge. They would rather have somebody who's, to me, a lesser candidate, somebody who's a felon, somebody who's trying to save his behind from going to jail or having any consequences. Someone who's selfish, someone who, hold on a second, someone who constantly, someone who said, talked about the Constitution, someone who's prioritized himself. He said everything in the book. Okay, and people would still rather support someone like that because they don't want a woman. And I know a lot of men don't want to hear that because they know it's really real. But some men have come out. I give credit to the men who have come out and said, you know what? I don't want a woman president. I don't want a female president. And the part about that that's interesting is, as much as America's a superpower and what have you, there have been many other countries that are have had female leadership.
Third world countries, Renee.
America is still behind. America's not on the cutting edge. America's not on the cutting edge. America's behind.
America's not behind.
Absolutely, it's behind.
Renee,
you guys
she was a better candidate.
Kamala would have made it.
Renee, Kamala Harris sucks. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. She just sucks. Okay, she's a crappy candidate.
What sucks about her?
She's so. We've already.
Like, can you give me the bullet points of what makes her a worse? Wait, 1 second. I'm saying what makes her a worse candidate than Trump is my question.
I would have voted for. I would have respected the Democratic Party more if they either ran they lost her Tulsi Gabbard or even Michelle Obama. Kamala Harris sucked.
So what about her? Wait 1 second. I'm asking the question though. What made her a worse candidate than Trump is what I'm asking.
Let me answer something right here.
What made her worse than Trump?
Miss Renee, with all
what
due
specifically?
Respect, and guys, listen. This is what I was saying earlier. Don't waste this energy any longer. We got too much else going forward. There's nothing you can say to a person with this mindset, male or female, is going to be coming all the way back, going over the same thing. Let's move forward. She said it herself. She's talking about 2024, but she went back to Barack Obama. So you can't.
No, someone else mentioned him. I did not.
No, you did.
I didn't bring his name up first. Someone else did, and that's when I mentioned him. No, I did not bring him up first. I did not introduce him to the conversation.
Okay. I'm glad my hearing's bad for the raise sons and grandkids, so I can hear very well. And
you can rewind it back. I didn't mention his name.
No, but what I'm getting at, let's not waste energy. What should be happening is, yes, the person we wanted might not make it. So as a people, what can we do as a group to make sure we move forward as a people to better serve ourselves? And see, a lot of time we forget that you're not looking at America's freedoms was on the line no matter what. And if you can't get past who you want versus what's reality, this is a waste of energy of having these conversations. So let's not talk about that now. What that person is not going to be, but it's still a lot of fighting going on that's going to still determine what's happening. So this is a waste of energy. So going forward, please, going forward, just accept what is and what you can do for the next, and how can you push the next person. Say, like, you know what, guys, she might not have been the strongest because y'all voted for Hillary. Nobody voted for Shirley Chisholm with these numbers back in the day. And she was truly a black woman first running for president. They didn't have this kind of turnout even from black people. So it's all this. Wait, hold on. So what? All I'm saying is, all the guys, nephew Diners, Hustle Smart, Carla, African Strike Back. When y'all are talking, let's not go let people talk this long because this is a wound that can't heal right now for them. So don't even entertain it. If you hear them talking, let them talk. Then say thank you and move on forward. So
I love engaging personally.
Renee,
If
I have
that's
a
how you view, that's cool. I love engaging in like political dialogue and conversation.
I have a question for you.
I don't take it personally.
Hold on, one
I
mic,
don't know.
one mic. Renee, I have a question for you. I'm gonna pass it to Judy. So you said that women are gonna rise up or something because Kamala lost. How does this look like? What do you like? Can you expand on that?
I think that more women will kind of start to see like, okay, wait a minute. This man, like when it came to like abortion rights, when it came to these types of things, and the fact that, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying that when I say misogyny, I'm not limiting that to men. Women also hold misogyny as well. A lot of women don't want a female president. So I'm not limiting that to men. I want to make sure that's clear. I do, however, think though that during this time period, as we've already seen with abortion, it's going to get even tighter, even tighter, even tighter with so many different things. I think eventually women will kind of get that message and will get more behind it, because if we really want to blame, I mean, we can't blame anybody, but if we really, really want to look at somebody, it's white women. White women are the ones, just like, and I didn't support Hillary, I didn't support Biden, I didn't vote for either one of them. When it came to Hillary, though, you seen them white women, they turned their back on her. They didn't go for the white woman. So Kamala should have known that as well, that if they not even gonna vote for a white woman, they ain't voting for a biracial woman.
That's what I said. I said that from the beginning.
So that's a major killer. So I want to be clear. I'm not making that exclusive to men at all. I'm saying misogyny in terms of just that mentality. You can be a male or a female. You can be a man or a woman.
All right, let me pass it to Judy. Go ahead, Judy. Miss Judy.
No, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. So the whole racist thing, Trump being a racist and all that, I'm beyond all that. Because one thing, Joe Biden, his mentor was Storm Thurmond. He had no problem with crossing the aisle to Southern Dixiecrats.
Yes.
She was in office with him for 4 years. She took the job with him. So all this about Trump being a racist, you know what? We done voted in plenty other racist presidents, knowingly and unknowingly. Okay. As far as I mean, I wanted Hillary to win. I thought Hillary was education-wise is more qualified than Kamala. She went to like 2 top Ivy League schools, and it didn't happen, for various reasons. Yeah, there is a good old boy network still in place, but I think in this case with her, to me, she's not qualified. I watched her give a speech when I realized she didn't have it, when she was giving a speech with the president of Ghana. And he spoke so eloquently about the history of Black America and Africa and everything in America and Africa, our slave past, everything. Now here, she's supposed to be a Black woman. I was shocked that she couldn't even historically outline our sojourn here in America the way he did. And I realized then when I saw her stand up against him, I said, okay, this girl ain't presidential at all. And this was like 3 or 4 years ago. Well, about 2 or 3 years ago, I saw this. So she's just not qualified. I'm sorry.
Judy. Thank you, Miss Judy.
And I don't think, he got a mandate. It's an overwhelming mandate. The Democratic, liberal, super liberal policies destroyed them.
Yes.
Look, I can't get a breast reduction, and I'm a nurse. I can't get a breast, and I know this is going on in New York City. I can't get a breast reduction paid for by taxpayers' Medicaid dollars. But if you want to turn yourself into your woman, a man, and you want to turn yourself into a woman, you could get a BBL breast implants, and the whole 9 yards. I gotta pay for mine. If I just want to reduce my breast because it hurts my back, I gotta pay for mine. But you can get yours on my taxpayer dime because you feel like you're born in the wrong body.
And you could be a criminal in jail.
That's right.
Something's wrong with that. I'm sorry. Something's wrong with that. Parents, my granddaughter, who feels that she's a boy, want to dress like a boy. They told my daughter-in-law, no, they told my granddaughter that your mother can't stop you from wearing certain clothes. And if she does, come tell us. This is in the school in New Jersey. Okay? So taking away parental rights and all that, this is getting out of hand. It's gotten out of hand. And y'all black folks who don't see and realize what's going on, something, y'all need to become more aware of what's going on out here. Okay? And this same agenda now they want to take to Africa. So Africans need to thank us for putting a stop to all this stuff. Because we see what's happening to us is coming to an African country near you. She went on a tour. They sent her over there. Okay? When she went to Ghana and Tanzania and some other places, they sent her to pushing the alphabet agenda. They sent her pushing the alphabet agenda. Okay?
I remember that. I forgot about that.
So your Africans in the audience need to thank us too, because it's coming to a country near you. When Biden got into office, I remember that February, first thing he did was talk about Nigeria, how Nigeria has to loosen up their anti-gay laws or something, or they're going to get sanctioned. This is what they do.
Yes.
Okay? So we're slowing it down. And y'all could thank us later. While y'all all sleep and want to think that we're anti-immigrants and all that. No, we're not anti-immigrants. We see what's happening here. Y'all don't see it, but we see it. So y'all just thank us later. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Miss Judy.
Renee, you want to respond to that?
I don't know. It was kind of
because you don't know what's going
all
on.
over I'm not really sure, but I will say I do want to say something to you guys though. And I love the conversation. I do want to say something that I did find very interesting was that the number of Black people who left the Democratic Party, which I totally understand and support, because the Democratic Party has not produced for Black people in any real substantive way. And I think that us galvanizing our, and putting our vote together and using that as leverage, I think would have been a really great thing that wasn't really happening. But one of my things that I noticed though is the Black people who were pulling away from the Democratic Party. It's like, okay, that's great. That's what's up. People beginning to kind of notice some things and maybe start really looking at policies and issues and not just align with a party, but go for a candidate who you feel has the best, policies or whatnot. But then I just seen them go from this plantation to that plantation. And I think one of the biggest problems that has happened is with more Black people going to the Republican Party, they're making the same mistake that they talked about a lot of Black Democrats doing. And that is not requiring anything for their vote. I noticed that in this past election, this election cycle, Trump had absolutely nothing in terms of the Black community. In the election in 2020, I remember they was trying to say, "Oh, we met with Ice Cube about the plan for Black America or whatnot," even though they weren't going to ever implement that. But I noticed in this. I noticed in this particular election, he didn't even bring that up. He didn't try to come up with anything in terms of Black America at all. And people just jumped over there. They just jumped over to him. They didn't have any requirement.
Can I talk to that? You know what? And you know what? And you're right. And you have to blame the Democrats for this. And the reason why I say that, because, it's like they select a candidate for you. You know, I
No, but I'm
watched this
saying
happen
people
with
who
Bernie when Bernie was running. I watched it happen with Bernie. You can even say with Kennedy running. They always somehow find a way to shove candidates down people's throats.
yeah, but I get what you're saying. No, but I'm speaking about
So the variety in the Democratic Party and then allowing, to get rid of this two-party kind of system thing that's going on here.
right.
You really don't truly have an independent party in this country, because I'm really an independent. I'm an independent voter, and I'm
Yeah,
very
I
moderate
consider myself
to
that as well.
conservative.
Yeah.
And when you have those type of candidates that come up among the Democratic through the primary circle, they kill them. They squash them.
Well,
And
I get what you're saying, but
they feed you their globalist, war, imperialistic candidate. They feed you the one who's going to follow the line, and that's what they do. So that's
I'm
their
just
fault.
saying though.
That's
I'm
their
just
fault.
saying though.
And I'm going to finish. And getting back to Ice Cube, they wouldn't even meet with Ice Cube. If you remember the story, the Democrats wouldn't even meet with him at all.
Exactly.
They wouldn't even meet
They
with
said
him. Okay.
that
At least the Republicans.
Yeah.
I can't recall if they actually met with him, but at least I know at minimum they entertained the thought of doing it. The Dems wouldn't even do it. The Dems, then they turned around and gave the Asian crime bill. They never gave you the Floyd, solidified that Floyd crime bill, but the Asians got a crime bill as soon as he got it.
Can I
Come
say
on
something?
now,
This is my problem. But this is my problem. Wait. But this
Remember
is
what
my
happened.
problem.
So I think I'm as a black voter at the point, you know what? Miss me. I'd rather you miss me now. Just like a man who ain't doing you no good, you make him miss you. Well, miss me.
But see, this
You're
is
right.
my
Either
point. But my point though.
side is not giving you nothing specifically, but
But
at
my
least
point though is people.
they didn't roll their head in a black girl way and say, "Well, I'm not specifically doing nothing for black people."
But I'm saying, but I'm saying though, black people have given.
Turn around when she's losing, gonna talk about, oh yeah, look at all these nice things I got for black people now. But
But
wait
I'm
a minute,
saying
you
that
were rolling your.
I'm saying that black people aren't requiring anything for their vote for the Republican Party. They're not requiring anything for their vote for Trump, and they're doing the
This is a
exact
new
same thing.
relationship.
Hold on one second.
This
Hold
is a
on one
new
second.
relationship right now that
Hold on one second.
we are exiting out.
No,
Give
it's
us-
not a new relationship. It's not a new relationship. It's going to be the same type of scenario with the Democrats, because if you don't come in the door, if you don't come in the door, we do know that. History shows us.
that yet.
Okay, can I just respond to you? Can I just respond to you really quick?
So then what do? We just stay
Can I
on
just
the
respond to you
Democratic
really quick?
plantation?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
We've been on the plantation
Why
for
is
over
it that
60 years.
I gotcha.
So what?
But I'm asking you a question. But I'm asking you a question though. So, but that's because the Republicans never offered black people anything either in that 60 years. So you have to understand that as well. But wait, let me ask this question though. Why is it that Trump multiple times during this campaign, he talked about, oh, black people, he's getting more black people and things like that. But why then did he never talk about the Ice Cube plan for Black America? Why did he never come out with a black agenda? He just celebrated the fact that he had more black people, but he never actually introduced anything for black people.
From what I understand, from what I remember back then of that Ice Cube plan, his son-in-law, Jared.
Okay, go ahead. Miss Judy, let me but again, I just want to ask Renee a question. I'm gonna pass it to Brandon. Renee, what's next for the team? You're a misogynist. That's why he didn't vote for Kamala. What are you guys gonna do? What's next?
I mean, nothing. Life goes on. I mean, I wasn't wrapped up into it like that anyway. I had already said he was gonna win. I didn't think that there was any way that either that Biden definitely didn't have a shot. And when Kamala first announced, I posted immediately, she's not gonna win. So I never expected either one of them to win. And I never supported Biden at all, period. But
But you did
I think
support
what's
Kamala,
next is
right?
just I think what's next is the Democratic Party is needs to really reform. I think the Democratic Party is gonna
Mhm.
possibly make more of a pitch to try to pull more black people back in. I think that it's gonna be what it's gonna be. It's gonna be more the same. But I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. I know this. Them gas prices better be super low. I know money better be flowing everywhere. I know America's economy better be booming. I know everything better be
It
grand
will.
because
It will.
Trump is Superman. Trump was gonna solve all the problems in the
It
world.
will.
It ain't gonna be no problems. Everything's gonna be good. All the prices in the grocery store gonna be super low. Watch, everything's gonna be amazing because remember, Trump's Superman. He's gonna solve all the problems, inflation, everything.
Hey,
Well,
Dynas,
I'm
Okay,
hoping
Everything.
okay,
for.
well,
I'm
wait a minute.
hoping
Let me
for.
pass the Brandon. Let me
I'm
pass the
hoping.
Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead,
I'm
Brandon.
hoping for no taxes on Social Security.
Go,
Right.
go ahead,
It's
Brandon.
There you
gonna
go.
be
Go ahead,
all
Brandon.
good, baby.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
this is why black men have such a big problem with black women.
We're
Just
talking
pure
about
lies.
politics, sir. This has
Man,
nothing
let
to
me
do with
talk. I'll let
relationships
you
or
talk.
gender.
I'll let you talk. The host of
Let's
the
talk politics
the
first.
Hey,
host,
Brandon, you called it on your Getro, man. Come on, bro. We can barely hear you, Brandon. You called it on your
Oh
Getro.
wait, Hustle Smart told me what to do. I'm sorry, guys. I gave you good audio earlier. Maybe if I talk more. Listen, this is why black men have such a huge problem with black women. Pure lies, pure hypocrisy, and then the soft shaming. Women were supporting Kamala Harris. The women up here were supporting Kamala Harris.
No, I wasn't.
Judy, you are in my investment group, and I will tell you, you are on my channel clowning and shaming me for supporting Donald Trump. If you say you weren't, you're lying.
No,
Straight
some
up.
aspect. I'm not a
I'm
Trump
done.
supporter.
Listen, let me say what I gotta say.
I'm a
Let
supporter,
me
maybe
say
of
what I
Republican
have. Let me
policies.
say what I gotta say.
I still feel the certain way
You're
I do about
somebody.
Donald Trump. He's
You
not
are
the
some.
best
Hold on,
Republican pick.
Dinus,
Okay,
Dinus,
so
get her,
I
Dinus,
still stand by that.
get her, Dinus.
I still stand by that. He's not the best
Tell men,
Republican pick.
I,
He's what you got right now
I
representing the
tell men.
Republican
Hey,
Party in your policies.
let Brandon speak.
I'm more for your policies than your candidate.
All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Listen, I
Hey,
tell men all the time.
Brandon, you got another phone, Brandon?
Yeah, I do. I can just come in my computer because this, what I have to say needs to be said.
Yeah, Brandon, you got it.
If you wait for me, I'll come in on my computer because what I gotta say needs to be said, Dinus.
All right, well, hurry up, Brandon. I'm gonna go to bed.
Let me say this while he's coming back in. That's the difference between when people say they're independent, but the only thing they do is uphold what's going on one side and just demean the other side. That's not a true independent. A true independent voter is someone like Judy who can say, I don't like this about this person or party, and I don't like this over here, but I like this and I like that. That's independent because you're not just one way, one minded. That's what, and I hear this all the time. I'm an independent, but you only uphold that which is democratic all the time. All the time. I see it over and hear it over and over. So if you're going to be a true independent voter, an independent person of thought and mind, you look at both sides and say, what is good for my people, my household, what's bad over here? You weigh them out. You can have a conversation regardless of how you vote. You should be able to point out some good things that happen here, some good things that happen over here. And that's how you weigh as an independent, even on your local levels. You can never be a true independent voter if you only one-sided on your conversation.
Yes, you can. And I can tell you why. Because if you have assessed the situation from an independent perspective and you see, okay, this side, these things add up more, or this person, not even that side, but this candidate, things add up more for me, or that candidate adds up more, or that policy, then you can't speak from that perspective. So
But,
yeah, you're looking at
Renee,
things in the
in
objectively, and then making a choice based upon that. You're just not party affiliated, and you're
no,
just going to go along with whatever that party says.
but the conversation, I can tell you, based on the conversation a person has, whether they're independent or not, because you just said you went back to candidate, we're talking about party policies. We're not talking about just the candidacy, because a lot of the policies and laws are written in the House, in the Senate, could be voted on or signed off on or vetoed by, and sometimes overridden by 2/3 majority back into Congress. So that's where the policies comes in at. So you're not just voting for a personality. That's where we go at fault at. True independents don't look at the personality because they don't have to like everything about the
Hey,
person.
can I say what I was saying earlier?
Go ahead,
y'all?
Brandon. Go ahead.
Y'all should be able to hear me. I'm calling straight up. This is why black men and black women have a huge disconnect, because what women do. Women live. I tell men, don't listen to women about anything, because women, as a man who's been married for 20 years, women live to come down on the winning side of all debates and arguments, right? No matter what you do, if you lose, they're going to clown you if they disagree with you and they was on the winning side. If you win, they're going to figure out a way to come and take credit for the victory and act like they was with you all along. On one hand, you have one woman, Judy, talking about, yeah, you should thank us. Judy, no one's thanking you. You were a straight up Kamala Harris supporter. Even as a person who was in my investment group, I will tell you straight up, you're lying. You were a hands down Kamala Harris supporter, clowning me because I was supporting Trump. That's it. That's all. Say what you want. It doesn't matter. This other woman, she comes in with the soft shaming. Well, I hope it's this. I hope it's that. You don't hope for nothing, because when you supported Kamala, you were voting for nothing. Now you want to come over here to the winning side and tell us how we need to approach the person who we supported. Black men showed in a major way that we have a superior level of maturity and understanding and American spirit than women. These women love to come try to tell us what we need to do. Y'all go lick your wounds with Kamala Harris with your bad judgment, voting for women just because they got a vagina and just because they claim that they black. Let us handle our own political destiny. If you want to come on this side, come on this side, but you come over here as a silent observer. You ain't calling no shots. You ain't running nothing. Judy, you twice as old as I am, and we're purely immature this political season about who you was going to pick, because you're a typical New Yorker who wants to have your cake and eat it too, and you fell on the side based on gender. This other lady is mad because her candidate lost, and now all of a sudden everybody is independent. If Kamala had won, they would have been over here clowning us. Yeah, we told you women this, women that. We already know that. It's not working anymore. The black man doesn't care. He's not listening to you. The black women who are critical thinkers, they don't care. They're not listening to you. You guys are talking to yourselves. No one who was getting nothing. This woman can't even tell you a single thing that Kamala Harris was offering black people, but wants to come down about
Yes, I can.
what black people are getting for Trump. Let me tell you this. Trump
Yes, I can, sir. That's false. Yes, I can.
Trump learned something that Democrats learned a long time ago. When you offer black people things, they don't support you. He offered black people everything last election. $500 billion.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Okay, now you're going to start lying. He offered black people the $500 billion platinum plan. We could pull the video up right now. We've covered this extensively. You are used to talking to ignorant Pookies and Ray Rays, the type of dudes you have kids with, and they don't marry you. These are real black men. We are informed. We cover this stuff for a living. We know what he offered. $500 billion, and black people voted for Biden at 91%. When Trump looked at black Americans like Americans and stopped trying to approach us just based on our skin color, that's when we responded greatest to him. Why? Because you don't even know your own history. Black people fought in this country to be equal and to be looked at as like everyone else without nobody making a distinction because of color. That overwhelmingly is what black people want. As a Pan-Africanist, I would like us to operate a little bit more based on color and our shared ethnicity and stuff. But in America, black people don't want to do that. Black people's number one goal in America is to be right in close proximity to white folk, and they want to be looked at the same way white folk are looked at without being discriminated against or excluded because they're black. So when Trump did that last election, he made the mistake of pandering to what we claim to want but don't really want. This year he said, you know what, I'm giving you a better economy that benefits everybody. I'm gonna get these immigrants out, which has a disproportionate impact on the black community. He got them, he's gonna get them out, and he's gonna just treat us like regular Americans. And at our core, that's what black Americans want, just to be treated like regular Americans, equal with everybody else. And we responded to that in a major way. Only a woman, usually a single woman, and the children, the men raised by them, believe that they're supposed to get some type of special treatment because their color of their skin. Black men are waking up. We're realizing that the color stuff don't even matter because our own race was despising us, criticizing us, shaming us, making us pariah in our own community for supporting Trump. Now you want to bring your ass over and tell us what we need to do. No, go back and fix your own mind and that double think you're doing with your own candidate. We got this over here. We didn't need you to win, and we don't need you to prosper or thrive. Either you get with our program and learn silently and educate yourself, or just stay wherever you was at, because we really don't need you.
All right, let me pass it to Mufasa, then we're closing out. Go ahead, Mufasa. Hold on, let me pass it. Go ahead, Mufasa.
Hey, yeah, what's going on, Dennis?
What's up, bro?
Hello? Yeah. So I only want to ask one question, what I put in the comments. There's a sister on here said that the issue is misogyny, right? That somebody said that the issue is misogyny. So in 2020, we had a white female going up against a white male, and the female
2016.
won the 2016. Oh, my bad. You're right. The female won the popular vote. If the American voter is misogynistic, how did a female win the popular vote over a male?
Because when you go back and you look at the numbers, you still see that a substantial. That's why I said it's not. It's misogyny, but it's not just men. It's not men. It's men and women. When you go back and you look at the numbers, you see that a significant portion of white women did not support her. So you had a lot of other people who supported her, but a lot of the white women who said they were going to support. Wait, 1 second. Right. No, I got your popular vote, but I'm saying still why she didn't end up getting the electoral college is because in certain areas and regions, she still did not pull in that vote. And when they looked at the numbers, there still was a significant percentage of white women who were supposedly leaning toward Hillary and going to vote for her, who ended up voting for Trump anyway. So I'm not putting this on me. I'm speaking in general, but I'm saying especially
men or women. All I said was the popular vote. Why? Right, I got you. How did she win the popular vote? I got you. Men winning anything. You said Americans are misogynist. So why did a woman win the popular vote? How do you explain that?
Yes, more people voted for her. Absolutely, yes. But I'm saying still, in terms of the candidate that Trump was, somebody with no political record who was a reality TV star, he still did substantially well in that situation. You still had a lot of people who did not want a female president, and you still had a lot of white women particularly who did not vote for the white woman.
Kamala Harris didn't win the popular vote. So what are y'all talking about?
We're talking about Hillary Clinton.
Okay. The whole thing is this. You guys keep throwing that out as a way to try to make men misogynistic.
And if a white woman couldn't get it, in no way a biracial woman.
The reason why you're a liar right now is because black men overwhelmingly didn't support Joe Biden either. When Joe Biden was the candidate, we were supporting him at a lower rate. More black men supported Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. So you're lying. You're lying.
No, but my thing is,
no. When it's a woman,
they already released those. Wait a minute. They already released. Wait. They already released the percentages.
When it's a woman,
they already released the percentages.
A woman just can't. Yeah, they already talked about the percentages tonight. If you followed the election,
of all the people, the racial demographic,
black men were supporting. They released all that. They talked about that all night. What are you talking about?
Let me see if I can find the numbers. Hold on.
Men supported Kamala Harris more than they supported Joe Biden. And here's also another thing. Whenever a woman is a bad candidate, She can't just be a bad candidate. Kamala Harris, people didn't not support her because she was just a woman. That's not the reason. The woman never gave no policies. When asked direct questions, she didn't answer them.
And just like I just asked her a direct question and she couldn't answer it. Why not just say that your analysis is probably wrong? The American voter is not as misogynist as you say. If they had a woman versus a man, and most of the voters voted for
No.
the woman.
I want you to think about this for a minute, right? You had Trump, if we go back to 2016, you had
You
Trump
see how she
running
can't deal with the
who had
question
no,
directly?
that's what you brought up. You brought up
That's what Kamala
2016. That's
Harris
what I'm
was doing.
talking about. You
Okay, but
brought up
this is
2016. That's what I'm addressing. So what are you talking about? Let me finish.
you're not
But
addressing the popular vote. How are they
I'm
misogynist if more
addressing it.
Americans
I'm
vote?
addressing it. I'm
You
addressing
can't
it.
address it because it
Yes, I
proves you
can
wrong.
because because technically there should have been far more people, even though she won the popular vote, it should have been far more people that voted for her. You
She
had
was a
Donald
bad
Trump, who was a
candidate.
reality TV star. He
She was
was that competitive with
The
her
American
with no
people with
political
their vote
record,
said that
with
they liked the
nothing,
woman
with
more.
listen,
literally
How is that
nothing. And he
listen.
was
misogynistic?
competitive with her that she ended up winning. So you don't get my point.
What
She
you
may
no no
have
no.
won the popular vote, but it still should have been far
Your
more than
point,
a landslide for her.
your
If you're
point.
looking at the political landscape, he had no record. You're fired. The
Your
apprentice.
point,
He had nothing to prove. I'm nothing to
your point,
even put him in
your
position to be president of this
your
country,
point
and he
is this.
still made it.
Your point is dishonest because
No, it's
you don't know Hillary Clinton's history
You
to
have
know.
to have.
Lady,
She
are you
had
gonna
been
let
Secretary of State.
somebody else talk? Are you gonna let somebody
This
else talk?
woman had been
You said what?
Secretary of State. This woman had
Listen,
been
ma'am.
Secretary of
Listen,
State.
ma'am.
He was a
You
reality
don't.
TV star.
Listen. You
And
said that already.
even though
You've
she got
already
the
said that.
popular vote,
You've already
he
said that.
should have had
You've
way
already
more
said that.
votes if you're comparing
You
their
said that
political
3
record.
times.
Like,
You
come
said that 3
on.
times. You don't know. Listen, this is
Because
what you
it's
need to,
true.
this is what you need to accept. You are ignorant politically. You don't know the history of Hillary
What is
Clinton.
with the insult?
Let me
Are you
finish.
able to have a dialogue? I haven't
I
called you name. I have not called you any names.
I'm
I'm
not calling
speaking
you.
strictly
I'm
on the
not calling
point.
you. I'm
You
not
don't need
calling
to
you a
call me
single.
names. You
I'm
don't
not.
need to tell me what I
I'm
am
not
or am
calling
not.
you a single
Make your
name.
own points, and
I'm
I
not.
make my own points
I'm not
politically.
calling
That's
you.
it.
I'm not calling
Please
you.
don't get
I'm not
emotional.
calling you.
Please
You're the
don't.
one who's emotional
No
because you
name
won't even
call.
let me
No, I'm
talk.
not. I have not called you any names, sir.
And you haven't shut up yet, so you are emotional.
You talked for quite a
Okay?
while and no one said anything.
I'll talk about a random woman who doesn't exist. The problem with this random woman who doesn't exist is she's totally ignorant about history. She doesn't know Hillary Clinton's record, and that is exposed when she talks about Hillary Clinton and her qualifications. She doesn't know about what happened in Benghazi, which made a lot of Americans not want to vote for for Hillary Clinton. She doesn't know what happened with Gaddafi, which made a lot of Americans not want to vote for Hillary Clinton, destabilizing the region and creating an open slave market in Libya. She doesn't know about that. She doesn't know what happened with the Haiti situation with Kamala Harris and Bill Clinton collecting all those millions and millions of dollars for Haitian homes and never delivering, basically pocketing the money. She doesn't remember she called black people super predators. She doesn't remember her calling us a box of deplorables. There were many things Hillary Clinton did, including being as closely associated with racists like Barry Goldwater when she was a younger person in Washington. All these things made not only black people not support Hillary, they also made white people not support Hillary. And that's why Hillary Clinton lost. Because if you don't remember, it wasn't that people voted against Hillary. They did not show up to vote. That is why Donald Trump won the first time, because there was a record low turnout in Democratic voting. They didn't support the other side. That would be misogyny. They just said, we're not going to vote for either candidate because she's not a good candidate. He's not a good. They didn't want to vote for Donald Trump, but the Republican base showed up. Trump was very successful in getting rural voters who traditionally were ignored by Democrats and Republicans to turn out for the vote the same way he did this time. It's what would be better for these people, instead of trying to blame it on misogyny, because they can't grow, right? You can't. The first step to solving a problem is to admit you have a problem. The reality is the Democrats took a person who couldn't even get 1% of the vote in 2019 when they ran for president, and they placed her as a nominee with no primary. That alone alienated a large portion of independent voters who would traditionally vote Democrat. On top of that, she didn't come with any policies that actually impacted Americans in a major way. Also, she says she wouldn't do anything different from what Joe Biden had done for his 4 years. That alienated voters and that sent them to the other side. These are the real reasons people. These are the yes, it is. These are the real reason that people didn't turn out for Kamala. Stop blaming it on misogyny. That's a lie and it doesn't work. That's like her saying Trump is Hitler. Yeah, it sounds good in the moment, but ultimately no one's going to respond to it. But this is the female mind. Keep on throwing out victimhood and people respond. We don't care. Honestly, if someone did treat you with misogyny, if a dude beat you up in front of me, I would not care. I would say that's what she wants to be a part of. Most people don't respond to that. People respond to, what are you going to do to help me feed my kids? At this point, all you are promoting is the murder of Black fetuses. That's what you're into. You're satanic. It's cool. We're against that. And you don't got no power over here, Satan. That's it.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and
yeah, so,
hold on.
Can I just say something really quick? Because I'm not even gonna address. I'm not even gonna address all that. I don't even know what all that was about. But what I will say though, I do find it interesting that the party of like white nationalist organizations, white nationalist groups are the support Trump. And I find it interesting, all of these Black people who are on the same side as these white nationalist, white supremacist organizations. And not to say Democrats aren't, but I'm just saying,
the hell out of here. You're fired,
from
Kamala,
here.
you're done.
We gotta go. Everyone, we gotta go.
Bye, Satan. Go, Murray.
We gotta go. Everyone got. We gotta go. Everyone, thank you so much for joining.
Go abort some fetuses.
Until next time.
Thanks, nephew.
Not Samir, search for Huru. Peace.